Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. This is the first part of a story called Kami's Experiment, a MPD grenade in the timeline. Summary: Naruto defeats Madara, Obito and Kaguya only to meet a new enemy. After a prolonged war against the shinobi world led by Sasuke, Naruto loses and meets Kami. Kami bestows a blessing and asks Naruto to lead the elemental nations into a new cycle. Watch as Naruto deals with the traumas of the past and blows up the timeline. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Prologue: A bloody end. Naruto gasped as blood flowed freely from his mouth and streaked down the front of his black and orange jacket. Due to the pain, his mind was still incapable of overcoming the shock that this was how it all ended. He fought 7 reincarnated Jinchurikis, he defeated and befriended 7 Bijou, he defeated and converted Tobi, better known as Obito Uchiha. He played a key role in defeating Madara and subsequently sealed Kaguya away with the help of his one-time friend Sasuke Uchiha. He then fought to end the cycle of hatred against said one-time friend before he was betrayed by him. The losses of the Fourth Great Shinobi War were astronomical, and the world was in a state of turmoil when people escaped from the infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto was hailed by some as a hero and feared by others as a superpower. When he fought against Sasuke and defeated him to ensure the Baiji's freedom, he thought that was it. Then, the one-armed bastard converted 2/3 of the shinobi world to his cause and prolonged the war. He should have finished him off at the Valley of the End. For the past 3 years, Naruto has led a mixed-matched coalition of outcasts that protected the Bijou and were against restoring the old status quo. They fought long and hard to convert people to their way of thinking with moderate success. They worked out of Tsunade Corps to lead a resistance against Sasuke, the God Hokage, Daru the new leader of Kumo and Kurotsuchi the new leader of Iwa. The war was long and drawn out and Naruto never once asked the Bijou to fight on his behalf. He was adamant that the Baiji's role in the new world would be peaceful, and they would work alongside him. He thought he was doing the right thing. The people who believed in him gave everything for his dream. The world Sasuke wanted would have been one that brought about the end of the world. Sure enough, Sasuke won and did bring about the end of the world. One by one his cursed Sharingan was able to enslave the Bijou. One by one Naruto's closest friends died fighting for what they believed in, and all at once the end of the world was nigh. Sasuke used his Sharingan/Rinnegan combination take every last bit of Naruto's heart, piece by piece, bit by bit, until it was just him and Kurama left. The last bit of sick satisfaction that Naruto got was watching from his position on a cross as Sasuke attempted to become the next Jinchuriki of the Juubi. Sasuke's forces had strapped him to a wooden cross where they watched Kurama get ripped out of his boy. After the extraction, Sasuke attempted to become the Juubi's Jinchuriki in a grandiose fashion in front of the allied forces of Konoha, Kumo, and Iwa, and he failed spectacularly. He couldn't control the power and the Juubi was released upon the world. With the last bit of his life force, Naruto watched all of his enemies be ripped apart by the colossal beast before the Juubi unleashed Cataclysm and his world went dark. Before the colossal nature energy ended him, Naruto closed his eyes and whispered a prayer to his loved ones. Kami, if you can hear me, please hold my loved ones in your hands and let them find rest in your embrace. Kurama, I am sorry I failed you, my last true friend. To those that believed in me, I will love you forever. I am sorry. Naruto closed his eyes to settle his heart before the chaotic combination of wind, water and lightning enshrouded him. He retreated to an unfamiliar emptiness of his subconscious and then everything went black. He remained in the darkness for an indeterminate amount of time while his soul tried to come to grips with all the suffering and loss he endured throughout his mortal life. He found it to be a nearly impossible task and his mind felt fractured, almost irreparably so. As his thoughts went in self-condemning circles, a brief light flickered in the darkness. The flickering increased in frequency and power until his soul found itself hovering in a world made of white. A memory of the mindscape that he once talked to the chakra imprints of his mother and father flickered across his fractured mind and snapped him out of his endless musings. His soul began to take form, his mortal form, and he opened his eyes to find himself standing on a translucent floor in a world made of white light. He noticed dispassionately that his body retained all of his scars, bruises and tattered clothing. The landscape was beautiful and serene, but it was empty, and he found himself lost in the emptiness, but at least his mind seemed to have halted for a brief reprieve from its torturous thoughts. After the world went white, he didn't have to wait too long until 2 familiar figures appeared in front of him. Before he could process who they were, he was wrapped in an embrace by a beautiful redhead. He was nearly 6 inches taller than the ethereal beauty, but that didn't stop him from collapsing into the tender embrace of the woman that should have fulfilled the role of mother in his previous life. Tears filled his eyes before his mind could process the series of insane events, and he couldn't stop from crying into the ample bust of the woman. He barely processed the comforting hand on his shoulder as his body was racked with sobs. Eventually, he calmed down enough to choke out some words that symbolized reality had finally caught up to him. I am sorry. Sorry.
I have failed.
Everyone is dead.
I wasn't strong enough.
The words escaped his mouth in between sobs, snot and tears. The whole time the loving presence of these two people worked to calm him down and attempted to piece together his shattered soul. Shh, it's okay, Sochi. It is okay, my son. We couldn't be prouder of you. She bent down and placed a tender kiss on the top of his head, somehow penetrating the blonde locks of hair and reaching his soul. Kami, let us watch your life. We saw everything, Sochi. It's over now. It will be okay. As the woman continued to embrace him and kissed his racked form, the blonde man got down on one knee and wrapped him in a hug from behind. Minato had fought alongside his son through the use of the cursed and forbidden impure world resurrection jutsu. His ethereal heart swelled with pride at the man his son became, and Minato knew his son was so close to achieving his dream. He stopped the scowl from reaching his face at the thought of the Uchiha and all the pain they forced upon the world. Naruto, my son, you did more in your short life than I ever thought possible. You were so strong and such a brilliant light for the world. I am so proud of you, Minato said in a soft voice. Dad? Is that you? Naruto's broken voice came out at a whisper until a firm hand turned him around and he was embraced in a much firmer hug than his mother's. Yes, son, I am here. Minato simply tried to convey his feelings through his hug and bring any bit of peace to his son's broken soul that he could. It isn't over yet either, son. Naruto's breath hitched and his heart stopped. Fear overcame him, fear of needing to fight again, fear of failing again, fear of being surrounded by death again. Eventually he mustered up the resolve to overcome his fear and asked the question. What do you mean? I died, how is it not over? Minato extended his arms with his hands still clasping his son's shoulders. Brilliant azure blue met clouded azure blue, and Minato's heart nearly broke at all the pain he saw in his son's eyes. Look, son, Kami gave us some time to catch up and then she wishes to talk to you. I need you to stay strong and remember who you are. You are my strong, proud, resilient, courageous boy that turned into a great leader that fought to do what was right. Don't forget that he was a handsome lady killer, Minato-kun. Kushina chirped in a light-hearted tone. Naruto felt warmth returning to his soul and a slight bit of healing started at that moment.
I still failed.
Minato lifted Naruto's chin up and forced him to look into his eyes. Who did you fail, son? It wasn't us, because the man I watched try to save the world did everything in his power to make the world a better place, and we weren't the only ones that saw it. Naruto's eyes begged for an explanation, and he failed to force any more words out, so Kushina stepped in. Sochi, everyone that joined you along the way came here and Kami let us watch everything. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Neji, Gara, Temari, Shikamaru, Hinata, Ino. We all watched and couldn't be more proud. Naruto's eyes continued to drop as memories of his fallen comrades saturated his mind and thoughts. So, everyone that gave their life believing in me watched me fail. His voice was so shattered and devoid of the light that everyone associated with Naruto. Kushina's hair flared up and she decided that it was high past time for tough love. She pulled Naruto's face to her and slapped his cheek with an ample amount of force to turn his head. She fixed a firm motherly look on her face, and her tone was stern. I will not stand here and listen to you berate yourself. You shouldered the weight of the world and fought valiantly. The blame is not for you to shoulder alone. Now, listen to me and listen to me well, Sochi. This is the last time I will let you say you failed. Nobody blames you, in fact most of them wish they were stronger so they could have done more to support you. It's not their fault. I should have dealt with Sasuke before it came to all that. I wanted to believe he could change, that my friend was still in there somewhere. Minato ruffled his hair and spoke softly. And that is why everyone loved you so much. That is why so many people rallied to your cause and why the Bijou believed in you. Your golden heart is why all hope is not lost, not yet. What do you mean? Why won't you answer me when I ask you to explain that? Naruto's tone grew frustrated, and a slight bit of anger tinged his words. Kushina smiled beneficently and rubbed the whisker marks on his cheek that even appeared on the representation of his soul. Sochi, let's just say we were given instructions not to talk about it. Somebody else wants the right to talk to you about it first. For now, why don't we sit down, relax and catch up? There are some things I want you to know before the other person joins us. Before Naruto could respond, Kushina clasped her hands together in a praying motion and closed her eyes in focus. Chakra flared around her, and the brilliant, white landscape shifted to a lake with a warm sun beaming down. They sat on a rocky ledge with their feet hanging in the water as they took the time to catch up. They talked for an hour and life returned to Naruto's eyes, which were always the representation of his soul. His tone got livelier, and his heart healed bit by bit. Toward the end of the hour, Kushina's tone changed, and she looked more serious. Sochi, there are some things I want you to know now that our time is almost up. First, you were not alone in the world and family was much closer than you thought. Not only was Tsunade a great aunt for my side of the family, but... Kushi-chan, shouldn't I be allowed to tell him? Minato had a wry smile on his face as he gave a mock glare to his wife. After Kushina nodded, Minato spoke again. Naruto, the fates were not fair to you, and they loved their ironies. Believe me, when Kami found out she was pissed. So, as for the big secret, it turns out that Tsunade was my mom. Naruto jumped to his feet in total surprise as he pointed at his father. You are Buchin's son? That means I am a Senju? Minato chuckled and Kushina puffed her cheeks. You are just as much Uzumaki as you are Senju, Sochi. Naruto shot an apologetic look at his mother before he rubbed the back of his neck in his sheepish pose. Ha ha, sorry Kachan. It was just a shock. Kushina smiled in a way that said, I know something you don't know. At the prompting look on Naruto's face, she chuckled and added a second shocker. Could you guess who your grandfather was then? Naruto seemed to think for a bit and his brows wrinkled in concentration. Eventually, realization smacked him in the face and his head snapped to his father with disbelief in his eyes. Minato nodded with a smile on his face before Naruto prompted him to explain with one word, how? A wistful look fixed itself on Minato's face and he sighed before explaining. Well, to be clear, we didn't know while we were alive. Tsunade and Jiraiya had a one-night stand after the end of the Second Great Shinobi War, and I was born. Due to the enemies they made, I was abducted as a baby and somehow found my way back to Konoha after a squad of Konoha shinobi rescued me from a camp of bandits and missing ninjas. I think you know the gist of the rest of my story. Naruto was dumbstruck at the confirmation that his father gave him. Holy shit. The words came out in a whisper as Naruto processed that he was close to both of his grandparents for a small portion of his life. Mom was right, fate was a massive bitch to all of us. Kushina chuckled. Oh, fate is being manhandled by Kami right now. I should add that Jiraiya was the bastard son of Tobirama Senju, the Nidaime Hokage. Turns out his white hair and Tsunade's sandy blonde combined to make sun-kissed blonde. Minato sighed. And I did so much to make the Namikaze name. To be fair, I would have been massively different if I were a Senju and then we wouldn't have made you, Naruto. So, as much as I want a Raishin stage 3 all over fate, I can't be too mad because she gave us you. Naruto sighed, yeah, I guess so. These are all crazy revelations, but why are you telling me this like it matters? Minato decided to skirt the question again and explain something to Naruto since he sensed the arrival of the third party. Look, son, there is a lot that will make sense soon. For now, I want you to know that your mom and I had a compound on the east side of the clan district just under the Hokage monument. The gate is blood sealed to recognize any one of your mothers or my lineage. Kushina ignored the confused look on Naruto's face. Well, if he is saying that then I will add this. Uzushiagakure is my homeland and the wars prevented me from returning home. The Uzumaki clan had a failsafe in place to ensure that our clan knowledge would never fall into the wrong hands. Only a true Uzumaki can access it and you were the last heir to the royal line of Uzumaki. All of the sudden, a regal, ethereal, entrancing woman with blonde hair that flowed freely to her waist appeared. The woman was the very definition of beauty and perfection, and Naruto felt his breath hitch and his lips grew dry. The woman's white yukata with golden trimming fit her shapely, womanly figure well and exposed just enough to entice the eyes. Her face was a fixed calm that radiated the warmth of everything good in this world and just looking at her was a blessing to Naruto. Oh, look at you two trying to spoil my fun. Oh well, I will allow it. Now, Naruto-kun, I have waited a long time to talk to you, my child of prophecy. After speaking, the woman graced Naruto with an enchanting smile. Naruto was so blown away by her beauty that he failed to respond as his whole body locked up in front of her magnificence. After a few seconds, the woman's beautiful chuckle broke him from his trance, and he laughed nervously while doing everything in his power to stop the blood threatening to trickle from his nose. "I'm sorry, do I know why you?" he asked in a totally uncool manner, which earned him a heavenly chuckle that the woman hid behind the sleeve of her yukata. "No, Naruto-kun, sadly I am not allowed to interact on the mortal plane, which I am sad to say has come to an end as you know it." Her voice was soft as she tried to cushion the blow for the boy she had watched with such rapt interest. Naruto balked at that. He thought that may be the case, but no human wanted to truly contemplate the apocalypse. It was sad, and yet pleasing at the same time. At least Sasuke team was proven wrong, and it bit him in the ass. That being said, it was still shocking to hear that the world had already ended. Naruto did his best impersonation of a fish on dry land as his mouth opened and closed repeatedly with no sound coming out. The lady laughed beautifully and didn't appear too sad about the end of the world. "Don't worry about it, Naruto-kun. That cycle had lasted a long time and it was stuck in a rut. My prophecy was that you would defeat Kaguya and save the world, which you did, and it was quite a spectacular show. However, the Uchiha's curse of hatred winning out was an unexpected turn. Why those silly humans trusted him over you was a cruel twist of fate, and it was why the world ended," she said the last part whimsically, as if it were a minor detail. Naruto was still shocked, but he could no longer hold the question. "I am sorry, ma'am, but how do you know me and what is your name?" His confused yet earnest tone earned another chuckle from the mysterious beauty. The goddess clutched a hand over her heart and the other covered her lips in a mischievous manner. Ara, how impolite of me. I am what you would refer to as Kami, the caretaker of this mortal realm. As for how I know you, well, I suppose you could say I took a vested interest in you and watched over you. I dubbed you my chosen child of prophecy and even granted those foolish toads the vision. The rules prevented me from directly intervening, but now that the cycle has ended, I can meddle all I want." Once again, Naruto began stammering and he started to point at the woman before he jumped in the air and landed on his knees before comically prostrating himself to the goddess. This earned a round of laughter from the trio present as Naruto kept his head pressed to the ground. "That is enough of that, Naruto-kun. You see, I have kept your soul here because I wish you to lead the new cycle. It should have happened in your previous life, but fate, that bitch, stacked the odds so heavily against you that I didn't notice her final trump card, the Uchiha boy. She directly intervened at the end of the fight with Kaguya and turned him against you, which led to the rest of those miserable events. As if that weren't enough, she played with those foolish survivors of Iwa and Kumo and swayed them to the emo boy's side. I do apologize on behalf of my daughter, I may have dropped her on her head a time or two." Naruto did his best to take in every word and he didn't fail to miss the part where she said she wants him to lead the new cycle. "So, you are going to reincarnate me? In a new world?" Kami adopted a sad look on her face. "No, Naruto-kun, my realm is the one you lived in. I have a limited control of time since I handed over responsibility for it, so if I wish to use you, which I do, then I would need to do so from your timeline." Naruto's face fell. "So, I would have to go through all of that all over again? All the hate, my childhood, every enemy." Minato and Kushina placed comforting hands on his shoulders to give him some of their strength. Kami smiled sadly at the boy. "Well, to be honest, Naruto-kun, you could call this an experiment since I have never done it before. I have never restarted a timeline and allowed somebody to go back to change events since that would normally go against the time continuum. However, since the whole timeline came to an end, it wouldn't violate the rules." Naruto's brows furrowed and he looked confused. "Rules? Aren't you Kami? Are you telling me that you were okay with all of that suffering? All of those innocent people suffering every day? Rape, slavery, murder, theft, the list goes on, and you are okay with it?" By the end, he started to sound disillusioned and angry. "I am sorry, my child. That is the price of giving humans power and free will. So that you may better understand it, I created the world and programmed it like a game. I did so in a way that people might find joy and meaning in life. They would be capable of achieving greatness and showing me new things. For instance, the rotation of the earth and the shifting of the tectonic plates underground are one thing that allows life on the planet. At the same time, the byproduct of that feature was earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. For every blessing, there is a curse. Yin and yang, the balance of the world is all held up in the rules." Naruto looked down at the ground contemplatively before he resigned himself to accept her words. After feeling his acceptance, she continued. "It is not that I wish to allow the bad things of the world to happen, but I had faith in my creations to overcome their baser instincts. If things got too out of balance, I would grant blessings, such as Hashirama's Makuten ability, to steer the world in a better direction. That was the extent of my meddling as I presided over the realm."
I think I understand.
"But why me? Why choose me to get a second chance?"
To be honest, Kami-sama, I am broken now.
My soul feels fractured, and I don't know if I could do it all over again. He sounded dejected. Kami took his head in her hands and placed a kiss on his forehead. Instantly, Naruto felt a flow of warmth wash over him, and it healed most of the damage from the losses of his past. The fire lit behind his azure blues and color returned to his face. My child, I know that I ask much of you. Do not think that you will be forced to repeat the same old thing. I will grant you one blessing that would not upset the timeline. I am sorry to say that any attempt to alter the day of your birth would not be possible. She paused here to let Naruto soak that bit of information in. I figured, so I can't have my parents back, Naruto said sadly, as that was his truest wish, was to go through life with his parents and family. Sadly, that is not possible. I should tell you that the Sage of Six Paths did something with his chakra that will be undone this time. For many centuries, his sons Indra and Ashura, Madara and Hashirama, Sasuke and yourself, took on vessels that their chakra imprinted on. I will no longer allow this because it led to a loop in the sequence of things. However, since you are a Senju, would you like to have the Makuten bloodline? It would help prove your heritage, and I dare say it would change quite a few things for you. Kami suggested, actually interested in seeing how that time cycle would go with her chosen child wielding such an ability. Kushina and Minato perked up at this. Kushina thought that it would be super cool to see her Sochi wielding the Makuten to save the world. Minato was calculating at a mile a minute to figure out how that would change the events that led to the destruction of the world. Naruto simply thought that it would be awesome, since everyone in Konoha practically worshipped the Makuten bloodline. Minato seemed to finish his calculations and offered some advice to his son. Son, that would shift quite a lot in the timeline, and it would prove to be a very effective tool in your arsenal. Kami chirped excitedly. Oh, that would be so exciting to see how that would shift the course of events. From pariah to village hero. Along with your memories, you would be able to get a head start this time. Naruto considered the possibilities. Could he handle the tortures of the past when he saw everyone alive again? He wasn't that old. He was only 19 when he died, and it seemed like his life was one big blur. One chaotic incident after another. Makuten would be cool, but I have some questions. 1. Can I tell anybody about my previous life? 2. Am I free to change anything I want? 3. Can I just preemptively kill Sasuke and get it over with? Naruto asked, still stuck with his brain working overtime to think out everything he would need. Kami placed her hand to her chin and adopted a cute thinking pose. Well, Naruto-kun, since this is a fresh slate, I would request that you don't tell anybody, although I think we could tell a select few. That is part of the experiment for me, and it may create more issues than you wish to deal with. Yes, you are my chosen one, and I will allow you to change what you will from your point in the timeline. Finally, no, the Sasuke of that timeline is not tainted by Asura, and he has committed no sins yet. If you killed him before he wronged you, then it would taint your soul and condemn you to Yami. Naruto kicked the dirt out from under his feet in frustration. Dealing with the team would be his hardest mental obstacle to overcome. Are Tsunade and Jiraiya really my grandparents? Do they know? Would it be okay for me to tell them? Kami seemed contemplative once again before she smiled regally down at Naruto. Yes, they are Naruto, I will grant you that. Once you find them, you can tell them. They do not know. Sadly, it was a really cruel twist of fate that happened with your father, and it ruined both of their lives. Naruto smiled and Kushina cheered from behind him. It would be a great solace knowing that her son will not be alone this go around. What about Kurama? Will he have his memories? He is my best friend, so I need to ask. Can he have his yin and yang chakra? I know that may be more than one favor, but it isn't right to split his soul up like that. He was there for me from the start of the war to the end, so I beg your mercy on this, Kami-sama. Naruto bowed his head as a sign of respect. Once again, Kami smiled down on him before she snapped her fingers. A chibi nine-tailed fox was wrapped in Kami's arms, and Naruto saw Kurama snuggle his head into Kami's breasts. Man, he was jealous of that. Kami looked down on the tiny fox form of Kurama. Well, Kurama-kun, it is good to see you again. You Bijou were one of the things Heigromo did right. Kami pressed a finger to Kurama's forehead and injected the memories of the conversation to bring him up to speed. Do you wish to go back with my chosen child and start a new cycle? The mini fox turned and locked eyes with Naruto, slitted, blood red met deep, azure blue before the small fox smirked. Well, the brat is my partner, and we came pretty close last time. I don't see why not, although I really like it here. Once again, Kurama snuggled his head into Kami's bosom and got bonked on the head for his second offense, which earned a snicker from Naruto. Kushina and Minato looked on with bemused smiles, seemingly okay with the bijou that once caused their deaths. While Kami was chiding Kurama for his brazen actions, Naruto turned to his parents for their thoughts. Son, I know you can do it and I just want you to be happy. Remember that it was your friends that gave you strength and enjoy the ride. Minato kept it simple with that pleased, fatherly smile on his face. Sochi, I say go for it. I know you can do it and I would love some grand babies this time around. Kushina's face turned into a scowl here. Actually, make sure you find Tsunade before you show off your Makuten. That damnable council would turn you into a breeder if you don't have the proper allies and protection. Minato responded to that. Son, your mother is right, as always. Naruto made a whip sound here, which earned a nod and a chuckle from his mother, but his dad shrugged it off. If you blow the lid on that too early, then they would force you into the CRA. I am not against you having multiple wives, but I can assure you that you do not want them controlling anything to do with your future. Naruto saw his mother balling her fist but nodded at his father.
I know.
I don't want that, but it will be weird. I will have my mature mind in a child's body. Wait, did Kami say when she is sending me back too? Both parents looked at each other before shaking their heads in the negative. They all adopted concerned looks on their faces and turned to see Kami was waiting for the question with a mischievous look on her face. Naruto recognized that look because he always saw it in the mirror when he was planning an awesome prank. It's a secret, Naruto-kun, she said tantalizingly slow. Naruto facepalmed himself. For a goddess, she sure acted weirdly. Maybe it was a side effect of being an immortal know-it-all? That is not a nice thing to think, Naruto-kun. And here I have been so nice and generous to you. Kami finished with a pout. Naruto blanched. Shit, Kami can read my thoughts. Sorry Kami-sama. Please be nice, my childhood was pretty rough. He cocked his head and gave her his best, pleading grin, which simply earned him another enchanting chuckle. Never mind that he just made the understatement of the century. Okay, Naruto-kun, I will put you back at some point in your childhood. Time magic is tricky, but it will be one of the pivotal events of your childhood. You will have your Makuten bloodline activated, and I will make it so some of your descendants may carry it on. You will always have a whole Kurama with the seal array adjustable. I am sure you know not to open it too early since your body won't be able to handle it. You will retain your memories. I am sorry that is an all or nothing offer, but I want to see how you handle it. Now, I will give you 10 minutes to say goodbye to your parents before I send you back. It was a pleasure getting to talk to you, Naruto-kun. Next time you come this way maybe you could stop by for a chat? Kami ended with a wink before she blinked out of existence. Naruto let out a deep breath he didn't know he was holding. He just me Kami, the Kami, and she is sending him back to some point in his childhood. The thought filled him with a sense of trepidation. His childhood was something he always pushed to the back of his mind. He rallied himself back to his senses so that he could enjoy the rest of the time with his parents. He forced a smile on his face before he turned to look at them, barely noticing when Kurama jumped onto his shoulder. Kushina smothered him in a monstrous embrace and tears fell on his tattered clothes. Naruto just noticed that even his soul representation still wore his battle garments, shredded as they were. Naruto rubbed his hands through his mother's lustrous red hair in a soothing manner. It will be alright, Mama. I will be alright. Just a couple more years and I will be right back here to catch up with you, he whispered in a soft tone. Kushina continued crying, so Minato took over. Look, son, as I said, I am proud of you, and I know I will continue to be proud of you. Just do what you think is right and enjoy this go around. Stay true to yourself and I am sure everything will work itself out. Remember that you will be able to enter our compound and the spare key is in the potted vase to the left of the door. Naruto nodded before laying his head on top of his mother's. I got it, Dad. Mom, I love you, just keep watching over me and I will make you proud. Kushina looked up and placed a loving kiss on his forehead before she locked eyes with Kurama, who was just sitting on his haunches on Naruto's shoulder. Kurama, I wish I took the time to get to know you. Please look after my Sochi and in return I will tell Naruto where to find the scrolls to free you before his death. You already told me, Kachan. They are in Uzu, and I know when I will go there. Don't worry about Kurama, I trust him, and things will be different this time around. Naruto butted in sarcastically. Kurama smirked at that. Look, Kushina, times were different, and the seal never allowed us to interact. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for killing you and torturing your kid for the better part of his life. Your kid has earned my trust and partnership, so you have nothing to worry about this time around. Kushina smiled beautifully at the kitsune before turning to her son. Sochi, I know you didn't have too much time but remember the 3 prohibitions of being a shinobi. Girls are good when the time is right, but you should only do those things with the one you love. Be careful when drinking, especially with your past. It will be tempting, but remember everything is fine in moderation. Third, manage your money well. Never go into debt and work for the things you want. I know you lived a frugal lifestyle, but even if you get rich, don't let money change who you are. Finally, watch out for your godfather/grandfather. I know you studied under him, but he really is a pervert, don't let him taint you. Sochi. Minato buried his head in his hands at the mention of Jiraiya's perversion, but he couldn't help but agree with his wife. Your mother is right again. If he goes too far, just tell him that your mother will be waiting for him. He probably won't remember the beating he got from your mother once he arrived here in the pure world, but it was one for the record books. Naruto laughed at that. Jiraiya was a terrible role model and sensei, but he was a great father figure. The nuggets of wisdom he threw out were life-changing and redeemed him in Naruto's eyes. I got it. Well, I think it is time to go, so I will end with this. I love you both. With one last, genuine and heartwarming hug, the lakeside landscape reverted to a brilliant white before things went black. The last thing Naruto heard was the whisper of his mother telling him that she loved him. That alone would be enough to get Naruto through this time around. Return to a timeline and beginning of the changes. Naruto came to lying in an alley with Kurama calling out to him in his mind. Kid, you gotta wake up, kid. Damn it, Kami. This is just wrong. Kurama growled in his mind, and he began forcing chakra into Naruto's child body. Naruto cracked a bleary eye open to see something he never wanted to see again. Around him was a mob of people, and Naruto felt the clear indications that a good beating had been in progress for quite a while. His tiny body hurt, and the blows kept coming. Luckily, they hadn't broken out the sharp tools yet, but Naruto noticed that one villager was wielding a bat. He processed Kurama's voice and felt the surge of Kurama's chakra and began forming the once familiar hand signs for the Kawarime, or body switch, jutsu. As the bat closed in, Naruto saw one fat villager with a menacing look on his face and smirked internally. As the bat closed in, there was a puff of smoke and a man's scream caused the mob to pause. Good job, kid. I forced your chakra to awaken, but we need to get out of here. Your little chakra coils suck, so I apologize for the burn, but it is time to go. Use this distraction and run. Kurama screamed. A tiny, boyish voice answered Kurama. I got it, Q. I am moving. The villagers were shocked to see a fully grown man appear in the boy's place and take the strike that was meant for the demon. They were so shocked that they missed the boy disappear in a puff of smoke to be replaced by a log. Their shock only took a minute to turn to anger when a roar spread throughout the crowd to find the demon. People were shouting that the demon hurt the villager and that he needed to be killed now. They looked around in confusion before a non-ninja Hyuga branch member activated their Byakugan, the Dujutsu of the Hyuga clan, and looked for the boy. Unfortunately for the mob, there was a festival going on that night and the village was still very lively. The Hyuga's Byakugan wasn't as advanced as the active shinobi, and he was having a hard time locking onto the boy's chakra signature. He growled before he pointed in a direction that led back toward the village, and the mob moved out at the point of his finger. Naruto recovered himself and ran toward one place that he knew he should be safe, the Hokage Tower. He was surprised to feel how small he was and how tiny his legs were, but Kurama's chakra kept his legs fresh, and he moved at speeds that no 4-year-old had the right to move. A blonde blur with a blood-stained white t-shirt tore through the village on a beeline to the Hokage Tower. As Naruto ran, he was having a conversation in his head with Kurama. What do I say when I get there, Q? Naruto thought to his partner. I don't care, kid. We can make the changes we want, and I am not going through this bullshit again. We should think about it though, and you will have to remember that you are supposed to be a child. That old monkey has seen you a couple times at the orphanage, so we should play our cards pretty close to the chest. Kurama answered, clearly frustrated at the situation. What do you think about giving him a trust test? See if he will tell me about you. If he does, then I will work some things in our favor. I can tell him about Mr. Foxy-kun in my head that told me to call him daddy. If he thinks the seal is failing, he will call Jiraiya here, Naruto said sarcastically. Kurama had to suppress a laugh, but a chuckle escaped his throat. Oh, what I wouldn't pay to see the look on his face if you said that. However, he would probably try to seal your memories or something. If worst came to worst, would you be able to break it? Naruto thought back with a deadly serious tone. PSH, who do you take me for? I am still the great Kyubi no Kitsune, and I will not let anything like that happen to you. Even if they tighten the seal, we have the key, but I will place a genjutsu, Kitsune illusion, over the seal to make it look like the original. No matter what, these petty humans will not take their misplaced anger out on you again. Thanks, Q. I don't know if I could remain sane being back here without you. No problem, kid. Just focus on your route and don't let these villagers get their grubby paws on you again. Naruto closed the link and focused on his run through the village. It wasn't as familiar as it once was due to Pain's annihilation of the village when Naruto was 16. Naruto found it crazy to think that just over 3 years had passed since that life-changing event, but the craziness of the war drowned out all of the lesser memories. It took Naruto 10 minutes with Kurama's chakra to get to the Hokage Tower, and he blurred through the empty building and into the Hokage's office. The office was empty since the third Hokage often went out to spend time with the villagers. Naruto jumped into the Hokage's leather chair and Kurama cut the chakra he was supplying. Naruto's tiny body instantly collapsed from the withdrawal of the potent chakra, and Naruto appeared inside his mindscape with Kurama. They spent their time making a game plan for the upcoming conversation until they were inevitably awoken by the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was a man of great intellect and skill, and he ruled over Konoha for over 50 years before he passed the mantle to his successor. He hated that he had to resume the mantle of Hokage when Minato Namikaze passed, but it was his obligation to the village he loved. Admittedly, he had lost a step since his earlier retirement, and that had cost him significant influence over the council, a collection of civilians and ninja clan heads. He struggled to get Konoha back on its feet after the Kyuubi attack 4 years ago, and things were finally starting to renormalize. Hiruzen thought about the festival the previous night and the celebration of Kyuubi's defeat. That led him to thinking about his blonde charge, the heir of his successor and the scapegoat of the village. As he munched on his morning oatmeal, he thought that he would have to visit the orphanage once he had some free time to say hello to the boy and wish him happy birthday. It was such a shame that the boy had to be relegated to the orphanages when he was the sole heir to 2 heroes of his village. With a sigh, Hiruzen finished his breakfast and walked out of the kitchen to resume his duties for the day. Hiruzen continued his reflections as he walked through his now quiet village to return to his office. He knew that he would have all the Jinan teams out cleaning the trash from the festival up as he marveled at the mess his villagers left. He knew they had to grieve and celebrate and enjoy a break from life, but this was a serious amount of trash and debris that littered his once pristine village streets. He looked up from the mess to appreciate the sun peeking up over the Hokage mountain and soaked in the peaceful scene that greeted his old eyes and brought comfort to his old bones. Hiruzen walked into his office, and everything looked normal. His Anbu detail would be reporting in the next 15 minutes or so, and this day would resume the same as the last. Luckily, there were no council meetings today, and he would be able to focus on reducing his overdue paperwork. Kami, the vile sheets tormented his dreams and brought a dull ache to his wrist before he even picked up a pen. He tossed his Hokage hat onto the coat rack that sat next to his desk and sat down to get the day started. He wasn't expecting the squeak that he heard due to his priorly stated actions. Hiruzen shot up out of his seat in a combat-ready pose and looked at the intruder that was resting in his chair. It was a blond boy wearing a white t-shirt that was ripped up and splotched with blood and trash from the streets. It didn't even take him a half second to realize who the boy was, despite the boy still rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He forcefully recomposed himself before he addressed the boy. "Naruto, my boy, why are you in my office at this time in the morning, and what happened to you?" Hiruzen asked in a stern tone. Naruto had expected to be woken up sooner, and he had actually fallen asleep in the mindscape next to Kurama. He heeded his partner's warning that this was showtime and he needed to keep his act together. He used the time it took to rub the sleep out of his eyes to compose his thoughts and try to plan out the conversation. "Oh, hey old man." Naruto took an exaggerated yawn before he met Hiruzen's gaze. "Old man, before we talk, I think you should know there is a man in your bookshelf. He came in last night and he is kinda creepy." Hiruzen was immediately on guard, and he flipped to the bookshelf. He saw a man blur into existence before making a dash for the window of the Hokage office. Hiruzen wasn't the Hokage for nothing, and he cut the man off before neutralizing him with some lightning jutsu that Naruto honestly didn't recognize. The ninja in the blank white mask crumpled to the ground and spasmed as the electricity coursed through him. Hiruzen flared his chakra, and it took less than 30 seconds for a squad of patrolling Anbu, people in animal masks that composed the elite black ops of Konoha, to show up kneeling in front of Hiruzen. "Take this man to Ibiki. Chakra seals are to remain applied at all times. Search him thoroughly for any suicide options and report back to me once Ibiki has broken him. Go." The Hokage practically roared at his squad. "Hi, Hokage-sama." The squad answered instantly with a brief salute before the blurred into action, and before Naruto's young eyes could process it, they were gone. Naruto decided to play the child a bit here, so he jumped up on the chair and thrust a fist into the air. "Wow. That was awesome. He was like whoosh, and you were like buzz, and he was done. One hit. Can you teach me that?" Hiruzen forced out a chuckle. "Ho ho, Naruto, all in good time my boy, all in good time. So, back to why you were sleeping in my chair. Care to explain?" Hiruzen's tone was harder than steel as he gazed down at the now sheepish boy. Naruto took a page out of Hinata's old book and pointed his fingers together repeatedly before looking up with his best imitation of the puppy dog eyes. The mean lady at the orphanage threw me out last night and told me that the orphanage didn't have room for demons. Then, these mean people started beating me up and calling me a demon and the QB reincarnated. They say I killed a bunch of people and that I should just die and that they needed to kill me to honor the fourth's memory by finishing what he started. Naruto paused there for effect and looked down at the ground. Kurama was sensing Hiruzen's emotions and found that the old man held a genuine regret for what his boy was going through. Naruto continued to wait for Hiruzen to take over, knowing that a kid wouldn't want to talk about this kind of thing. Hiruzen buried his head in his hands and shook his head while muttering something under his breath. "Don't worry, my boy. I will have that mean old lady fired and we will find someone new," Hiruzen finally replied. Naruto plastered a look of fear on his face and shook his head negatively at a mad pace. "No, old man. I am not going back there. The kids beat me and steal my food, I am not allowed in the lessons, I sleep in the closet on most nights, and it is terrible there. I want you to tell me why, old man. Tell me why people hate me for no good reason." Naruto changed his look from fear to anger and determination while his tiny eyes glared at the Hokage. Hiruzen rubbed his eyes tiredly. It was too early in the morning for this, and he knew he couldn't tell the boy the reason he was hated. He honestly didn't know what to do, so he tried to play it off. Before Hiruzen could speak, Kurama spoke through the mental link. "I'm sorry, kid. He is going to lie to you now. It seems we cannot trust him, and we will have to do this on our own." Kurama's tone was repentant, and Naruto simply answered with a mental nod. Hiruzen's voice sounded weary, and it was clear to Naruto that he didn't even believe his own story that he was about to spin. "I am sorry, Naruto-kun. I will get you back to the orphanage and make things better there for you. As for the mean crowd of people, they were probably just drunk at the festival, and you got caught up in the middle of it." Naruto dropped his eyes to the floor and tried to suppress the feeling of betrayal that was stinging his heart and permeating his being. He was so naive the last time around that he accepted that this man loved him like his honorary grandson. Well, Naruto had enough, and he was going to make this with sting. No grandfather would let this happen to his grandchild and then lie to said child's face. "I see, Hokage. Well then, I will leave. Have a good day." Naruto spun on his heels and darted for the door. Hiruzen was stunned by the switch in the boy's mentality. It was like he just failed a test of some kind, and he didn't know how he should feel about it. Before he processed it, he blurred forward and stopped the young boy from leaving his office by grabbing him by the collar of his t-shirt. He was about to speak when the look of betrayal on Naruto's eyes sank in and froze him in his place. He was so stunned that the boy slipped out of his shirt and ran away. He managed to make it out of the door, and by the time Hiruzen recovered, the boy was gone. He sighed wearily and his head fell into his hands before he started berating himself. 30 minutes later, the Onbu squad on duty returned to his office and reported in. The masked man had said literally nothing and Ibiki was still working on breaking him. Hiruzen didn't really need to know because he already knew the man belonged to his longtime rival Danzo. Great, just another shit sandwich that he was being forced to eat first thing in the morning. He sorted things out in his mind before he spoke in his commander's tone. "Inu, a little while ago Uzumaki Naruto escaped from my office. He had slept in here to escape a beating by a mob last night after being thrown out of the orphanage. I want you to go to the orphanage and take the caretaker there to Ibiki. He has free reign on her, and I will not be expecting her to return to her duties. Once that is done, find Naruto and bring him back to me." Inu responded with a lazy salute before he stopped to ask a question. "Why did he run out, Lord Hokage? I thought you had a good relationship with the boy." Hiruzen sighed for the 100th time that hour and rubbed his eyes wearily. "I lied to him about the reason for his treatment and he knew it. It seems I have lost his trust, but I cannot leave a boy out on the streets. Find him and bring him to me." Inu responded lazily, "Hi, Lord Hokage. It will be done." Inu left the office with a savage grin under his mask. He knew who the boy was, it was the son of his father figure. If he didn't have so many personal demons and duties, he would have adopted the boy, even though he was just turning 19. He would enjoy carting this damned woman to Ibiki and he might even stay and watch the show. He had seen how she treated Naruto and wasn't surprised at all when it was revealed that she threw him out. Naruto thumbed the wallet that he had swiped out of the Hokage's robes. He was always swift of hand, and he would apologize later. For now, he needed the money to get some things before he attempted to find his parents' compound. He opened the link to Kurama, who was napping. "Hey Q, this body can't control my chakra that well yet. Think you could force a Henger transformation on me so that I may get through the village and buy my groceries in peace?" Kurama yawned before he responded. "Fine kid, but after this I'm going to take a nap. I will do this as thanks for changing the landscape last night, it beats the hell out of that old sewer. By the way, I know that hurt but it was the right thing to do. Yeah, Q. Just like it hurts to see all of these old glares. I had like 3 months of people loving me after 16 years of hate and then Sasuke team ruined my image after the war and people went back to hating me again. I guess I am just tired of it. Ha, 4 years old and I am a war veteran and have killed multiples rank missing ninja. Naruto's tone was hollow and worn out. Don't worry about it, kid. It won't be the same this time around. We need to get to some place safe and then we will get some rest and come up with a game plan. Kurama responded with the slightest bit of compassion in his voice. Naruto felt chakra filling his coils. Alright, hand signs kit. Same old ones and I will control the chakra. Naruto slowly went through the hand signs since his tiny hands and muscle memory was no longer present. After a puff of smoke, a 12-year-old girl was walking through Konoha with long, blonde hair typical of a Yamanaka with red highlights in it. Naruto felt the difference and saw his reflection in the window of a shop he was walking by. Damn it Q. A girl, really? Silence answered Naruto and he knew that his kitsune partner had the link closed so that he could enjoy his nap. Fuck. Naruto managed to make his way through the store and picked up a healthy amount of groceries at normal prices. Holy shit, it was nice to buy good quality food at fair prices. Naruto's preteen form walked through the village with her groceries toward the old clan compounds. He tried his best to follow his dad's instructions and he was at the eastern edge of the clan district almost directly under the Hokage monument, but there appeared to be a vacant lot next to the Inuzuka compound, where his dad said his house would be. Naruto thought about it for a bit before he pulled on a bit of Kurama's chakra and focused it to his eyes. The sensation was unfamiliar to this body, and it stung his eyes, but he was able to see the wavy, translucent lines of a genjutsu in the air. He focused on where he thought the front gate would be and saw a seal hovering around chest height for an adult. Trusting in the knowledge of the past, Naruto bit his thumb and smeared the blood on each digit of his hand. He placed his hand over the seal and pulsed his chakra into the seal. Naruto watched in awe as the gates opened and he quickly entered and closed them. He didn't want anyone seeing an unknown person entering the Namikaze compound. He noticed that the security measures remained in effect, and he was relieved that he didn't accidentally undo the lockdown measures that were in place. After closing the gate, he dropped the henge and walked up to the solitary house on the grounds. It was a modest-looking, Japanese-style, 2-story house that would serve as an amazing family home. Relief flooded through Naruto as he found the key in the left pot, after he took out the potted soil. He noticed that the lawn was untended and unkept, along with the rest of the property. As with all things, time appeared to have won out on the vacant Namikaze compound. Likewise, inside the remnants of a hectic night remained. Plates were still in the sink, a blanket was still left out on the couch, scrolls were left on the kitchen table and dust coated everything. Naruto knew better than to open the fridge without being prepared, his previous life prepared him for that, so he decided to tackle that at a later date. He dropped off the bags of meats, veggies, snacks and most importantly ramen on the table. He walked to the kitchen sink and was pleased to find that he still had water and then he flipped the light switch to find that the lights were still working. He soaked the cloth in the kitchen sink and got to work. He wasn't going to let the home of his parents remain in such a state, so it was back to working the hard way. By the end of the day, Naruto sincerely missed and appreciated his shadow clones. Doing all of this via manual labor was exhausting and Naruto collapsed onto the couch at the end of the day after making himself a couple cups of ramen. He enjoyed a peaceful and well-earned sleep that night before he woke up and got back to work. That night, in an underground base deep under Konoha, a bandaged man with shabby black hair and bandages covering his right eye was doing paperwork at his desk. He looked up to acknowledge his operative that was kneeling in front of him before addressing him in an emotionless tone. Report. Hi, Danzo-sama. Operative 13 was discovered in the Hokage's office and taken into T&I in the Anbu headquarters. It is unknown how he was discovered, but we have been unable to re-infiltrate the Hokage's office. Danzo suppressed a sigh. Casualties were to be expected in this line of work and he would need to tie up loose ends. Very well. I will deal with 13. Is there anything else to report, 17? Operative 17 bowed his head. Hi, Danzo-sama. During my surveillance of the Jinchuriki, I witnessed a mob beating the child as planned. The lady at the orphanage was more than happy to be rid of the Jinchuriki. However, the boy escaped the mob after 10 or so minutes of being beaten and I was unable to relocate him. Danzo couldn't suppress the growl that escaped his throat. How did a 4-year-old escape a trained professional? Explain. 17 bowed deeply. My failure is unforgivable, Danzo-sama. There was a man that was beating the child and a villager approached with a bat. I lost sight of the child, but there was an explosion of chakra smoke and the man with the bat ended up striking another villager. After that, the child escaped. Danzo's curiosity was piqued. Are you telling me the boy used a jutsu? Unknown, Danzo-sama. 17 reported in a bland tone. Where is the boy now? Unknown, Danzo-sama. Evidently the boy was at the Hokage's office this morning and ran away from the Hokage. Anbu Inu was assigned to locate the child but has been unable to. By all reports, the child is still missing. Danzo was now chuckling evilly. This is most interesting. This is our opportunity. Find the Jinchuriki and bring him to me. We cannot let this opportunity escape us. You may use operatives 10 through 20 to accomplish this task. Do not fail me. Hi, Danzo-sama. Your will be done. Meanwhile, Inu was reporting into the Hokage, and Hiruzen was not pleased. Hokage-sama, after using my Ninken, I traced the boy's trail in circles, but I lost it outside of a grocery store. It's like it completely disappeared near the Fresh Greens grocery store and my pack was unable to reacquire it. Inu reported. For the millionth time that day, Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his weary eyes. This had been one of the longest days of his career and it was all because he lied to the boy. He forced down his self-pity and spoke in a commanding tone. Inu, after discovering a root agent in my office, I fear the worst. This is not acceptable, and I need you to find the boy. Take Squad Rohan and find him. Failure is not an option. It makes sense that he was at the grocery store since he swiped my wallet. I do not know how or when, but I am certain that Naruto swiped my wallet. He is probably hunkered down somewhere, and you need to find him. Permission to speak freely, Hokage-sama? Inu asked before he continued after the Hokage's nod. I believe the boy knew you lied to him and him stealing your wallet was to make sure he could get these groceries. This implies forward thinking and thriftiness that is uncommon in children. If he did indeed test you, then it was likely at the suggestion of a third party. I know this, Inu. That is why I am more concerned than ever. Hiruzen replied with a tone saturated with weariness. So, do you think he knows about the Kyuubi then? Inu asked. That is the conclusion I have come to. I don't know many people that have the stones to break my law and he was under surveillance in the orphanage. Tell me, Inu, why was I not informed that he wasn't being fed and that he slept in a closet? Inu stiffened before replying. You were told, Hokage-sama. It was in multiple reports that my team submitted. I do not know of other teams, but the orphanage's treatment of the child was reported. Hiruzen slammed his head on the desk. Inu, I am too old for this job. I am missing too many things and I have lost control of the village due to the civilian council. I will say this because you gave me permission to speak freely. Sack up, Hokage-sama. The council holds no true power over you, you simply don't wish to deal with the headache. This is the result, so unless you wish for more of the same, I recommend that you put your pipe down, pull your sack up and get to work. The Hokage I know, and respect, doesn't fold to anybody. Hiruzen gave a wry chuckle. He was too tired to admonish one of his best Anbu captains. Thank you, Kakashi. Maybe you are right. For tonight, you have your assignment and I expect daily reports in person until he is found. Settling into a new life. Naruto opened his eyes for the 7th day he remained tucked inside his parents' compound. He spent the first 3 days cleaning out the dust and remnants of the past before he got to the good stuff. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts, the fridge retained a rancid smell despite cleaning it out 4 times. He didn't have the money for a new fridge, so he would have to put up with it for the time being. He did manage to clean the rest of the house and he made some worthwhile discoveries. In his parents' room, he found their journals and spent the downtime reading them and getting to know his parents better. The entries before Naruto's birth were so jubilant that it made Naruto actually cry. It should have been a joyous day if it weren't for Obito, that stupid, impressionable dumbass. He worked so hard to break through to him in his previous life and Naruto respected that he redeemed himself during the fight with Kaguya, for all the good that was worth. However, after reading the journal entries Naruto found that he wished that he could just be rid of Obito before his evil schemes even took root. Naruto decided to stay in his parents' room since it made him feel closer to them and he really needed to feel close to something. Kurama was always there for him, but he was often too bored to care unless it was to help Naruto train. After Kurama forcibly awakened his chakra and stretched his coils, Naruto found that his chakra control was at square one again and he couldn't even use shadow clones to help him. Despite healthy reserves, he was still 4 and his reserves were not large enough. Kurama agreed to a daily dose of his chakra to summon clones at the start of the day, but that was still in the test stages and had yet to yield results. Naruto spent most of his non-training time in his father's study, which was an absolute bitch to get unlocked. Since he was not keyed into the seal, Naruto spent the better part of a day dodging traps and bypassing security seals. His father really went overboard when protecting his study, but it was understandable with loathsome people like Danzo hiding in the shadows of the village. Eventually, Naruto made it and was able to take control of the master security seal in his father's office. Once he was able to relax in his father's office, Naruto took a moment to thank Jiraiya, Shikamaru and Temari for helping Naruto learn seals. It was an ongoing project to get him capable to get an upper hand in the war with Iwa, Kumo, and Konoha. He made it through a good portion of Jiraiya's notes with Shika and Temari, and he used that knowledge to protect Suna until the final battle. He closed his eyes and offered a prayer of gratitude to Kami for his old friends. Hopefully, he would be able to befriend them sooner in this life and it wouldn't take such drastic measures to make them his friends. In his father's study was an absolute treasure trove of information. His father's scroll detailing the Rasengan made Naruto chuckle and berate himself for not being able to perform one of his signature jutsu. The other scrolls of interest were his mother's copy of the Uzumaki clan scroll, which was a small compendium of Uzu Jutsu, training exercises and history. At this point, Naruto was more interested in the history of Uzu than the jutsus because he knew that he would need to mature and develop far more before he could start slinging jutsu. He was grateful that he gained access to his parents' house this time around, and he was bitter at all the people in his old life that hid this information from him until it was too late. This whole wealth of knowledge was lost to Pain's attack, and Naruto found it to be nearly unforgivable. Naruto settled his routine on waking up at 7 a.m., starting with stretching and physical training before he practiced the Uzumaki standard, Whirlpool Fist Taijutsu style. He realized that his taijutsu was almost non-existent in his previous life and he operated more like a brawler than anything. He wanted to change that this time around, and he had the equipment and knowledge to do it. He found his mother's training scrolls and equipment, which came with wrist and ankle bands. It is amazing how hard a simple 5 pounds per limb weighs a man, or boy, down. After physical training, taijutsu katas and an hour of chakra control exercises, Naruto would dive into his father's study and start reading. He had a hunger to understand his clan and family that bordered on obsessed. The hole his first life left in his identity was slowly being filled up by wealth of knowledge in his parents' journals and jutsu scrolls. Naruto would stay in the study until lunchtime, eat, do a light workout and then another set of chakra control exercises before he returned to his father's study for the night. Throughout the day, Naruto or Kurama would initiate a conversation and brainstorm what needed to be altered and what should stay the same. As far as Naruto could remember, he only knew of the Hyuga incident at this point. He had no clue when the Hyuga incident actually happened, but he was fairly certain that it happened on Hinata's 5th birthday. That should give him about a year to come up with something to trip up that event. Hinata's birthday was August 8th, which meant that he needed to be at a certain level of proficiency before that happened. He also wanted to have better control to defend himself before he left the village to find Tsunade. After thinking it over, Naruto decided that he should approach Tsunade first because Jiraiya was more loyal to the Hokage than he would be to a kid Naruto. Hell, the old perv didn't even enter Naruto's life until the Chunin exams, and Naruto didn't think that would change this time around unless Tsunade was the one to reach out to him. Naruto felt a hole in his heart when he thought about Tsunade, his buchin, and all of the opportunities he missed out on in his last life. She was actually his granny, and she didn't even know it, which was still more than a little mind-blowing to Naruto. The way he saw it, he would train here in the compound, remain completely off the radar, save Hinata from Kumo and then disappear in the chaos to find Tsunade. That gave him 10 months to get to work to the point that he wouldn't have to rely on Kurama to perform jutsu for him. After a week in the compound, it was time for another grocery run. Now that Naruto was the master of the security seal, he would be able to enter and exit the compound without being so exposed. After his morning training on the 7th day, Naruto once again requested a transformation from Kurama, and much to his chagrin it was the same blonde 12-year-old girl. Naruto hopped the fence to the compound and walked around the Hokage monument. He sat down on his father's head for the first time in this life and enjoyed the view of his village before all of the destruction. It was moments of peace like this that kept the flashbacks at bay, and he chose to cherish the opportunity for a couple minutes. After 20 minutes or so, the blonde girl with red highlights stood up and walked down the Hokage monument into the village. Everything was normal until he walked by the park that he used to be ignored, beaten and ostracized at. The childish shouts and shrieks filled innocence and joy drew Naruto's attention. After a brief glance, he froze at the sight of the child forms of his old friends. Shikamaru was posted up by a tree, lying flat on his back and looking up into the sky. He chuckled at the early onset of laziness in his Nara friend before memories started flooding in. Naruto couldn't stop his mind from thinking back to their last conversation in Suna. It was shortly before the end, and they were on watch duty on the walls of Suna, and Shika was lying down looking up into the desert sky. They had just lost Ino, which hit both of them hard, and they were trying to process the loss. Flashback. Naruto was peering out over the horizon of the endless sand dunes on his watch duty. It didn't matter that him and Shika were key leaders of the resistance. They were shorthanded and everyone needed to pull their weight. Shika was doing his best to suppress his tears now that it was just the two of them. They hid nothing from each other and called each other brother. He was as much family as anybody Naruto knew, but neither of them knew where to start. Naruto, you know that you're my brother and I don't want to do something so troublesome, but you need to talk about this. Shika's lazy drawl was whisked away by the desert wind, but Naruto still heard him. Naruto did his darndest to clear the frog from his throat, but his voice still came out broken. I don't know what to say, Shika. In this crazy world, she was my rock. She kept me sane and focused when everything else fell down around me. Now she's gone. I always knew you troublesome blondes would end up together, I just never thought that you would be the one to initiate it. Ha ha, the commander of the resistance fell in love with his therapist. She loved you, you know? Tears started to fall from Naruto's eyes and streaked down his whisker marks. Kurama watched silently from his mind, secretly mourning the loss of his partner's third mate.
I know.
I don't know how it took me so long to see her light. I had the banshee blinders on for so long that I was completely oblivious to other girls. Shika put a lazy hand around Naruto's ankle and gave it a squeeze. Look brother, we all make mistakes. At least you finally took the hint when she sided with that insane duck butt. A choked laugh escaped from Naruto's throat. Yeah, yay for me. It takes a literal parade dedicated to saying it will never, ever, ever, ever work out. Dated her for a full year and she sees Sasuke for a day, after trying to kill her mind you, and she dropped me like a bad habit. I was a fucking joke. Shika sighed, troublesome, look man, you were a bit dense, but you were also the man that saved the shinobi world, saved all of us and converted nearly a third of all shinobi to your cause. Don't sell yourself short, brother. Flashback end. Naruto whispered under his breath, don't sell yourself short, Naruto. He shook off the invading thoughts and forced himself to continue his walk to the grocery store. He passed by villagers that were pleasant enough and completely oblivious to who he actually was. Kurama informed him that nobody would be able to track him because he actually smelled like a female in this form, which was one of the main reasons Kurama chose this form. He passed shinobi and civilians alike with no issues and was able to stock up on groceries. During his trip through the grocery store, Naruto remembered all the lessons that Kuji gave him on proper nutrition and its importance. He even tossed in easy-to-make recipes and an Akimichi cookbook for Naruto to use. Fresh ingredients were scarce in the desert, but the raids on caravans bound for Kumo and Konoha paid off well enough to give people decent rations. Kami, everything Naruto did reminded him of his past and ripped the fresh scabs off old wounds that had yet to heal. It took a concentrated effort every time to shake off the haunting memories and it was honestly exhausting. He eventually made it back to his compound without being noticed and resumed his single-minded training. Training hard and keeping his mind occupied was one of the ways for Naruto to hold the flashbacks at bay. Training to the point of exhaustion ensured that Naruto slept well without the interruptions of nightmares. The focus on chakra control was his goal, and when he got tired of that he would start practicing his Fuinjutsu or go work out in the training yard. Kurama pushed slivers of his chakra through the seal every day to forcibly expand Naruto's chakra coils and add to Naruto's reserves. Kurama kept his body healthy and ensured his hard work yielded some decent results. He was definitely in better shape than he was at this point in his previous life. Amazing what a safe home and decent food supply did for a growing boy. Meanwhile, Danzo and Hiruzen had started a cold war. Hiruzen thought that Danzo had gotten his greedy hands on Naruto and Danzo believed that Hiruzen was now hiding the Jinchuriki. The Cold War came to a head in yesterday's council meeting when Danzo tried calling Hiruzen out on giving preferential treatment to the Jinchuriki, which enraged the civilian council. Flashback, 7 p.m., Konoha's council room. Hiruzen was about to wrap up a mundane council meeting when Danzo stood up at last call. Hiruzen, it has come to my attention that the Jinchuriki is missing and hasn't been seen in over a week after he was ejected from the orphanage. Danzo started slowly. Hiruzen growled at his old rival, and he had more than half a mind to order a hit on the man that had grown too big for his britches. First, that is Hokage-sama to you, Elder Danzo. Second, Naruto is indeed missing. He ran out of my office after I tried to cover for the foolish actions of a civilian mob that nearly beat the child to death. I found him huddled on my chair the morning after the festival. Hiruzen shot a meaningful look at Danzo when he said that last part, which earned a low growl from the Warhawk. A civilian representative rose to his feet. Lord Hokage, during that said incident, it was reported to me that the demon attacked one of the villagers. I moved to find the demon and summarily execute him. Hiruzen chuckled menacingly. Aoba, you know my law and yet you willingly say that to my face. If a grown man with a bat misses a child and hits another man, then the child is not responsible. I should inform this council that the members of the mob on October 10th have all been rounded up and are enjoying their special vacation with Ibiki. Shouts erupted from the civilian side of the council and Danzo was suppressing a smile from showing on his face. He wanted Hiruzen to continue losing face with the civilian council, which would create an opening for him to exploit in the future. Eventually, Hiruzen flared a massive amount of killing intent and leveled it on the civilian side of the council. They immediately cowed under the intimidating pressure and shut up. I will not say this again. Naruto Uzumaki is not a demon, and he will not be executed. If any foolish villagers or shinobi wish to test this theory, they will be rounded up and sent to Tondi for a nice vacation. If they are found guilty of attempted murder of a child, they will be executed. I have no patience or love in my old heart for child beaters. Do not test me on this. Danzo took this opportunity to throw gas on the fire. Is the child actually missing or is he under your protection, Lord Hokage? Danzo, you grow too ambitious for your own good. Your role is my advisor and since you saw fit to place an unsanctioned operative in my office, I am removing you from said role. Furthermore, you are to remain on house arrest for the duration of the investigation I recently opened concerning you and a certain organization that I ordered disbanded. Until further notice, you will remain in your home. Anbu, please escort ex-advisor Shimura to his home. As the Anbu squad appeared, Homura Maitokoto stood up and hesitantly addressed her old teammate. Hiruzen, you can't. Hiruzen stood to his feet and flexed his ki again. No, Counselor Maitokoto. You are an advisor and carry no more power than I am willing to give you. You three have stepped too far over the line and your greed blinds you. That fool was spying on his Hokage. He is lucky I don't order his execution right now. Now you will all leave me. End of flashback. The tension that meeting created was almost entirely one-sided. The Shinobi Council appreciated the Hokage regaining his backbone and they relished in the opportunity to watch the Elders and Civilian Council get put in their place. However, the exact opposite was true for the other parties concerned. Lines had been drawn and tension was high behind the scenes in Konoha. The civilians blamed the demon brat for their newfound problems, which included a full audit of the council by Hiruzen for corruption. Hiruzen returned to his office the day to find a note from Naruto, which Inu said a little girl brought to him when he was asking around the playground for Naruto. Hiruzen couldn't believe the maneuvering this child was capable of, but he ripped the note out of Inu's hands and read it immediately. To the Hokage. Accept that there is a lot you don't know and won't understand about me. It is in large part due to my father's seal and the presence of the QB. 3 things I feel like sharing with you. 1. You shouldn't have lied to me. Sure, I am a child, but I trusted you, pretty much the only person I trusted, and you broke that. If you wish to regain my trust, then find where Tsunade is. I will not tell you why. 2. I am still in Konoha, and you won't find me. I ask that you call off your dogs. 3. I will become a shinobi of Konoha, but I will do it my way. Trust me to do this and in time you will regain my trust. Please do not share this with the council. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Hiruzen fell back into his chair with disbelief filling his eyes. What in the hell just happened? How does a 4-year-old do something like this? Did Minato put something in the seal? He was always capable of achieving the impossible and he possibly foresaw the villagers' treatment of his child. So many questions with so few answers were spinning through Hiruzen's head. Inu, did anybody else read this letter? Where is the child that gave this letter to you? Hiruzen asked with deadly seriousness that caused Kakashi to stiffen his usually lazy posture. No, Lord Hokage. The child disappeared shortly after handing me the letter. I thought that it was a letter for her Hokage until I read it, which immediately prompted me to give it to you. Inu responded professionally. Hiruzen burned the letter without a second thought, he already had it memorized anyway. Hiruzen put his hand under his desk and poured chakra into a seal there, which prompted a blue shimmer to spread across the walls of the Hokage's office. Tell me your thoughts, Kakashi, Hiruzen said in a stern tone. These actions are too thought out and rational for a child. However, he knows his parents, which means that something happened. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Sensei's doing and I am honestly glad he knows. I am just sad you lost his trust before we could ask him ourselves. Kakashi responded. Hiruzen contemplated one of his most trusted shinobi's words. Why do you think he asked for Tsunade? Inu's head tilted down in a sign of concentration. I honestly don't know, If it is in regard to his family, then maybe it was because she is family. They are related, but she is just a distant aunt. Hiruzen trailed off. Maybe there is more to it, but if we get him this information, then maybe we can figure out why he wants it. He clearly knows that I was the one tracking him. Kakashi filled in Hiruzen's thoughts. Hiruzen reached for his pipe, put some new tobacco in, lit and inhaled the scented tobacco. He held it for a good minute before he released and spoke. For now, we will play along. These actions are not the actions of a child, and it is either the Kyuubi or something in Minato's seal. When and if you find him, approach cautiously and try to bring him to me. August 8th, fake friends don't make good allies. Naruto woke up in his bed and stretched his arms. The weight bracelets shifted minutely as he yawned before he jumped out of the bed and crossed the 8th off of his calendar. He hopped in the shower and got ready for the day. The child moved with a strange grace as he progressed through his morning routine that should have been foreign to a child. After eating his breakfast, he scanned over the inventory he had laid out before him. On the coffee table, Naruto had a camera with a mobile recording device, a letter, a rope, 3 seal tags laying out face up, and an all-black uniform. Naruto made sure that the batteries were full in the camera before he set that down and inspected the rope. The rope had generic chakra suppressant seals on it that he was mighty proud of. The first tag he picked up, he looked over thoroughly. It was a barrier seal that was going to protect Hinata, and it could be triggered with remote activation. The second tag was a landmine paralysis seal that Naruto created, and he planned on placing it in front of the barrier. The third tag was an alarm seal, once again remote activated, that he would set off when he saw the Kumo ninja enter Hinata's room. Finally, Naruto inspected the uniform and the seal tags that were woven into it. Mito and Kushina's notes on privacy seals pointed to a seal that could obstruct the Byakugan's sight. It was the seal that coated the private rooms of the Hyuga compound, except it was modified to be applied to clothing. Naruto snickered at the thought that Hiashi and the Hyuga elders would flip their lids if they ever discovered these seals could be applied to uniforms. A hinged shadow clone just popped to let Naruto know that the Kumo representative, Kumo's head shinobi, a special title equivalent to the Jonin commander, was seen entering the Hokage tower. According to his memory, Naruto remembered that a treaty would be signed today, and the representative would be invited to stay at the Hyuga compound. He would take advantage of the treaty and hospitality to put Konoha in a sticky situation that would result in the death of Neiji's father. The thoughts about Neji caused a series of flashbacks for Naruto. The battle against the Kyuubi, Obito and Madara was intense and incredibly difficult. The Allied forces lost nearly a third of their troops in that part of the battle alone. Neji was the first of Naruto's friends to die, and he died while taking a killing blow for Naruto. The image of Neiji's smiling face as the caged bird seal disappeared from his forehead was seared into Naruto's memory. Once again, Naruto found it difficult to force the memories out of his mind as he focused on the mission at hand. He thought back to all of his training over the past 10 months and how it would help him for the trial to come. He found the chakra control exercises fall easier than in his previous life, a factor that Kurama attributed to the Makuten calming his chakra. The bloodline awakened and Naruto felt that it had a great effect on calming Kurama, and himself by proxy. He was able to get the tree climbing exercise down in just over a week and the water walking exercise a month later. Naruto could actually feel the drain on his comparatively tiny chakra reserves and the strain on his rapidly growing coils. Both basic chakra control exercises allowed him to perform shadow clones with a hit from Kurama's chakra, which helped him achieve his training goals for the allotted time period. Naruto used the clone with henge combination to do everything out of the compound for him. He noticed that the search for him had dwindled, but there was a consistent Anbu presence around the clan children's playground. He used a younger version of his female transformation to bond with some of his old friends to keep tabs on them. Hikari, as his friends came to know that transformation, spent time getting to know the clan children and it was easy for her to make friends. The interactions with Ino became easier over time, but the vibrant 5-year-old blonde was just as lively and bossy as Naruto remembered her. Naruto used another transformed clone to assume an older identity, Rias Maki, the daughter of a weapons merchant that specialized in the sealing arts. Rias was a 16-year-old with long red hair that was a duller shade than traditional Uzumaki. Naruto used this identity to sell sealing scrolls and explosive tags to the Higurashi weapons shop. Naruto kept his tags simple to prevent too much interest, but he made a decent living selling 20 explosive and 50 sealing tags to the weapons shop per week. Naruto used his business to practice his Fuinjutsu and calligraphy while simultaneously turning a profit. He got free sealing supplies from the Higurashi family in return for lower rates on the tags. Naruto used the surplus for his other Fuinjutsu exercises and Rias Maki was building a name for herself due to the increased efficiency of her tags. Roku, Tenten's father, agreed to keep her identity a secret from everyone except the Hokage, who had already signed off on her explosives permit. Who knew you needed a license to create and sell destructive seals? Naruto considered himself proficient in the Uzumaki, whirlpool fist taijutsu style, and he was ready to test it out against a real opponent. Sparring against shadow clones, who used the same style, didn't exactly paint a proper picture of his proficiency. This didn't stop him from opening every day with taijutsu katas, which he recently added the basics of his father's hummingbird fist into. He was nowhere near fast enough to use the style, but he wanted to get the basic katas down in order to prepare himself. He had managed to be proficient at the level 1 chakra control exercises for wind, water and earth. Water control seemed natural to him after repeatedly doing the Uzumaki control exercises. Earth was an element he never really dabbled in, aside from using the earth style, hiding like a mole technique. His wind element came back easily to him, and it was the first exercise that he got down. He still couldn't muster enough chakra at one time for the second level techniques, but he knew that was only a matter of time. He didn't know how to manifest Makuten since he had no scrolls, but through experimentation he could grow small plants, flowers and trees. He started by separating his right side into earth chakra nature and his left side into water. He used meditation to steadily fuse the two in his central core, the heart for those that didn't know, and he would continually experiment with his clones in the training ground. He couldn't help but think that Ino would love his new ability, and in time he would share his ability with Ino and her flower shop. If she saw his garden, he would be sure to catch her attention early on and take her attention off Sasuke team. After Naruto broke himself out of his reflections, he forced himself out into the gardens to calm his mind. Gardening became one of his escapes that helped him focus, and over the year he grew a sizable plot around the edges of the house and before the start of the training area. Sitting in the middle of his garden and meditating became a daily event, normally around 6 p.m. when the sun's heat began to relent. However, today it was still mid-morning, and the soft heat of the summer sun was just starting to kick in, which tickled his neck and distracted him from centering himself. All of the contingencies, every possible action or inaction, the effects of the possible outcomes, they all had Naruto's head spinning. Relax, kid. We have gone over this 1,000 times, and you have already done dry runs into the Hyuga compound. We have our bases covered and everything is in place. It is as Kami said, the timeline is the same and you haven't done anything to drastically alter it, at least not yet. Kurama's deep voice filled Naruto's mind and stopped the tailspin. Yeah, Q, well I can't help but be nervous. It isn't even really about the Kumo ninja, it is more about the possibility of discovery and how this will change the future. Naruto responded in a zen voice, still attempting to find his center. TSH, whatever kid. No matter what changes or what happens next, we will get through it. It took almost the whole world to stop us last time. Kurama flashed a foxy grin through the mental link, which brought a small smile to Naruto's face. Yeah, I guess it did. Do you think I should have made you guys fight? I know you wanted to, but would it have changed anything? I mean, if I used the bijou instead of making you promise not to intervene, then it would have proven them right, even if we won. Kit, you have spun yourself in circles on this point. For what it's worth, I wanted to fight and so did the other bijou, but you were and are correct. If you used us back then to force any resolution, then you would have proven the Uchiha bastard right. That is neither here nor there because that choice alone showed me that I made the correct decision in trusting you. Your friends knew it too, which is why they always stood behind you through the worst of times. Yeah, it doesn't make it any easier to stomach. When my Hikari transformation goes to the park and sees all of my old friends there, the memories just come back so strong. Q. It hurts so good to see them alive again, but I must deceive them and put on an act just to be near them again. Kurama knew the negative effects being around his previously lost loved ones was having on his partner. The more he used the disguised clones, the more his personality truly fractured, but the kid didn't need to worry about that right now. Now, the kid needed to focus, so Kurama directed his partner. He threw on his old tone and forced out the words. Look, brat, you are in a tough position, but the Uzumaki Naruto I know doesn't roll over because things are hard. He lowers his head and pushes through. When in doubt, just remember that. We have 11 or 12 years to make the key changes, and we will make them when the time is right. That being said, it all starts today, so swallow your doubt, grab your nuts and just get it done. 12 hours later, 10 p.m., Hyuga compound. Hiyashi had played his role of the distinguished Hyuga dignitary well and he had just escorted the Kumo ambassador to his room. His clan had acted honorably, and this would all be over tomorrow. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong and knew he wouldn't be able to get to sleep. He retired to his study for a glass of sake and a bit of paperwork to occupy his mind. Around 11 p.m., He finally felt the pull of the sake and retired to his chamber after checking on his daughters one last time. Kami, did he miss Hitomi at times like this? Dodai, the Kumo ambassador, was feigning sleep in his admittedly nice guest room in the Hyuga compound. Another hour or so and things should begin to settle in the compound. He would get up and get dressed in 30 minutes, get the distraction set up and then complete his objective. He knew that failure was not an option, especially when he was this deep behind enemy lines. He would just have to soldier through until he reached the border of Fire Country, then he would be rewarded for his efforts. It didn't matter that a new Raikage was installed, he still had his orders from the third Raikage and he planned to carry them out. For the glory of Kumaga Corps. Naruto and multiple shadow clones were in position all around the Hyuga compound at 10 p.m. The compound was just as easy to infiltrate as he remembered, except this time he was equipped in an actual stealth uniform rather than a glowing, orange jumpsuit. He admittedly missed his old jumpsuit, but that was more for nostalgia's sake than anything else. He was again shook off his distracting thoughts and watched Hiyashi check on the girls for the last time. He created and rapidly dispelled a shadow clone to transfer the information to the other clone's position throughout the Hyuga compound. Less than 30 seconds later, the clone responsible for monitoring the ambassador did the same and let Naruto know that the coast was all clear. Well, this is it Q, wish me luck. Naruto thought. Kurama was resting in the mindscape with his eyes closed, which allowed him to see through his human partner's eyes. You don't need luck kid, just get it done. Naruto accepted the motivational speech from the great Kitsune and left the shelter of the cherry tree that was in the Hyuga's courtyard. He made his way slowly around the pond toward the main house, which was fashioned in the style of an old Japanese mansion with sliding rice paper doors and other decorative features. He made it to the door of the compound, climbed up the wall and positioned himself in the shadows in the corner of the roof overhang. 2 minutes later, he watched 2 Hyuga guards walk under him as they continued their usual patrol route. Once the guards were a safe distance away, Naruto dropped silently to the floor and slid the rice paper door open just enough to allow himself entry into the corridor that went to the bedrooms. He moved silently and stealthily for the 128 feet to Hinata's bedroom and waited at her door. He stilled his breathing and focused his senses, which allowed him to feel the sleeping form of Hinata. After taking a steadying breath, Naruto slid the door open and entered her room as quickly as he could. He had seen Hinata a couple of times at the playground through the Hikari transformation and he had gotten used to the flashbacks that would commonly occur when he interacted with the shy heiress. It was admittedly funny to Naruto that the little Hyuga girl didn't faint whenever she talked to Hikari since that was all she did for the first 16 years of Naruto's previous life. That or attempt to create new shades of red every time Naruto talked to her. Distractions aside, Naruto unsealed the items that he had prepared for the night and set to work. In the corner of the room, just over the door, Naruto set up the security camera. He tried his best to make it seem like it was a standard security measure and he applied it with a chakra glue before he angled the device toward Hinata's bed. He then went toward Hinata's bed and placed the barrier seal, which would hold off the intruder in the event that the paralysis seal didn't work. It would stand up to an A-rank jutsu, which Naruto was sure the Kumo ninja wouldn't use in the middle of the Hyuga compound while trying to remain undetected. After angling the tag, he activated the barrier to isolate Hinata's whole bed from the rest of the room. He then took the paralysis tag and went back to the door. He traced what he imagined would be the Kumo nin's path and he knew that he would need to let him get close enough to Hinata to show his intent. He would likely attempt to gag her and tie up her hands first, so Naruto positioned the paralysis tag towards the head of the bed and 2 feet in front of the barrier. That should work. The last tag he set up was an alarm seal, which would make a shitload of noise and bring the Hyugas raining down. The tag was really simple, and he decided not to put it too close to Hinata, since it would likely deafen the poor girl. He positioned it over a side table that was pressed against the wall and primed the tag for activation. After that, he placed the letter in a visible place underneath the alarm seal and made sure the "read this Hiyashi before you do anything stupid" was placed facing out. With everything in place, Naruto checked his father's old watch and saw that it was 11:28 p.m. and he knew that he needed to get out. He cracked the door and calmed his senses to sense around the mansion. His scouting was disrupted by the memories of one of his scout clones, so he closed his eyes and rapidly reviewed the memories. The Kumo ambassador was on the move and Naruto needed to make himself scarce. Without further hesitation, Naruto opened and closed Hinata's door and began the 128-foot trek back to the door to the courtyard. It took him less than a minute to get outside, but his senses went off, so he was forced to hide in the shadows under the porch. Dodai's eyes snapped open, and he began to prepare. He checked his watch and saw that it was 11:20 p.m. and the Hyuga patrol had just passed his guest room. He sprung out of bed and unsealed the uniform that he had prepared for this operation. It was a full, black bodysuit complete with a black ski mask with eye holes. It looked so cheesy, but the classics were classics for a reason. After dressing, he checked on the remote activation explosive tags, duffel bag, gag and rope that he would need to complete his mission. He tucked the items into a pocket on his right leg and exited his room at 11:25 p.m. Dodai crept through the Hyuga compound and out into the courtyard. He slapped 5 explosive tags as he went and primed them for remote activation. He smirked under his mask at the thought of blowing some of these smug Hyuga bastards up. With the high-yield tags in place, Dodai crept through the shadows and onto the porch that would allow him into the bedroom area of the main house. He thought he saw movement in the shadows, but after checking and rechecking multiple times, he didn't see it again and thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He slid the rice paper door open and began his roughly 100-foot walk to the little girl's bedroom. Naruto waited for Dodai to enter the house before he darted to the places he saw the Kumo ninja stop. He saw the explosive tag at the last place he stopped and immediately set to work on defusing it. He repeated the process 4 more times and hoped that he had all of the tags. He was super grateful for the Uzumaki training of disrupting foreign tags, which actually only took 4 hand signs and a pulse of chakra to deactivate the tags. He retreated to his spot in the cherry tree and scribbled out a quick note that he attached to the explosive tags. He then held up a rat hand seal and pulsed his chakra, which activated the alarm seal in Hinata's bedroom. With the chaos underway, Naruto threw a kunai with the explosive tags and note attached to them and it lodged over the door that Dodai entered through. He then made his way out over the wall of the Hyuga compound and left a clone in his place in the cherry tree. Hiyashi was in a panic. He didn't recognize the alarm that was going off, but he knew it was coming from his compound. After tying his sleeping gown and activating his Byakugan, he immediately left his room to investigate the cause of the noise. He followed the blaring alarm until he could tell it was coming from his daughter's room, which filled his heart with dread. Outside of the room, 2 Hyuga branch members were standing at the door and looking into the room. Hiyashi pushed them aside and entered Hinata's room, and the alarm seal almost immediately deactivated. Everyone was so distracted that the tiny puff of smoke in the corner of the room didn't register. Hiyashi froze upon entering his daughter's room because his Byakugan saw a barrier erected in front of his daughter's bed with his daughter looking terrified on her bed with her knees clutched to her chest. The barrier was translucent, but the all-seeing eyes saw it clear as day. With a slight bit of hesitation, Hiyashi approached the barrier seal, but he didn't know enough about the barrier to rip the tag off. He diverted his attention to the man on the floor in front of Hinata's bed that was a ninja dressed in all black with hand restraints and a gag near him. Hiyashi could see the duffel bag that the Kumo ninja had in his pocket and was filled with rage, but the calming hands of his brother Hisashi stopped him from acting rashly. "Easy, brother. You must think this through. It appears we had a secret helper and Hinata is in no immediate danger. I found this letter underneath the alarm tag," Hisashi said in a calming and even voice. Hiyashi took the letter and near face vaulted at the title. "Read this, Hiyashi, before you do anything stupid." He slowly opened the letter and began to read. To Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. I discovered the plans of the third Raikage to kidnap an unmarked Hyuga. When I heard about the treaty, I knew they might try something like this. Do not hurt the ambassador and be sure to double check him for suicide options. He will be paralyzed for 3 hours. Oh, feel free to keep the camera and footage, I'll leave it to you to put it to good use. To remove the barrier I placed, simply remove the tag. I apologize for all the noise, but I wanted to ensure your daughter's safety. Give Hinata a hug for me. Best regards. Your friendly neighborhood watch. Hiyashi remained frozen and stupefied, which prompted Hisashi to take the letter out of Hiyashi's hands. The chain reaction of stupefaction continued with each Hyuga council member that read the letter until Hinata's whimpering finally broke Hiyashi from his daze. He immediately ripped the barrier tag off the wall and picked Hinata up into his arms. He turned and addressed the Hyuga present. Hisashi, please notify the Hokage and Anbu of the current situation. Take that letter to him for forensic evidence. Hodo, grab that camera and accompany Hisashi. At that moment, a Hyuga guardsman pushed his way through the crowd and bowed to Hiyashi before handing him a kunai and a bundle of explosive tags with another letter that looked hastily scrawled. Hiyashi. I disarmed these for you since I think your compound is rather beautiful. They are Kumo's traditional explosive tags, and it shouldn't be hard to prove. Enjoy. Hiyashi closed his eyes to regain his composure and whispered a thank you to his silent guardian. All right, Hisashi, include these in the evidence against Kumo and give them to the Hokage. Otaro, take 2 others with you and escort this man to the Anbu headquarters and book a vacation with Ibiki. I will speak with the Hokage once the compound is secured. As those assigned tasks scrambled into action, Obaro, the father of Otaro, scowled a bit. He had worked with Danzo to form this plan to remove the heiress while placing the blame on Kumo, and he didn't even get a chance to read the note. Curse the meddling fool that disrupted his plans. He decided to dig for information. Hiashi, this is rather elaborate. Who do the Hyuga owe our gratitude to for saving the heiress from the Kumo scum? Otaro used his most impassive voice to hide his displeasure. Hiashi sighed. For now, I will leave it as the neighborhood watch. Until I speak with the Hokage, those that read the letter are to say nothing. This will become a delicate political matter and I expect the Hyuga to comport themselves with honor. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi was awoken by an Onbu with a lion mask, who was the acting commander of Onbu. After Hiruzen rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, Lion began. Hokage-sama, there was an attempted kidnapping at the Hyuga compound. The attempt was foiled by a yet unidentified ally. Our ally was very thorough in helping us prove that Kumo attempted the kidnapping, and the evidence is held safely in your office. There were 2 letters left by our unidentified ally that simply referred to himself as the neighborhood watch. Hiruzen stared dumbfounded at Lion's explanation. You are telling me that an unknown person infiltrated the Hyuga compound and stopped a kidnapping that was in progress? Not just stopped, Hokage-sama. Completely turned the tables on Kumo, complete with video evidence. The ally used a barrier seal to protect the heiress, a paralysis seal to render the target immobile and an alarm seal to alert the Hyuga. It was very thorough work. Lion reported with a sense of respect. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes. Kami, he did that a lot lately. Very well, I will be at my office in 15 minutes. Where is the Kumo ambassador? He is in Onbu holding. We have not begun interrogation yet, but we did remove a cyanide capsule from one of his teeth. Ibiki informed me that there was also a poisoned syringe in his vest pouch. He deduced that the man had orders to kill himself in the event of failure or capture. Hiruzen nodded along. This was a good break, but the political game would be a difficult one. Thank you, Lion. Please gather the council and tell them that we will have a council meeting at 8 a.m. Mandatory attendance. Hiruzen arrived in his office 15 minutes later and reviewed the evidence that the Hyuga clan had brought for his review. The letters seemed familiar to him, but he just couldn't place it. He set the letters down and reviewed the explosive tags, which were clearly different than the ones sold in his village. He inserted the recording into a VCR and set it to play on a TV he had in his office. He watched as the video began with a black-clad figure turning the device on before exiting the room. All he could see of the figure was a black glove and the top of a black head covering. Hiruzen fast-forwarded the tape until he saw movement again and slow it back down to normal pace. He watched as another black-clad figure entered the room slowly and carefully. The man looked around briefly before he took out restraints and something small that Hiruzen knew was a gag from the reports. As the figure approached the bed, a brief light blue chakra flare could be seen on the floor before the intruder's body locked up and he fell to the floor. 15 seconds later, the alarm seal went off and it was less than 20 seconds after that the first Hyuga arrived. Hiruzen replayed the tape looking for any more clues but was unable to find anything. At 8 a.m., Hiruzen walked into the council chambers alongside Hiashi to begin the meeting. Hiashi had reported into his office at 7 a.m. and Hiruzen had been discussing Ibiki's discovery with him. Unfortunately, Ibiki's discovery would make the political game that much harder to win. Thank you for coming. I have called you here today to address the disturbance that happened last night. Around midnight, the Kumo ambassador was caught attempting to kidnap the Hyuga heiress. This attempt was foiled by a yet unknown third party that went out of their way to make sure that we had as much evidence as possible to back up our allegations. Through a mind walk and interrogation, Ibiki and Inoiki Yamanaka made some further discoveries. I give the floor to the Yamanaka clan head to share those discoveries with the council. Inoiki stood as the council chambers broke out in subdued discussions, but the noise came to a halt as Inoiki cleared his throat. It was clear that the Yamanaka hadn't gotten much sleep before his duties ripped him from his bed last night. Inoiki looked around the council chamber and locked eyes with each individual member. Ibiki was not able to get much out of the ambassador. He remained fairly tight-lipped until I showed up and entered the interrogation. After bypassing 5 layers of mental security, I was able to dig through the ambassador's memories, which could be considered an act of war, but the situation called for it. Inoiki paused here and sorted his thoughts. The ambassador is Dodai of Kumo and he is a retired former head ninja of Kumaga Corps. I, the 4th Raikage, gave him the mission to be the ambassador to Konoha and to sign the treaty with no alternative missions. Inoiki was forced to stop his explanation as the council chamber erupted in shouts. Hiashi had a sincerely pissed-off look on his face, but he managed to remain quiet. The elders exchanged meaningful looks and anyone that knew Danzo could tell that something had upset him greatly. The shinobi clan heads were holding disbelieving conversations in between themselves while the civilians shouted incomprehensibly. Eventually, Hiruzen got sick of the racket and flared his ki to restore order to the council. In a firm tone, Hiruzen spoke to the council, "Please continue, Inoiki." Inoiki bowed in gratitude to the Hokage and continued his explanation. Dodai was operating on defunct orders of the Third Raikage. They called it Operation Blind Eye, which was a similar operation to Operation Whirlpool Princess that the Fourth foiled nearly 10 years ago. The Third Raikage gave Dodai standing orders to secure bloodlines for Kumo, and so it appears Dodai took it on himself to add this side mission. That is everything relevant to the attempted kidnapping. Inoiki sat back down and let the council mull over the information. Muttering broke out until the click of a cane silenced the council. Danzo knew that he had to regain some semblance of control and get something out of this. He worked with Dodai in order to get a just cause for war. Kumo was gaining strength too rapidly under Ai, and his agents informed him that they would actually become a threat to Konoha in less than 10 years, especially with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki still missing. Danzo shelved his thoughts and addressed the council. "We cannot let this incident stand. Kumo was clearly testing our strength after the Kyuubi attack. This was an act of war, and we should respond in kind. It is now more important than ever to locate the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and train it into Konoha's ultimate weapon. Otherwise, Kumo's 2 Jinchuriki would cause untold casualties to our forces." Danzo's firm and gruff voice sent a shiver of fearful anticipation through the council. Hiruzen ignored the mutterings and shut this shit down before it got the chance to get off the floor. "That is enough of that, Danzo. War is not an option we are willing to consider. Furthermore, even if we found Naruto-kun, the boy is only 5 and would be unable to fight a Jonin, even with the Kyuubi's power. I believe we use this incident to rework the treaty into our favor and ensure that we get a longer lasting peace out of it." Hiruzen. "That is Lord Hokage to you, Counselor Shimura. Be grateful that I allowed you into this council meeting once more. Your opinion has been heard and it is completely idiotic. We are 5 years out from losing nearly 40% of our forces. The village has recovered, but we are nowhere near fighting strength. Now sit down, shut up and listen." The god of shinobi roared, which left the room in a state of stunned silence. Danzo sat down, not even attempting to hide the scowl on his face. The council meeting continued with unproductive discussion before clapping came out of the corner of the council chamber. Every head in the room turned to the clapping and Anbu landed in a protective position in front of the Hokage. Everyone watched as a nondescript teenage boy walked out of the shadows, still clapping as he walked into the center of the council. The boy looked to be 14 with neatly kept and parted brown hair, glasses and a lean build. After stopping in the middle of the council chamber and being surrounded by Anbu, the boy looked unconcerned and looked at the Hokage. "Look, old man, I am just a clone sent with a message. If these dingbats want to kill me, then go ahead and you will not get my message," the boy said in a completely nonchalant tone. Hiruzen waved his hand and the Anbu stood down and sheathed their weapons, but still surrounded the intruder. Hiruzen fixed the boy with a stern glare before he spoke. "Who are you and why have you intruded on our council meeting?" The boy pushed his glasses up onto the bridge of his nose and looked over at Hyashi. "I hope everything is well at the compound, Lord Hyuga." Hyashi simply nodded at the strange boy. "Very good. Well, for this council, you may refer to me as Mastermind. Let's say that I work for the neighborhood watch for the time being. I invited myself in because I do not trust this council to not completely fuck everything up. Simple as that." The boy ended with a nonchalant shrug. This statement of course upset the council and earned many shrill screeches from the civilian side, while the shinobi were each watching the boy carefully. They found him more intriguing than threatening and they wanted to know what he had to say. After the Hokage calmed down the civilian side, he fixed a reproachful gaze on the boy. "I am being generous enough to let you speak, but I would ask that you show the proper respect. These are the representative leaders of this village, and they deserve respect." Hiruzen's tone was chiding, like he was talking to a child. Mastermind shrugged again. "Respect is earned and not given. This village council has done very little to earn my respect, especially when it comes to the bandaged geriatric there." The boy paused here to shoot a taunting smirk at Danzo, who could be seen trying to hold in the steam that was threatening to escape from his ears and nostrils. "All right, enough fun. Look, we didn't go through all the planning and trouble of thwarting this attempted kidnapping to let you guys go to war over it. As Inoiki-san says, the Fourth Raikage isn't even aware that his ambassador was doing this. Inform I, have him come here and apologize to the Hyuga and rework the treaty so that the eye for an eye clause is taken out of it. That clause was poorly written and only serves to escalate tensions. Wouldn't it be fun if you could maybe get a student swap out of it? Say, maybe for 6th-year students to have an exchange program that would promote foreign relations instead of undermining them. Anyway, that's not my decision, but it is food for thought." The adults in the council room remained stunned and the silence was deafening. The boy's completely nonchalant attitude was off-putting and had the council on its heels. Hiruzen took command of the situation once again. If we have done little to earn your respect, why go so far to help us? Hiruzen asked. Home is still home, was the simple reply. Shikaku Nara was watching the boy keenly, and he swore that each time the boy locked eyes with him he saw his lips quirk up into a smile. Well, it was time to test his genius mind and put it to work. How did you know that the ambassador planned to betray us? The boy cocked his head and smiled openly at Shikaku. It was as if he knew the Jonin commander and head strategist of Konoha. That's a secret. Maybe I will share more if you tell me why you are so lazy that you let these boneheads put forth stupid idea after stupid idea when you know it will completely backfire. Shikaku sighed, troublesome. I am lazy because these people are too troublesome, and I am only one vote. Do you enjoy repeatedly banging your head against a wall? That is what it would be like if I attempted to stop them from being troublesome. Sume Inuzuka was seated next to Inoiki, and she was snickering at her friend's comment because she knew it was so true and it was too funny to hear him say it out loud. The civilians really didn't take the insults well, and they continued to disrupt the meeting for 5 or so minutes before order was restored. The boy was laughing until the civilian council attempted to break their previous decibel record, which prompted the clone boy to clear one of his ears out with his pinky. Well, Mr. Shikaku, since you answered my question, let's say that the neighborhood watch has some abilities. We know things that are happening around the elemental nations that don't really need to happen. So, we are just going to get in the way a little bit. The boy was holding his thumb and index finger just a little bit apart. While Shikaku processed the boy's words, Hiruzen was trying to put some pieces together in his mind. The boy seemed familiar, yet completely unfamiliar, at the same time. It was like a combination of two people that he used to know. He decided to re-enter the conversation here. And what gives you the right to meddle in the affairs of the elemental nations? Hiruzen asked in a cold tone. Once again, Mastermind shrugged, and his emerald eyes gleamed with mischief as he met Hiruzen's gaze. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Or would you have preferred that I let Dodai get away with the Hyuga heiress? When people look to start fires, the neighborhood watch is going to put them out before they can do too much damage. Mastermind's eyes moved and locked onto Danzo as he said the last part, which deepened the bandaged man's scowl. Fugaku Uchiha finally stood up here, having had enough of the cheeky brat. His Sharingan was active as he shouted at the boy. You have no such right. The Uchiha police force maintains order in this village. The daimyos maintain order in their nations. You are a nobody, and you have no right. The boy's posture grew firm, and his mischievous gaze turned cold as he turned to Fugaku. Turn your monkey marbles off before I find a way to turn them off for you. You claim to uphold order, but our research showed me that you pretty much suck at that. Officers taking bribes to look the other way, crime has risen 12% year on year since the Kyubi attack. The Uchiha are moved from a central position in the village to the outskirts. I would tell your elders to calm down and think rationally before they act. By the way, I am not here to address the Uchiha for now, so sit down and let the Hokage ask his questions. I am almost fed up with this and I will just pop myself. Fugaku was seething until the boy mentioned the Uchiha elders. How could he possibly know about that? There have only been a couple meetings and they have all been in the privacy of the Naka shrine. Those words chilled Fugaku to the core and took all of the fight out of him. Fugaku remained stunned as his butt returned to his chair. Hiruzen didn't miss the change of attitude or the comments about the Uchiha elders. He would look into that later. Okay, Mr. Mastermind, do tell us why you chose to reveal yourself then. It seems like you would prefer to stay hidden, but you have revealed much to us already. The light instantly returned to the emerald eyes. Oh, have I? I don't think I have given you that much. I decided to come out and say that I will help this village and I am watching each of you. Think about that next time you work some shady back alley deal. The will of fire cannot live on when the surrounding corruption deprives the fire of its oxygen. Well, Jana. With a merry chirp and a wave, the clone dispelled itself. The council was in a state of panic and uproar. A boy just walked in like he owned the place and threatened the whole Konoha council. It was really the elders, Fugaku and the civilians that were outraged while the rest of the members were trying to understand the enigma. This would lead to a wild goose chase that would last for several years and produce no results. Time to go. The day after the foiled kidnapping, Naruto woke up in the safety of his compound at 9:30 am. It was strange for him to sleep in that late, but he attributed it to his late-night adventures and a young body that needed sleep. He simply went through the steps of his morning routine, even if he were almost 3 hours behind schedule. The boy remained in high spirits after accomplishing his first self-assigned mission of his new life. With that complete, he would need to find Tsunade, and the Hokage had yet to reach out to him. Maybe it was about time to drop in on the old man. Then he thought that he should probably let the old man breathe for a minute after the Hyuga incident. Kurama had awoken before his container to a strange feeling. As he cracked his eyes open on the wooded landscape, Kurama saw that there was a newly built log cabin that rested by the lakeside where he preferred to sunbathe. He could hear excited conversations from the distant cabin thanks to his enhanced senses, so he decided to go investigate. He shrank his form to be less giant fox of death and be stealthier. As he approached the cabin, he could hear 3 distinct voices, a boy and 2 girls, which confused him greatly. Deciding that this was his seal, and he had every right to enter, the proud Kitsune said to hell with stealth and he jumped through the open kitchen window. 3 heads turned to him and when he saw the faces, he knew he was in trouble. "Oh, shit," was Kurama's only response to the 3 smiling faces sitting around a kitchen table, enjoying breakfast like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Hello, Foxy-kun," the teenage girl with long, dull red hair said. "Kurama-chan," the little blonde girl squeaked. "So, you finally noticed us," said the teenage boy. "Oh, fuck me," Kurama answered in a whisper. 1 week later, Hokage's office. Hiruzen was working furiously at his desk trying to handle all of the compounding paperwork that never seemed to end. He refilled his pipe for the 3rd time that morning in an attempt to keep his mind steadied on the task. Little puffs rose over the stacks of paperwork like a miniature chimney as the 3rd Hokage attempted to prepare for the arrival of the 4th Raikage. Everything had moved so fast since the Hyuga incident, as it was titled in the records. The Hyuga were rightfully pissed off and didn't trust anything Kumo did while Danzo was quietly brooding over the incident. Luckily, nobody on the council had the thirst for war that his old rival did, which was a minor blessing for Hiruzen. Hiruzen left the treaty in Shikaku's hands so that he could rework it and make it more beneficial for both parties. The clause that the Mastermind kid pointed out really was untenable, especially in light of recent events. He was reviewing some of the proposed changes when a long-lost face took a seat on his window ledge. Hiruzen spun around and locked eyes with the grinning blonde boy that was waving at him. It brought great relief to his heart to see a smile on the boy's face. He made a come-on-in gesture with his hand and the boy shook his head in the negative. "Sorry, you haven't earned my trust. If I come in, those Onbu fellas might capture me." The reply accompanied the head shake and caused a frown to appear on Hiruzen's face. "I would do no such thing, my boy." Hiruzen half lied in what he hoped was a sincere tone. The young blonde shook his head again. "Still lying to me? Well, that's too bad. What makes you think I am lying to you, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen asked, genuinely curious. "The QB enhanced my latent sensor abilities, and I can tell when someone is lying. You are a good liar, old man, but not good enough. So, are you gonna have them restrain me?" Naruto asked with a cocked eyebrow and a challenging tone. Hiruzen was caught off guard by the information and took a while to answer the question. Finally, he sighed and shook his head. "No, Naruto-kun, I won't. Onbu, leave us." 4 blurs left the Hokage's office and took up positions outside the main door. Naruto hopped down from the window ledge, closed the window, weaved through some hand signs and then placed his palm on the window. A translucent glow spread around the room until it covered the whole room before the glow disappeared. "Well, Lord Hokage, you had 2 listening seals that my barrier just negated. I recommend that you get stricter with Danzo, because he will never quit until he is wearing your hat," Naruto said nonchalantly. Once again, Hiruzen was floored by the display and the knowledge that he was still being spied on. He watched as the boy took paper and ink out of a pouch attached to his belt and he began writing a seal. After 2 minutes, Naruto handed the seal to the Hokage. "Use this, I am sure your Fuinjutsu is good enough to replicate it. It will give you true privacy and uncover any listening devices in the room." Hiruzen picked the seal up and inspected it thoroughly. It was a great privacy seal with many additional features that he had never seen before. It was an improvement to the seal inscribed underneath his desk that Minato had made. This just brought more questions to the front of his mind. "I am grateful for this, Naruto, but this just brings up more questions," Hiruzen said cautiously. "I know, old man. Before I share mine, tell me if you found Tsunade, please." Naruto replied. "Why do you want to know where my errant student is? Why wouldn't I want to know where one of my last 2 family members is?" Naruto shot back. How did you know she is family?" Hiruzen couldn't hide the surprise in his tone. "Old man, I already told you that you need to answer first." Naruto fixed a firm gaze on the Hokage and Hiruzen was surprised by the look in his eyes. Those eyes didn't belong in a 5-year-old. Those eyes belonged to those who had seen too much, which filled Hiruzen's heart with sadness. After a minute stare off, Hiruzen finally sighed and relented. "Tsunade is up near Tanzaku-gai. She should be there in 2 weeks for the annual poker tournament. Now will you answer my question? Well, old man, I will tell you this. My father was a genius, and so is the Kyuubi for that matter. Naruto held up a hand to stop Hiruzen's freak out. During that lovely beating on my 4th birthday, a part of the seal activated, and I met my father, or rather a sealed bit of his chakra. When I told him about my life, he decided to intervene and he passed on his knowledge of Fuinjutsu to me, awakened my chakra and told me where I would be safe in the village. Hiruzen's eyes lost their fire. His successor knew how badly he had failed his legacy and how his dying wish was completely stomped on.
I am sorry, Naruto-kun.
I failed you and it wasn't fair of me to ask you to shoulder such a burden. Now, what is this about the Kyuubi? Naruto smiled as Kurama congratulated him over the mental link for his acting job, but the real hard part was yet to come. The Kyuubi is not some raging, mindless beast. He has a name, and I will not share it with you until you earn such an honor. The fox told me about the night of my birth and the series of events that led to him attacking the village. Due to this, he earned my trust and has become a valued partner to me. Coincidentally, what he showed me will explain the death of your wife along with the rest of the protective detail as well. Hiruzen was completely stunned, and his jaw had hit the floor. How? Naruto walked forward while maintaining eye contact with the old man. I need you to trust me and I will show you. Hiruzen nodded and watched Naruto weave through a long chain of hand seals as he walked around the desk. When the boy was in front of his chair, he heard him whisper Kitsune Arts, Memory Link. Hiruzen's world went black before a scene played out. He was watching through the eyes of a woman that was laying on a medical bed with her legs spread open and her feet rested on footholds. Hiruzen saw his wife Buwako instructing the woman for one more push before a cry echoed around the birthing chamber. Hiruzen watched as Buwako handed the small blonde boy into his arms after he was cleaned off and he felt the joy of the woman holding the baby. That all changed when people started dying left and right. A man in an orange mask that called himself Madara had just killed his wife and was holding baby Naruto hostage. Hiruzen felt the panic and saw Minato's piercing blue eyes. He watched as the man threw a baby with explosive tags into the air and he saw Minato save him. Then the world disappeared in a vortex, and he watched helplessly as Kushina was strung up on a ritual cross. 10 minutes later, after great pain and torment, the Kyuubi was ripped out of Kushina and took form in the real world. He watched as the masked man subjugated the Kyuubi and put it under his control, before the memory went dark and he returned to his office. Hiruzen gasped and tried to suppress the residual panic that was still coursing through his body. Calm, deep, azure blue eyes locked with his own and brought him back to his senses. There is more that the fox has shared with me, but that is all you need to see. Suffice to say that I trust him completely and so did my father's chakra imprint after talking to him. He is my partner, and he has done more for me than anyone in this village. That being said, I do not wish to talk about the Kyuubi any further. The seal is fine and all I want to do is find my grandmother. If Hiruzen could be any more stunned than he would be at major risk of a heart attack. GG grandmother? Yes, Minato Namikaze was the lost son of Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya. The fox believes that Jiraiya is also a Senju, but that is yet to be proven. That is why I will be going to Tanzaku-gai to find Tsunade and inform her of this. I will spend the rest of my childhood with her, outside of this village, and I will return for the last semester of the academy. Do this for me and you will have regained my trust. My boy, what happened to you? You do not talk or think like a child anymore, if I may be so frank. Somehow, that question escaped Hiruzen's stupefied mind before he could reel it in. A sad look flitted across Naruto's face. Old man, I am not sure how to respond to that. I guess you could say life forced me to grow up too quickly and whatever my father did finished the rest of that particular job. Hiruzen's face mirrored the saddened expression on Naruto's. Why do you wish to leave the village? Why not have Tsunade come here? Since you know your father, you should know that he and your mother had many enemies. Oh, save me that old spiel. That so-called reason that you lied to me and hid my identity away before throwing me in an orphanage while denying me my safety, happiness and inheritance. While we are on that topic, please make sure that the money the village council borrowed from my parents' accounts is replaced by the time I return. If it is not, I will inform Lord Kinji that my parents' property was stolen from me. Hiruzen held up his hands. Naruto, we never took money. Yes you did. According to the banking records, which I accessed with the help of my parents' journals, a total of $7 million and change was taken out of my parents' accounts by the village council. I have copies of said records and I will be handing them directly to Lord Kinji should the money not be returned in the next 8 years. I will look into it, my boy, please do not involve the fire daimyo in this matter. Hiruzen pleaded. Oh ho? Scared of a little accountability? Look, Old man, you have gotten rusty, and your so-called elders know it. They have taken you in this village to the cleaners, and you just accept it because they are your old friends. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes. Fine, I will look into it. A copy of the financial records would be helpful. Naruto put the papers on the Hokage's desk. Thank you, now I don't know about letting you leave the village. Naruto held up his hand again and a look of rage spread across his childish face. Enough. I am going to find my grandma and I will not make her come back to face her demons until I have helped her heal from them. I am not an adult, I am not a citizen, and I quite frankly don't belong to you. Sure, I am your Jinchuriki, but don't think for a second that I will let you control my life like some tool or weapon. I am going to Tsunade, and I simply gave you the courtesy of informing you. Trust me, old man, this village needs time to heal, and I need a chance to grow in a place where I don't feel like I need to hide. If you want a fun challenge, henjin to me for a day and walk around the village. Make sure to wear that orange jumpsuit too. I bet you can't make it through a whole day in my shoes. Hiruzen noticed the tears brimming in the boy's eyes and he saw the struggle to hold them at bay. Finally, he sighed and relented. Fine, my boy, but I will be sending an Anbu with you to escort you to Tanzakugai. Naruto nodded, I will give you that much. You may have Inu, and only Inu, escort me. Hiruzen cast a penetrating gaze upon Naruto. Why Inu? Why wouldn't I want my father's only remaining student to be the one to escort me? Was the snappy response. Hiruzen began rubbing his temples. Did Minato really have to cause him this much trouble? Fine, but understand that his identity needs to remain a secret. He is my best Anbu operative, and I cannot have him compromised. Mum is the word, old man. Have him at the front gates in 2 days at 7 a.m. and tell him not to be late, Naruto said over his shoulder as he started walking away. Naruto, wait. Where are you going? Hiruzen asked. You're telling me the professor hasn't figured it out yet? Naruto answered with a sly grin on his face. Why you got into your parents' compound? Hiruzen stuttered out. Yup, and that reminds me, did my parents leave anything with you to give to me? Hiruzen rose, removed the portrait of the fourth Hokage and placed his hand on a seal that was underneath the picture. 2 scrolls popped out and he handed them to Naruto. These were their last wills. They are standard letters that shinobi and kunoichi write to pass on to their next of kin. I recovered Benihime your mother's sword after the attack and sealed it into the bottom of her letter. Since you have already gotten into the compound, you have the rest of your inheritance. Thanks, old man, Naruto whispered as he reverently took the 2 scrolls. In return for this, would you like to know my dad's secret to conquering paperwork? Hiruzen froze mid-step as he was returning to his chair, turned around in a mechanical way and fell to his knees. He grasped the tiny boy by both shoulders and began pleading. Naruto let the act go on for 3 full minutes before he broke out laughing. Finally, after getting his payback on the old goat, he whispered 2 words into his ear, shadow clones. Naruto undid the privacy barrier and left the Hokage in a stunned mess on the floor. As he was jumping out of the window, he heard the old monkey beating his head repeatedly on the floor while berating himself. He made his way back to his home and began sealing away everything that he would need for his extended vacation away from this village. He sealed away a good portion of his father's study, both clan scrolls, clothes, sealing supplies, weapons and a bit of food for the road. The next day, he created his transformed clones and watched them head out to inform people that they would be leaving. Hikari went to the playground to inform her friends, Rias went to Higarashi's weapon shop to let him know and Naruto went to Ichiraku Ramen to eat a couple bowls. He didn't have the same relationship with Ayame and Tucci in this life, but that was probably for the best. He always used a transformation when eating there and he still enjoyed their smiling faces and kind attitudes. With everything wrapped up, Naruto enjoyed the last night of sleep in his parents' home for quite a few years, a gambling granny. Naruto was waiting at the front gates for his perpetually tardy escort. He had arrived at 6:55 am and knew that he would have to wait for a while. He stopped at the booth and talked to the eternal gate guards Izumo and Kotetsu. He casually shot the shit with them, which they found awkward seeing as the boy was only 5. So, kid, where have you been the last year? Everyone was searching for you and now you show up to tell us you are leaving? Kotetsu asked. Oh, I have been hiding out here in the village. The henge is a useful jutsu to hide from prying eyes and avoid unnecessary hatred. Naruto responded flippantly. You have been in the village the whole time and managed to avoid being found for a whole year? Izumo asked incredulously. Yup, I found a nice hidey hole and stuck it out while I trained myself up a bit. So, Kakashi was supposed to be here at 7 a.m. What time do you think he will actually show up? Izumo laughed at that. Kid, you would be lucky if he was here before noon. Naruto frowned at that because he knew Izumo was right. Do you two know where he usually hangs out or where he lives? Kotetsu looked contemplative before answering. Well, he is at the Memorial Stone a lot, but he must live in the Anbu barracks, so you wouldn't be able to get in there. Naruto crossed his fingers and created 2 shadow clones that darted off to locate the errant and tardy Kakashi. This drew incredulous looks from the 2 gate guards. Oi, brat, were those shadow clones? Kotetsu asked with his face marred with a mix of shock and awe. Yup, was the simple reply. Holy shit, kid, where and how did you learn that? Izumo asked. Naruto tapped a finger on his chin and hummed. I don't feel like telling you. The 2 gate guards' face vaulted but let it go. They continued to talk with Naruto for another 10 minutes before they saw Kakashi looking exasperated as he was being dragged by the hand to the gate. When he looked up and saw another Naruto, his lone eye widened in shock. The pair finally made it to the trio at the gate. Boss, this guy is a pain in the ass. You deal with him. The clone said before popping out of existence. Seeing Kakashi again in person caused a flood of memories to hit Naruto and he couldn't hide the brief flicker of pain that shot across his face as his eyes went hazy for a few seconds. Flashback, River Country, 1 year after Kaguya. Naruto, Kakashi, Rock Lee and Kankuro were looking for a lost team in River Country. The country stood in between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, and it was previously controlled by a different daimyo. The daimyo of River had requested assistance from the resistance based out of Tsunade because Konoha was beginning to get more aggressive. The previous team sent here was a scouting team that was meant to see what was going on in the capital of River Country. The combat-oriented team was nearing the capital when they were ambushed by a force of Konoha shinobi that was led by Sasuke. A pitched battle ensued where Naruto's team was outnumbered 3-1. Naruto and Rock Lee were able to mow down 7 shinobi before Naruto got locked in an all-out fight with Sasuke. Naruto didn't remember much of what happened during the fight, only that he had wounded Sasuke when a cry of desperation rang out from somewhere behind him. After kicking Sasuke in the chest and sending him flying nearly 100 meters, Naruto went to investigate. Naruto moved at top speeds and came across a scene that filled him with despair. While Naruto and Rock Lee dealt with the Konoha team, Kakashi and Kankuro took on 2 teams of Iwa ninjas by Kurotsuchi. Kankuro's puppets were destroyed, and he was badly burned while Kakashi was fighting against the leader of the Iwa forces. Naruto rapidly disabled the other Iwa shinobi, not holding back at all when he used Odama Rasengan to tear through their defenses and their bodies. That was when Naruto lost his sensei. After disabling or killing most of the Iwa shinobi, Naruto heard a familiar chirping that caused his head to spin rapidly. Before he could react, Sasuke's hand was protruding from the front of Kakashi's chest. The bastard had struck Kakashi from behind when Kurotsuchi had his full attention. He watched his sensei spit out a mouthful of blood before his whole world went red. After rampaging and killing most of the Iwa/Konoha forces, Naruto came back to his senses with a mighty effort from Kurama. He was forced to secure the dead form of his sensei and create extra clones to extract Rock Lee and Kankuro to Tsuna. The whole thing was a trap, and the price was too high for Naruto to bear. End of flashback. Naruto shook off the memories before he shot a look at Kakashi and felt like playing the guilt trip card. You know, for an older brother figure you leave a lot to be desired. Kakashi's eye widened further, and it took him a minute to recompose himself. How? Let's get going and we can talk and walk. You have everything you need for a week or 2? Naruto waved off the question. Yeah, but do you? I don't see a pack or anything. Kakashi responded. Naruto returned the question with a deadpan stare. You do remember who my parents are, don't you? He opened his jacket and showed that it was lined with seals and scroll pouches. Izumo and Kotetsu looked at each other in confusion before simultaneously asking, You have parents? Naruto shot the pair a cold look, which was eerie coming from a small child. No, I was made in a test tube and a stork dropped me off at the orphanage. Kakashi chuckled, he was actually starting to like this kid. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and spun him around to begin the walk. He created a shadow clone that signed the 2 out of the village and the clone gave a wave and a jaw nod before popping. The 2 gate guards were grateful for an eventful start to their shift at the gates and they would have quite a bit of gossip to share with the others. Kakashi looked down at the kid he was walking along the road with, still in a state of stunned disbelief that this was his sensei's son. The silence was broken by Naruto as he spoke. Look, Kakashi, I know that this must seem weird to you. I don't know what the Hokage told you, so I will tell you what I can. Kakashi, I smiled down at the child. I would appreciate that, Naruto. Basically, during a beating on my 4th birthday, a seal activated, and my father helped me escape the mob. He guided me to his house, where I have stayed for the last year. His chakra lasted for roughly 2 hours, where we used the time to talk and catch up. He was beyond enraged with the village and the Hokage, and he did some jutsu that gave his knowledge to me. I used this year to make that knowledge my own. Kakashi listened, truly amazed, as the boy broke it down for him. Of course, he didn't know that this was the practice lion explanation he carefully crafted to avoid too much suspicion. Naruto continued to explain how he read and learned from his parents' journals, and that is how he knew who Kakashi was. He explained about the night of his birth and his relationship with Kyuubi. Naruto grew to trust Kakashi implicitly in his last life, despite the man's failings, and he wanted to have a better relationship in this one. After Naruto finished his explanation, Kakashi kept walking in quiet contemplation. Finally, Kakashi spoke in a whisper, "Naruto, I am sorry I wasn't there for you. You are my little brother in all but blood, and I simply followed orders and used that as an excuse not to confront my pain. That left you alone, and I couldn't even protect you from the villagers. Don't worry about it, big brother. I forgive you, but I expect you to do better in the future." Kakashi tilted his head and looked at the small child for a further explanation. "What I mean to say is that I want you to reach your potential. I want a strong sensei when I come back to the village, and I want you to be that sensei. You are one of the few people I trust in that village, and if you are going to be my role model, then I expect you to live up to such a title." Kakashi mulled over that for a bit. "Naruto, I don't mean to brag, but I am already one of the strongest shinobi in the village." Naruto interrupted him, "And you can be so much more. Your tardiness, your fixation on the memorial stone, your lax attitude and other, more questionable hobbies, those are things I could live without. How do you know so much about me?" Naruto laughed at that. "You were my dad's favorite student, to the point he planned on adopting you after my birth. He wrote about you a lot. I know that you likely go to the memorial stone for your teammates, Rin and Obito, was it?" Naruto glanced up at Kakashi to see the pain in his eyes, not to mention he could feel the despair that filled his older brother figure's entire being. "Yeah." Kakashi replied sullenly. Naruto softened his tone before trying to help his brother/sensei heal. "Let me ask you this then, big brother. What would Rin and Obito say if they saw you wasting your life away in front of the memorial stone? Wouldn't they want to see you happy? Wouldn't they want you to keep protecting the village they died for?" Kakashi's voice was broken, and it sounded like he was dangerously close to crying. It's not that simple. I know it's not, but I don't believe you need to be in front of some stone to talk to them. When you are out training and you remember your old spars or some other funny memories, why don't you close your eyes and offer up a prayer? When you're walking around the village, why don't you just talk to them in your head? I don't know them very well, but from what I do know, I know they would want you to be happy and live your life. Isn't that why Obito gave you a Sharingan? So that he could see the world through you?" Kakashi was so caught up in his grief that he didn't realize he was talking to a child. Everything the kid said was true, and it hit home in a very real way. You're right, kiddo. Look, we have a couple days to catch up and talk. I am not saying everything needs to be fixed right away, but I will listen and help where I can. After all, what are little brothers for?" Naruto shot his foxy grin at Kakashi to lighten the mood. The masked ninja eye smiled at him and kept walking. The pair walked for 3 days at a leisurely pace to Tsunade. During that time, Naruto listened to Kakashi tell him about Rin and Obito and his dad. He laughed a lot at the stories he never got to hear in his previous life, and Kakashi seemed to get more expressive as the journey dragged on. Little by little and bit by bit, Naruto was reaching the copy ninja and helping him heal. In the mornings, the two would do a light workout and some spars, which absolutely blew Kakashi's mind. It was crazy enough that the boy could make shadow clones, but for him to be proficient at the whirlpool fist was mind-boggling. He watched Naruto go through the chakra control exercises with proficiency and couldn't help but marvel. A thought repeatedly shot through Kakashi's mind: this shouldn't be possible. That thought would haunt Kakashi for quite a while, but it also drove him to get stronger. He would never accept having a student that was stronger than him. The two eventually arrived in Tsunade 3 days before the poker tournament was supposed to begin. It wasn't hard for Kakashi to figure out which casino would be hosting the tournament. The first doorman he asked answered that question. Naruto and Kakashi walked to the Dragon's Den casino to scope out the joint. Naruto kept a keen eye out for Tsunade and Shizune. A thought flickered through his mind, and he wondered if Shizune had acquired Tuntun yet. Guess he would have to find out. The first day of searching produced no results, but Naruto didn't give up. He directed Kakashi to the hotel he remembered Tsunade staying at in his previous life and surprised Kakashi by paying for their room. Naruto, having money readily available, forced Naruto to tell Kakashi that he had been using a transformation to sell tags to Higarashi's weapons shop. Kakashi snapped his fingers in a moment of realization because he remembered that multiple Onbu had switched to storage scrolls and explosive tags from that particular store. Naruto simply nodded and let the topic die there, not wanting to expose too much too soon. The two spent the night at the hotel with nothing worth reporting other than Kakashi summons Pakken every night and lets him sleep at the foot of his bed. Konoha, 1 p.m. the next day. The fourth Raikage, was in a foul mood for his whole trip to Konoha. He had sent one of the ninjas his father trusted most to Konoha to simply sign a 3-year peace treaty. A week later a messenger arrives and informs him that the man caused an international incident by attempting to kidnap the Hyuga heiress. I wasn't ignorant, he knew of his father's previous orders, he just never assumed somebody would be stupid enough to attempt it without his authorization. Now, he was forced into a compromising position in enemy territory. He was welcomed at the gates along with his escort of 2 advisors and a squad of Bolt by the Hokage and Konoha elders. I took in the aged form of Hiruzen Sarutobi and couldn't suppress a twinge of respect that entered his mind. The man was old and far past his prime, but he was strong enough for I to feel his latent power and recognize the old monkey as a threat. He locked eyes with Hiruzen as he approached and confirmed the feeling he was getting. His detail came to a halt in front of the Hokage and they exchanged pleasantries before he opted to get business over with rather than taking a rest. 15 minutes later, I was in the Hokage's office with Daru, Homura and Koharu and the atmosphere was tense. Hiruzen cut straight to the point and shared copies of all the evidence with I and the Raikage was growling as he watched the video of his former shinobi. Finally, it was time for negotiations and a chance to end this foolishness. Lord Raikage, what do you have to say after reviewing the compiled evidence? Hiruzen asked in a neutral voice. I scoffed, that my former shinobi is a complete and total idiot. There is obviously nothing that I could say in his defense, so why don't we cut to the point, and you tell me what you want? Hiruzen let a light smile play upon his face. Well, that is simple. First, I wish for you to issue an apology to the Hyuga clan, the main offended party. While I recognize that the fault does not lie completely at your feet, it is a necessity for us to move forward. Next, I wish to renegotiate some of the terms of the treaty, and I have a proposition for you. We know that you didn't sanction the action and we still wish to move forward toward peace. If I couldn't tell that the village had completely recovered from the Kyuubi attack, he would have taken this as weakness. However, something told him that wasn't the case, and he was going to trust his gut. I crossed his massive arms in front of his chest and grunted. Very well, Hokage, I will swallow my pride and apologize to the Hyuga. As far as treaty changes, what did you have in mind? The Hokage reached into his desk and withdrew the modified treaty. He handed it to the Raikage for his review before he summarized some of the changes. I am pleased to hear that the Hyuga will get some closure. As for the changes, there was a particular clause in the treaty that said each village would hand over a shinobi responsible for the death of the other shinobi. This clause was removed since it would lead to more tension than it would resolve. You may review the modifications we suggest and let us know your feelings on it. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Death is part of the shinobi life. What else? I knew that wouldn't be the main change. We will change the treaty to a 10-year non-aggression pact instead of 3. 3 years is an insignificant amount of time, and a long treaty would allow for us to do more together. Hiruzen responded in a manner that let I know this was the main change he wanted. Very well, I agree to this, but I will have to run it by my council. Anything else? This next part isn't so much a treaty condition as a suggestion that I found worthwhile. What would you say to an exchanged program where we exchange 2 shinobi per semester for the Ninja Academy? Hiruzen was cautious in his approach. I was startled by the suggestion. It was an intriguing proposal, but it carried far too many risks. For what reason? I replied in a hard tone. To promote companionship and camaraderie. I plan on making this offer to Suna as well, and I think that it would do everyone good to see foreign shinobi learning peacefully in a foreign village. Peace cannot be forged if we do not understand each other. I adopted a placid look on his face. No. Homura stood and respectfully addressed I. Might we inquire as to the reason you declined so quickly? Daru made a motion and I nodded to him. Counselor, while it is bothersome to say, in order for something like this to happen, there has to be trust. There is very little trust or positive history in between our 2 villages at this time. What my advisor said, we have no history. This treaty is a starting point, maybe we could reconsider the offer in 5 years after there is a modicum of trust built up. Village security and secrets also are a major concern. I backed up his advisor. Hiruzen nodded, very well, you make a sound point. I agree to review this in 5 years with you. I too wish to use the treaty as a starting point. We are the 2 strongest villages at this time, and we could lead the shinobi world into a better era if we manage to make this work. You are an idealist, Hiruzen. I don't dislike that, but I would caution you against it. Hiruzen chuckled. Yes, I am an idealist at heart, Don't let that fool you though, I have been in all 3 shinobi wars and this idealist of an old monkey is still kicking. That will be all for now, if you have nothing else. I raised a hand before speaking. I do wish to know who thwarted the attempt. It seems odd to me how everything seemed to fall so perfectly in place for you. Very well. The truth is we do not know. A note was left at the scene of the attempted crime, and it was signed by the Neighborhood Watch. I believe there is a new player that is going to be making moves on the elemental nations. I cocked an eyebrow. The Neighborhood Watch? Is that some kind of joke? Hiruzen chuckled again and took a puff of his pipe. No, Lord Raikage, it is not. A henged clone crashed one of our council meetings and confirmed it. They seem to have quite an information network and some rather unique abilities. The intruder claimed that the organization would continue to thwart attempts that would plunge the shinobi world into chaos. I laughed disbelievingly. You are telling me, to my face, that you had no part in this? Koharu scowled before speaking up. Yes, it is most vexing. We know nothing about the organization despite committing our best investigators. We have only been searching since the incident, but we have nothing. I looked amused. Very well, I look forward for my chance to interact with this little vigilante group. I believe that covers the necessary topics. Now where will we be staying? Hiruzen rose from his seat as he spoke. We have prepared multiple rooms at the Golden Leaf for you and your escorts. I will have an Anbu escort you there now. Back in Tanzakugai. Naruto had woken up in the hotel that morning, but there was something odd. His clothes smelled of tobacco and booze and he had a bundle of nearly $5,000 in his pocket. He felt tired, but he attributed it to sleeping in an unfamiliar place. He looked over at Kakashi that had just gotten out of the shower and was preparing coffee. Naruto cursed his luck at still being unable to see Kakashi's face. Hey, big brother, why do you cover your face? Naruto decided to take the childish approach. Kakashi looked up from the brewing coffee pot and I smiled at Naruto. Well, that is a long story, little brother. Let's just say that something bad happened a long time ago and I have worn this mask ever since. Could you take your mask off? I want to see my brother's face. It's weird talking to you when it's just us and you are wearing a mask. I mean, I understand it when you are on active duty, but why when it is just us? Kakashi seemed to think for a minute on that before he replied. Well, Naruto, have you shared everything about yourself with me? Sometimes, people just need to hold on to something that is completely their own, and for me, that is my face. Ah, fine. Did you notice anything strange last night? I smell like smoke and booze, and I woke up with $5,000 in my pocket, Naruto said, truly perplexed. Kakashi's visible eyebrow raised. Truthfully, he had passed out on a comfy bed after such a long trip. I don't know, Naruto. I am a really light sleeper, and nothing woke me up last night. Naruto shook his head. He tried asking Kurama, but the kitsune was still asleep. That's really odd. You say you want me to share things with you? Well, lately, at night, I have been feeling off. I wake up and I don't feel fully rested and something just feels off. Kakashi's eyebrow rose once more. That is odd, I will keep an eye out, buddy. All I can say is that I haven't seen anything thus far. The two left the restaurant and resumed their search throughout Tanzakugai. Naruto tried using the cute kid approach and asked anybody who would listen if they had seen his grandma while showing the picture of Tsunade. The hotel receptionist was the first person to say that she hadn't seen Tsunade. She did confirm that Tsunade frequently stays at that hotel, but there were no reservations under her name. Then Naruto thought of something and asked if there was a reservation under Kaido, Shizune's last name. The receptionist checked and confirmed that there was a reservation, but they hadn't checked in yet. Filled with the knowledge that Tsunade would be there soon, Naruto left a shadow clone in the lobby while he went looking around the city with Kakashi. The whole time, Kakashi was observing him and noticed that the child was impossibly mature and that the childish outbursts didn't really seem natural. Naruto noticed Kakashi's gaze and felt his emotions, but damn it all, it is really hard for a 19-year-old to act like a child. The search persisted until lunchtime when Naruto noticed a dive bar diner on the side of the road. He flashed back to the time he entered this bar restaurant and figured he might as well give it another shot. He tugged on Kakashi's sleeve and told him he was hungry while pointing to the diner. Kakashi tried to convince him that they could go to a real restaurant, but he eventually relented in the face of Naruto's persistence. The duo entered the lowbrow establishment and sat down at a table. Sadly, Naruto didn't see Tsunade or Shizune anywhere and he sat down with a resigned expression on his face. What's wrong, bud? Kakashi asked after he ruffled his hair. A childish pout was fixed on Naruto's face when he answered, I was really hoping she would be in here. I had a feeling, you know? Kakashi shrugged as the two looked at the limited menu. Naruto ordered a glass of milk, figuring it would be odd for a kid to sip tea, and some chicken tenders and fries. He chose the place, so he would force himself to eat the bar food. Right as the food came to the table, Naruto noticed a busty blonde and a disheveled brunette enter the diner. Kakashi noticed the massive smile on Naruto's face and turned around to see the pair of kunoichi. He couldn't believe this kid's luck and intuition, added to the list of things he couldn't understand about his little brother. Okay, Kakashi, I need you to let me handle this. Mom wrote about her a lot and I need to be careful, so just sit here, please. I will be back in 10 to 15 minutes, Naruto said in a deadly serious tone. I don't know if that is a good idea, bud. Just trust me, Kakani. Naruto implored with the childish version of the puppy dog eyes. It was super effective and Kakashi was forced to avert his eyes from the spectacle of overwhelming cuteness. Kakashi watched as Naruto transformed into a 16-year-old redhead that he had seen around Konoha, and his earlier story about selling ceiling tags made a lot more sense. The girl reached out and squeezed Kakashi's hand in a comforting way before taking off, which caught Kakashi very off guard. The henge jutsu was not supposed to be physical and the kid just grabbed his hand without breaking the illusion. Holy shit, this had massive implications and the Hokage would need to be made aware of it. Naruto, in his Rias form, walked away from the table and walked up to Tsunade and Shizune. The two beautiful women looked up at the redhead with curiosity on their faces. The redhead smiled disarmingly at them before she began speaking. Lady Tsunade, my name is Rias Uzumaki, but for the time being do not announce my last name. Rias held up her hand to halt the questions that were about to break out from the pair. I really need to talk to you about your lost family member, but I do not want to do it in public. Could we find someplace private to speak and I will buy your lunch and sake for your time? Tsunade looked skeptically up at the girl. Her debts were fairly new, so it wasn't likely that a debt collector was on her trail yet. She examined the girl thoroughly and couldn't find anything overly suspicious, and she would be able to handle her regardless. Plus, she mentioned a lost family member, and nobody knew that secret except her, Jiraiya, Sarutobi, and Orochimaru. Are you really an Uzumaki? She asked tentatively. Rias smiled as she locked eyes with the slug Sanin. Yes, I am. Let's go, Shizune. I want to hear her out. Tsunade ordered as she began to stand up. She didn't notice that Rias held up a hand to let Kakashi know to remain seated. The trio walked out and followed Rias to her hotel, which drew a raised eyebrow when Tsunade noticed it was the same hotel they had reservations for. Pushing her doubts to the back of her mind, Tsunade followed the redhead all the way to her hotel room. Once in the bedroom, Rias offered them seat as she remained standing. First, I need to tell you that this is not my true form, and I will ask you not to attack me right away. Rias maintained a sincere smile and eye contact as she asked this. You have 10 seconds before I knock your block off, go, Tsunade said harshly, but she wasn't ready for the transformation to revert in a puff of smoke. Tsunade and Shizune remained in a stunned silence as they looked down on a tiny blonde kid that couldn't be older than 5 or 6. The boy looked familiar to Tsunade, except she found the 3 whisker marks on each cheek quite peculiar. Links began forming in her mind and it began shutting down as the little boy spoke. Grandma, I know this is going to be hard to hear and even harder to believe. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, but if my father knew his parents, then it should be Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Tsunade fell to her knees in a state of complete stunned disbelief. Shizune was shocked too, but the young lady knew that she had to be strong for her master. Naruto, this is very big news. It would be easier to handle if you had any sort of proof. The two ladies were stunned as the small boy smiled at them and placed his hand on the wooden coffee table. From the wood, 2 roses began growing before they fully bloomed and stopped growing. The whole time, the small blonde boy maintained eye contact with them, and Tsunade noticed that tears were starting to form in his eyes. Seeing that a small child was trying to be strong for her broke Tsunade out of her stunned state long enough for her to pull the boy into a hug. How is it possible? Tsunade asked through her tears. Naruto regretted needing to come up with a lie, but it was necessary to maintain Kami's conditions for returning.
I don't know at all, but I have an idea.
Tsunade extended her arms and looked at the watering eyes of the child. She was shocked and horrified to see all of the pain and loss that the child's eyes carried. Shizune's hands were over her mouth, also having noticed the pain dwelling behind the deep azure blue eyes. It is okay. Just tell me what you know, and we will go from there, Tsunade whispered to the small child. Okay, please don't interrupt, otherwise this will take too long. At Tsunade and Shizune's nod, he continued. I was thrown out of the orphanage on my 4th birthday. I was surrounded by a mob, and I was beaten badly when I was pulled into my head, or seal, or whatever. There I met my dad, Minato, who talked to me for nearly 2 hours before he did a jutsu on me with his remaining chakra. He also told me how to get into his house, where I have been hiding from the Hokage and village for the last year. Naruto was forced to pause here as a tremendous amount of ki flooded the room, and 2 seconds later Kakashi entered through the door in a battle-ready stance. The 2 women didn't take well to the sudden entry and jumped up into defensive stance of their own. Tsunade had jumped in front of Naruto and had one arm in front of him, shielding him from the potential attacker. Naruto jumped in between the two and in a voice that shouldn't belong to a 5-year-old, he yelled. Enough. Cowed by the commanding tone, the 3 ninjas relaxed their stances. Kakashi, sit down on the bed and join us for the rest of the conversation, please. Kakashi began to walk into the room, but Naruto shot him a look. The door, please. Kakashi scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment before he went and closed the door. The 3 shinobi marveled once again as Naruto weaved through hand signs before placing his hand on the floor. Once the privacy barrier was in effect, he continued. Sorry about that, Granny, where was I? Naruto asked sheepishly. As she sat back down, Tsunade returned to a stunned state. This child was unreal. The question snapped her out of it, and she said, You were telling us how you hid at your parents' house for a whole year. Naruto snapped his fingers. Oh, yeah. Well, that sucked, but it is over now. Well, while I was at the house, I read their diaries. I also talked to the Kyuubi a lot. Like a lot. He has had a lot of experience with the Senju and Uzumaki in the past, even before he was sealed. He recognized my Senju blood. Kakashi, I either need you to leave the room or promise to keep a secret, even from the Hokage. Tsunade and Shizune wore comprehensive looks on their faces while Kakashi looked offended. Naruto, he is my commander, I can't lie to him. Kakashi answered, but he wasn't ready for the sad look on Naruto's face. Okay, then please leave. I don't want to put you in a bad position. Naruto replied sullenly. Kakashi looked at the 2 kunoichi before they nodded at him, and he sighed resignedly. Fine, buddy. I just want to let you know that it looks really bad when you hide things from the Hokage. His tone grew firmer as he spoke. Kakashi, stop being a brat and get the fuck out. The kid is right, and I will deal with sensei when the time is right. Tsunade barked. Naruto looked apologetically at Kakashi before he took a couple $100 out of his pocket. Here, go have fun at the casino's big brother. This will take a while. Tsunade looked greedily at the money, but Kakashi sighed and took the cash before walking out of the room. Naruto reapplied the privacy seal and looked back at Tsunade and Shizune. That goes for you too as well. I gave the Hokage multiple chances to come clean and he didn't. I know that I am a kid, but he continually lied to me. Not to mention he either knowingly or unknowingly let the council rob me of my inheritance. Ki flooded the room again before Naruto placed a calming hand on Tsunade's shoulder. She sighed before addressing him. You are family, and it is more important to me than that village will ever be. Now, please continue. Naruto smiled a truly genuine smile. Family above all. You are 1/4 Uzumaki and at least that much stuck with you. Tsunade smiled back at the kid. You know, brat, you are going to have to tell me how you know so much. A year alone in my parents' library with 20 shadow clones reading daily for the last 6 months. It took me a while to learn that jutsu and get my chakra and control good enough. Naruto answered sheepishly while rubbing the back of his neck. Tsunade and Shizune had their jaws on the floor and Naruto could tell they didn't believe him. He formed his favorite hand sign and called out, Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 20 Narutos filled the room before they smiled cockily at the slug princess and her apprentice. They all dispelled in a massive puff of smoke that filled the room long enough for Tsunade and Shizune to recover from their stunned state. You are unbelievable, brat. Tsunade finally whispered and Shizune nodded along to Tsunade's statement. She was only 13 and her training was still rudimentary in comparison. She would even be able to form a single shadow clone at this point. I guess so, but I think I have to thank Dad for that. He adopted his sheepish pose while flashing a foxy grin. As I was saying, the Kyuubi, who told me I could tell you his name, which is Kurama, informed me of my Makuten bloodline. Evidently it mellows him out quite a bit and he is happy. He is my friend and has been since my 4th birthday, so please don't ask if I trust him or tell me I shouldn't. Tsunade looked questionable at that. If he is so friendly, why did he attack the village and kill your parents? I already shared the memory with the Hokage, do you really want to see that night from my mother's point of view? Naruto asked in a deadly serious tone. When both women said no, he summarized. Basically, a masked Uchiha killed everyone at the birthing site, forced my dad to choose between my mom or me, spoiler he chose me, Masked Man used some teleportation jutsu to take my mom and he extracted the QB before putting him in a genjutsu that let the Masked Man control him. I think you know the rest of the story from there. Tsunade was rubbing her temples. You know, brat, I have a feeling that I'm going to have a lot more headaches now that you are in my life. Yup, but I'm worth it cause I'm awesome. Naruto shot a cheeky smile at Tsunade. Anyway, once the QB basically confirmed that I was a senju, I looked through my parents' diaries. Mom mentioned that you had lost a child and my dad was entered into Konoha's orphanages a couple months later. Plus, it makes sense that my dad was a senju because he was totally awesome. Naruto shot a cheeky grin to lighten the mood. Tsunade was shaking her head and tears were streaming from her eyes. She had been in Minato's life and cared for him, but she never even dared to believe he was her son. The thought made her break down in a near hysterical fit of tears when small arms embraced her. It's okay, Granny. I am here now, Naruto said as he laid his head on top of Tsunade's since she was hunched over completely overwhelmed by her grief. He used his tiny arms to rub her back and comfort her. Shizune joined the little group hug and smiled at Naruto with a sisterly tenderness. Eventually Tsunade was able to stop her tears and she looked up to see a sorrowful smile on Naruto's face. Kurama, that's the QB's name, told me to remind you that you can confirm it with a simple blood test. I should be roughly 1/4 you, right? Naruto offered a distracting solution to break her out of her grief. Tsunade nodded, of course I can, I am the best medic in the world. Naruto nodded before asking a shocking question. Look, this may sound weird, but I need to know if Jiraiya was my dad's dad. If he is my grandpa, I want to let him know. Tsunade looked shocked and then an immense sorrow covered her beautiful face. Yeah, he was. Of course, he didn't know it when he was training your father, but it is a sick twist of fate because he always considered Minato his son. Well, QB told me he is a senju, I don't know how he knows, but that's what Kurama says. Tsunade looked stunned once again at the revelation. How? How would the fox know? Well, you know great uncle Tobirama's sensory ability? Well, I kinda have that. It is not as good yet, but I am already a pretty good sensor. The fox thinks Jiraiya was his bastard son. I looked into my family tree for the Uzumaki and Senju quite a bit when I was hiding out in the compound, and I agree. And here I thought I was the last Senju. Well, sounds like we will all be doing a blood test once we find a place to get settled down. Naruto nodded excitedly, which prompted Tsunade to ask Naruto another question. So, kiddo, why did you come looking for me now? Naruto looked sad at the question. Do you know what it is like to be a censor when everyone in the village hates you for something you didn't do? Tsunade and Shizune gasped, but Naruto continued. I was 4 when they attempted to beat me to death, even if I survived that it wouldn't have been the last time. Plus, I was going crazy living in my parents' house alone and I thought I was strong enough to make the trip to find you. Unfortunately, I needed to ask the Hokage for an escort, so I chose Kakashi. How did you get Sensei to let you leave the village? Naruto threw on a cocky grin before answering. I guilt-tripped the bastard. He lied to me, even when I confronted him, he tried to lie to me again. I told him if he ever wanted me to be a shinobi of the leaf and to trust him again that he would let me go to you. I also told him we wouldn't be back until the last semester for my normal academy year, which gives us almost 8 years to live together and train. Tsunade just shook her head, you truly are unbelievable kiddo. Well, where should we live? I am kinda strapped on cash at the moment. Naruto smiled cheekily before he hinged into Rias again and pointed a thumb at his chest. I am going to win the poker tournament, Granny, and then we can go find a nice house. Tsunade and Shizune laughed at the proclamation. What makes you think you can win the poker tournament? Naruto smiled like a Cheshire cat. I have the devil's luck, Granny, and if you don't believe me, then I will make you a bet. Tsunade nodded, so Naruto continued. I bet you I can beat you in 5 straight hands of poker, 5-card stud, with Shizune as our dealer. If you win, I give you this money that I somehow acquired last night, which is now just under $5,000. If I win, I get that necklace you are wearing. Tsunade looked at Shizune before looking back at Naruto. Can you believe this, brat? Shizune laughed. Watch out, Tsunade-sama, you do have the worst luck. This earned Shizune a piercing look from the slug Sanin and a laugh from Naruto. Okay, brat, you have a deal. 5 hands of poker later, Tsunade reluctantly handed her necklace to Naruto and was shocked when the necklace started glowing. The necklace hung down to Naruto's belly button, but he looked super pleased to be wearing it. He looked up at Tsunade and handed over the money he had on him. I don't even know how I got this. I suppose I should tell you that I might be a sleepwalker, at least that is all I have been able to come up with. So, you can have this money as an early deposit and then you can watch me win the poker tournament. If you still want to play, Then I guess the entry fee is only $500, which I can win back in like 10 minutes. Tsunade scoffed at the gall of this brat. She turned around and pointed to the kanji on her haori, which read gamble. Look, kiddo, gambling is what I do. There is no way I'm missing out on this. Fine, Granny, but don't go crying when I beat you. Naruto taunted in a childish manner. Sungakor, 2 days before the poker tournament. Rossa was sitting in his office in the Kazekage Tower when one of his shinobi ran into the office carrying a letter that had clearly rattled his cipher core, which was responsible for screening his official mail. The ninja handed off the letter and left the office, clearly not wanting to deal with the backlash. As Rossa began to read the letter, his normally stoic face turned into a grimace. Once he got to the end, his look softened before he informed his dust, soon as equivalent to Anbu, that he would be leaving the village and that he needed Lady Chio in his office ASAP. The wrinkled and withered old lady entered his office and Rossa dismissed his guards before setting up a privacy seal. She began to read the letter. To Rossa, the Kazekage of Tsunagakor. Look, there is no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to say it. I know you either plan to or have already attempted to have your son assassinated. Please do not go through with this. Your son is not defective, his seal is. I know you cannot trust the letter of a stranger, but I offer this compromise. I will adjust Gara's seal for free and allow him to learn to control his bijou in the proper manner. I will be at the annual poker tournament hosted at the Dragon's Den Casino coming soon in Tanzaku-gai. I will meet you in person and explain my reasoning to you and you alone in person. If you come, I will approach you. I know that you will need to bring guards, that is fine. I am asking you to take a leap of faith and in return you will be able to keep your son and gain a guardian of Suna. Which is a hell of a lot better than an unhinged weapon, which would be the result of your current seal. Ask your poor excuse for a seal's master, sorry Lady Chio, to review this portion of the seal I have attached. It is the consciousness separation barrier that your current storage seal is missing. It will not hinder Gara's abilities or developments, but it will allow him a chance to retain his sanity and give him a real shot at a decent childhood. The seal I will be using is the Uzumaki, 4 Trigoms Divination Seal. Best regards. Your friendly neighborhood watch. PS-You are the first person that knows an Uzumaki is still alive and involved in this organization. I ask for your discretion and in return you could make a powerful ally. Rossa had collapsed back into his chair, still trying to process this information. Chio finished reading the letter and reviewing the piece of the seal before asking her first question. So, what are you going to do? Chio asked with a raise of one of her ancient white eyebrows. Does the portion of the seal check out? Rossa asked with an overly serious tone. Chio nodded. Yes, this seal is intricate and powerful, and this would only be one of the 4 elements involved. I admit that sealing was never my strong suit, it was just that Suna never had a good base knowledge of seals. Rossa sighed and his stern visage cracked. Would this let Gara sleep? His instability was the only reason we even planned on attempting to eliminate him. I believe that is why this unknown person shared this part of the seal with us. This alone would be enough to let Gara sleep. I would love to see the rest of the seal. So, if you are going to Tanzaku-gai, then so am I. Chio answered. Rossa nodded his agreement. I admit I wouldn't know the first thing about a seal this complex. However, I cannot ignore somebody that knows this much about us. I must go and either find a solution to our problem or eliminate a potential threat to Suna. Very well, I will get my things and be at the gate in an hour. Chio responded before disappearing in a sand sunshine. Tanzaku-gai, poker tournament. Naruto and Tsunade were getting ready for the tournament that started at 1 p.m. Tsunade was once again stunned to find that Naruto's henge was an actual solid transformation. After Kakashi left to return to Konoha, Naruto stayed with Tsunade and Shizune for the next 2 days. The ladies had watched him at night and didn't witness any irregular behaviors, which was a relief to Naruto. The two were finishing off a breakfast prepared by Shizune, who was a much better cook than Tsunade, before they left for the casino. Rather than relying on a transformation for Naruto's clothes, Tsunade took Rias out to buy an orange yukata, which Naruto really liked. Tsunade couldn't help but notice the subtle differences in personality when Naruto was in this transformation, which threw up some flags for her. She dismissed her worries in favor of her excitement for the poker tournament. Finally, the two were ready with Tsunade in her typical outfit and Naruto in his Rias transformation and orange yukata. The two approached the casino and Rias gave the entry fee to Tsunade from the money he had continued to win over the past couple days. The kid literally started cleaning out casinos, but he always left before he drew too much suspicion, yet another sign that he was more mature than he let on. Anyway, the two entered the poker tournament and were sat at separate tables. Shizune decided to stay with Riyadh because it was always more fun watching somebody win and she had little faith in Tsunade's luck turning around. To make it to the finals, Rias would have to clear out 3 tables, with each table having 8 players. Rias managed to tactically dissect her first table in under an hour, which gave her ample time to continue with her plan. She went to the bathroom and pulled on a bit of Kurama's chakra to form an enhanced shadow clone. Once the clone was formed, she unsealed the full seal that she planned to use on Gara. There was a small, remote-activated fire seal that would destroy the scroll should the worst happen, and Rossa betrays her, but that was a worst-case scenario. The Rias clone left the bathroom with a complete seal and a couple $100. The clone knew its mission and Rias trusted it to get the job done. The real Rias left the bathroom and went to check in on Tsunade, who was surprisingly winning her first table. Tsunade shot a cocky smirk at Rias, who returned the smirk with a knowing smile. After another 15 minutes, Tsunade managed to clear out the first table with a full house, queens over deuces. There was a 15-minute break in between rounds before Rias and Tsunade were once again sat at separate tables. Rias played this table super aggressively and managed to clear the table out in a record 38 minutes, which made her start to draw attention from the tournament spectators. She used her free time to scan the crowd and noticed that there were several Suna shinobi scattered around the casino, but she couldn't see Rossa or her clone. At least her clone hadn't popped yet, which she took as a good sign. With Rias' clone. 20 minutes prior, at the bar with Rossa and Rias. Rias approached the Kazekage and was stopped by 2 guards, whom she allowed to search her for weapons. After a quick check, she was allowed to take the seat next to the Kazekage. She ordered a bottle of sake and 2 saucers, which she shared with Rossa when the drink was delivered. The 2 sipped the first saucer before Rias opened the conversation. "Thank you for meeting me, Lord Kazekage. I assure you that I bear no ill will toward you, Suna or Gara. I am simply repaying an ancient favor that Suna did for the Uzumaki," Rias said casually as she sipped on another saucer. Rossa was closely examining the stranger that was sitting next to him without a care in the world. He was skeptical, but decided to see where this went. He was confident that he could deal with this girl in front of him. "How did you know about my plans for my son? Or the seal we used for that matter?" Rias responded casually on again. "Well, we all have our secrets, but the last outbreak of the Ichibi was only a couple months ago. When I heard about it, I knew it was because of the seal. Based on the history of the Ichibi, my guess is that Shikaku is not letting Gara sleep and Gara finally had a moment of weakness. Hard to blame a child for that." Rossa knew that the outbreak wasn't exactly a well-kept secret. He was forced to admit that the girl had him there. "What ancient favor are you talking about?" Rias finished another saucer before she responded. "Lord Kazekage, this isn't exactly a secure location. I paid for a private room, and you can invite Lady Chio to join us, if you wish." "Why would you put yourself in a position to be captured?" Rossa asked. "Why would you betray somebody that is attempting to help you? The question you should be asking yourself is, what do you have to lose by trusting me?" After a brief pause, she continued. "Now think, what do you have to lose by doing nothing, or worse, betraying an Uzumaki? We are a pretty vindictive bunch." She finished smugly. Rossa was once again forced to concede the point and decided to remain silent. He signaled Chio over with a wave of the hand and the redhead stood from her seat at the bar. Without another word, she walked toward the private room. Chio and Rossa exchanged looks before following the young Uzumaki. They walked silently to the private room and watched as Rias set up a privacy barrier while 2 Suna shinobi remained on guard outside the door. "Okay, you asked what favor your village did for the Uzumaki, and Chio will probably remember it. Before the Second Great Shinobi War, Suna loaned the Uzumaki clan $2 million and sent 2 squads of shinobi to aid in the repairs after Kiri ambushed an Uzu fleet and attacked the island. I read about it in the clan registry, and when I heard about your predicament, I decided to help." Rias explained in her usual, casual tone. "I do indeed remember that. Tell me, child, are the Uzumaki still alive?" Chio asked. "Sadly, there are a scant few that are scattered around the elemental nations. I am one of a handful, but I am part of an organization that is working to better the world. I understand that trust doesn't come easy, but if I do this for you, I may gain a powerful ally." Rossa nodded at that. "If what you offer actually works, you will indeed have an ally in Suna. I am assuming you brought another bit of proof to reward us for taking this leap of faith?" Rias smiled and nodded before she unsealed the scroll for the Uzumaki style, 4 trigrams divination seal and handed it to Rossa. "I will caution you once again, if you attempt to betray me and take this seal, there is a self-destruct mechanism. If you tamper with that mechanism, you will not like the results." Chio let out a dry laugh at that. "I like you, girl. You got spunk, Much like your clan did. Thank you, Granny Chio. I appreciate that. Rias replied with a brilliant smile. Rossa accepted the scroll for the seal, inspected it briefly before handing it to Chio. The old lady took a good, long look at the seal and let out a raspy whistle. That is some good work. Can you do this on your own? Rias shook her head in the negative. No, Lady Chio. I do not have enough chakra. I would require you and the Kazekage to add the protective seal around the seal you have. Shukaku will not appreciate the seal being strengthened and I will require you to suppress him. Rossa simply nodded while contemplating this. Very well, anything else that will be required? Tsunade Senju is playing at this tournament. I would feel better if she were there with me, seeing as she is a distant cousin. Her healing expertise would be a welcome addition and I will be able to convince her to go to Suna. I would suggest a tempting payment and a couple bottles of Suna's top shelf to entice her. Rias responded knowing that she would need Tsunade there, otherwise it would create problems if he disappeared from Tsunade's side. Chio growled. That dastardly woman? Do you know how many problems she caused me throughout the Second War? It was infuriating and she was the main reason Konoha won. Rias chuckled, aren't you glad she is an ally now then? Chio growled again but Rossa stood up, that will be acceptable. I will invite the two of you to Suna in 2 weeks. Do you require anything else? Rias held out her hand, I would like the scroll back. Uzumakis are very protective of their seals. Chio laughed heartily at that. Indeed they are. I tell you, young lady, it is refreshing to see a young lady with such a strong backbone. I do hope you will consider Suna an ally in the future. The Uzumaki would be a welcome addition to Suna. Rias laughed as she resealed the scroll. Thank you for the offer, Granny Chio. Unfortunately, the desert is a little too hot and dry for my taste. I wouldn't mind visiting from time to time though. Very well, young lady. No matter what this stingy cage says, you will always be welcome in Suna. Chio replied cheerily. Rossa scoffed, don't go speaking for me, you old bat. Back in the tournament, Tsunade was standing over Ria's shoulder constantly trying to get a peek at her cards and offer her advice. She was down to the final 4 and Rias was starting to get truly agitated, if the growing tick mark over her left temple was any indication. Finally, Rias snapped and ordered Shizune to drag her away or she wouldn't share the prize money. The table and onlookers laughed at this, but it was at that time that Rossa showed up in the crowd. Rias winked at him, which threw the young cage off his game. Rias got a new hand and looked to see that she had a 10, Jack, King and Ace of Spades in her blind draw. She put a quarter of her stack in and surprisingly all 3 remaining players called her. She saw the guy with tousled brown hair failing to suppress a smirk and the fat guy with black hair kept tapping his cards, which was his tell that he had something good. The third player was better at suppressing his tells, but she smiled and traded in 1 card. The others traded in the cards they wanted to swap, and without looking at her last card, Rias pushed her chips all in. As the chip leader, this forced the hands of those remaining at the table. The brown hair guy instantly called with a gleeful look on his face. The fat guy thought about it for a bit before nodding to himself and calling. The quiet third guy with sandy blonde hair finally had a tell, a slight wrinkly of his left eyebrow that Rias noticed. After a minute, he pushed his chips all in as well. With the table all in, the dealer called for the players to flip their cards. The fat guy had a full house, 7s over 9s. The brown-haired fella had a mixed straight, 9 through king. The quiet guy flipped over his cards and had 4 of a kind and deuces. Rias smiled as she revealed the 4 cards she was originally dealt. The audience gasped as they saw the potential for the royal flush and Rias let them hang in suspense. Tsunade was about to jump onto the table and flip the card for her when Rias finally flipped it over to show the Queen of Spades. The 3 men at the table slammed their heads on the table while Tsunade pulled Rias into a backbreaking hug. The casino owner showed up with some guards that were carrying a chest full of money, a total of $500,000. Rias gratefully accepted the prize money and instantly sealed it into a scroll to make sure that it was safe after she tossed $1,000 to the dealer. The crowd remained huddled around the winner of the tournament for a while and Rias was comped a VIP suite at the hotel for a week, an offer that Tsunade accepted on Rias' behalf with zero hesitation. Once everything calmed down, Rossa approached Tsunade. As Rias saw him approaching, she got Tsunade's attention and whispered in her ear. "Grandma, I need you to trust me and go along with this. I promise I will explain after. Please trust me." Tsunade nodded before she looked up and greeted the Kazekage. "Rossa, long time no see. How is Suna doing?" Rossa nodded by way of greeting before he opened up. "Tsunade, it is wonderful to see you again. You are as beautiful as the last time I saw you." "Hey, good genes." Tsunade replied. "So, how can I help you? I have come to offer you a job and extend an invite to your cousin there." She has offered a solution to a problem we are having, and we would like your assistance as well. Very well, when will you need us in Suna? In 2 weeks' time, if that is acceptable? Rossa answered. Very well, I can fit you into my schedule. What is the job you have for me? Tsunade answered, truly perplexed at how a child could know the Kazekage. You will provide medical assistance as Ms. Rias performs the agreed upon task. Okay then, I should be able to do that. We will arrive in Suna in 2 weeks. For now, I need to spend my cousin's money. Tsunade answered with a jubilant smile. Rossa nodded at that. Ms. Rias, did I speak with an original or clone? Rias shrugged and smiled coyly at the Kazekage. Who knows, Lord Kazekage, who knows? Humph, you are truly an interesting young woman. I look forward to seeing you in Suna. I will remain at a hotel in the city before leaving tomorrow, should you need to contact me. After the Kazekage left, Tsunade shot a menacing look at Rias, or should she say Naruto. Rias sighed, look, Grandma, there are a lot of things about me that are going to take some time to get used to. Blame your son, not me. For now, let's party. Tsunade held up her hand, wait, brat. Do you really think I'm going to let a 5-year-old party and drink? Rias countered Tsunade with a deadpan look. I didn't say drink, I said party. And you let said child enter a poker tournament. Damn it, brat. I am the worst grandma ever already, Tsunade sighed out dejectedly. Rias slapped Tsunade on the shoulder. No, you're not, you're the best. This is the most fun I have had in my life. Tsunade had no answer to the beaming smile on Rias' face. Kit, you are an absolute genius when it comes to this. I cannot believe you haven't been forced to reveal your secrets yet. Kurama's voice transferred through the mind link. Aw shucks, Q, you flatterer. Rias thought back, with a cheeky grin attached. Kurama scoffed, don't push it, brat. Enjoy your night, we will need to talk soon, but I'm glad the plan to help my little brother is going to work out. 2 weeks later, Suna's gates. Tsunade, Shizune and Naruto were finishing up their trek through the desert. The 2 weeks flew by for Tsunade, who spent a week in Tanzakugai and lost $10,000 that Rias shared with her. It baffled Naruto how bad Tsunade was at gambling, but it helped that Rias would accompany her or follow right behind her and make the money back. The two became a dynamic gambling duo and the casino owners didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't deny Ria's entry when she was with Tsunade, but in the end, they came out mostly even against the duo. Naruto, I don't know how this is possible, but I hope you understand the severity of what you agreed to. Bijou seals are master-level seals, and they are beyond my comprehension, Tsunade said as she wiped some sweat out of her sizable cleavage. Damn, these boobs are more trouble than they are worth. I will be fine with the seal, mama. Why do you always say that about your boobs? Naruto asked. It should be mentioned that Tsunade absolutely hated being called grandma or granny, so she settled on mama with Naruto. If you say so, kiddo. Well, to be honest, boobs like these come with chronic back pain. It isn't a problem unique to me either. Tsunade replied. So, if I made a seal that could go on bras to alleviate back pain caused by big boobs, I could make a lot of money? Naruto asked innocently. Tsunade halted mid-step and turned to Naruto with a deadly serious look on her face. Is that possible? I don't see why not. I will work on it as a side project. Do you think I could make money off it? Naruto replied with a high degree of interest. Absolutely. You would be filthy rich, brat, they wouldn't be able to keep them in stock. Tsunade answered enthusiastically. You know what, Ruto, I would like one of those too, if you could make one for your big sister. Shizune put on the puppy dog pout. Naruto laughed wholeheartedly, which filled the two with warmth. Of course I can, sis. Anything I can do to make you happy will make me happy. Shizune ruffled Naruto's hair and the trio came to the top of a dune and saw Suna in the distance. Alright, time for me to transform. It feels like Rias is a real person at this point, it is kind of weird. Tsunade cast an analytical eye on Naruto. She had noticed the same thing and she had noticed a real development of Rias' personality. You should be careful with that, Naruto. You walked 3 times over these 2 weeks. Once you smelled like casinos and another time you smelled like Jiraiya, cheapsake and hooker perfume. Rias scratched the back of her neck sheepishly as she accepted the clothing from Shizune. Yeah, it is kinda getting out of hand. Shizune laughed. Yeah, I wish I could sleepwalk and come back with $4,000. We will need to keep an eye on it though. I reiterate what Shizune said. We don't have enough evidence, but I am concerned that you are starting to develop multiple personality disorder and it may be due to your heavy use of shadow clones. Did you go through something worse than you have told us about, Ruto? Tsunade said this softly and in a very motherly tone. Yeah, I still don't want to talk about it though. Rias answered. Tsunade scowled. When I get back to that village, I'm going to destroy those damn civilians. Mama, calm down. They aren't worth it, and I would rather have you in my life. Plus, we need to stop back in Konoha so you can grab me great-grandpa's scroll. Rias attempted to soothe Tsunade's anger. No, little brother. For once, I agree with Mama. It is unforgivable to do something like that to a child, Shizune said in an unnatural growl. Sis, I don't even know who did it. And if you are going to kill everyone that glared or cursed at me, then you will kill the whole village. If you want to be mad at anyone, be mad at Danzo and the civilian council. Tsunade growled. That will have to do for now. Alright, Rias, game face on. Halt, please show us your papers. A guard wearing a sand turban typical of Suna shinobi shouted. I am the slug Sanin Tsunade Senju, and this is Rias Maki and Shizune Kaido. We are here on a request from the Kazekage, and he is expecting us. Tsunade answered with an irritated edge to her voice. My apologies, Lady Tsunade. We were told to expect you. Please follow me to the Kazekage's tower. The guard answered apologetically. The walk through Suna brought up many memories for Naruto as he remembered the first time he visited Suna to save Gara from the Akatsuki. Hopefully it would be different this time around. For a city that was covered in complete, monotone, sandy brown, the city was much livelier than Naruto remembered. It must be because the Suna he grew to know and love was a village struggling to stay alive and stay in the fight against overwhelming odds. The cloudiness of Rias' emerald eyes was broken by a concerned hand on the shoulder from Tsunade, who added this to the list of unusual things about Naruto. Kami-sama, if you are listening, I would ask to tell these too. It is so hard for me to continually lie to family. I am already broken enough, and this is so much harder than I thought it was going to be. Naruto thought a prayer to Kami in his mind. Kurama heard the prayer and flooded positive feelings through the seal to ease his partner's burden. With the new occupants inside the seal, Kurama knew that his partner needed this. He also didn't know how to explain this to Naruto without breaking what remained of the boy's iron will. Kurama decided to echo his soul friend's prayer, and for the first time in his life as a Bijou, he offered up a prayer to Kami. In the heavenly realm, Minato, Kushina and Kami were watching Naruto, and the two parents had frowns fixed on their faces. Kushina turned to Kami and fixed a glare on her. Kami-sama, this is too cruel. You know how loyal an Uzumaki is to family, and you know how much this is hurting him. As your humble servant, I implore you to grant him this single mercy. Kushina dropped her glare and bowed her head to the goddess. Minato took it a step further by completely prostrating himself before speaking. Kami-sama, you have shown my family mercy and we appreciate your favor. I too ask for this one favor because I fear for the sanity of my son, and you should too. Kami cocked an eyebrow at this. Explain, Minato. You have bestowed great power on my son and tasked him with showing the world a better way. If he snaps, then that great power would lead the world astray rather than save it. I do not believe you want your creation to experience that much suffering. Minato answered with his head still on the floor. Oh, for my sake, will you sit down, Minato? You were always too quick to prostrate yourself. Very well, I will speak to him shortly because the damage to his soul was much worse than I first thought. Or maybe returning him to such an early time damaged it worse than I thought. Kushina deadpanned at the goddess. You literally dropped him into a mob beating. After which he spent a year alone trying to compensate for a 4-year-old's body, which is harboring the soul of a grown man. I do not doubt your will, Kami-sama, but that was a bitch move. Kami chuckled sheepishly. Yeah, I was never proficient at tampering with time. I told him it would be during an important moment of his childhood, but I thought that it would have been at the academy or something. Minato joined Kushina's deadpan. So, will you grant him this mercy? Even just those two would be a massive relief to his psyche. Yes, you too, I will help address these issues, however, the multiple personalities will stay. I find it incredibly interesting. This earned groans from the parental duo and a melodious laugh from Kami. Back in Suna, the meeting with the Kazekage was over and Tsunade's group was escorted by Rossa to the Kazekage mansion. The group walked in to see 3 kids sitting attentively in the living room while a man watched over them. Yoshimaru, these 3 will be our guests for a couple weeks. Will you show them their rooms and make sure they have everything they need? Rossa announced as he entered the living room. It will be done, Lord Kazekage. Welcome to our humble home, Lady Tsunade. I hope you enjoyed your trip through Suna. Yoshimaru offered the group as they walked upstairs to the rooms. The city is as lively as I have ever seen it. A little hot for my taste, but I appreciate the simple beauty of the city. Tsunade replied. Yoshimaru looked at Rias and Shizune. And how did you two ladies find the city? Rias looked happily at the man. It is always good to see new places and meet new people. I am Rias Maki, pleasure to meet you. I thought the city was great. I would love to explore it a little more. Shizune added. I am Yoshimaru Subaku, brother-in-law of the Kazekage, it is a pleasure to meet you both. The man replied with a smile. We have prepared these 3 rooms for you. Feel free to make them your own for the duration of your stay. Thanks, Yoshi. Rias replied cheekily, which earned a hearty chuckle from the man. The girls got set up in their rooms before they joined the Kazekage's daughter and 2 sons in the living room. Rias had a reminiscent smile on her face as she looked at the children, and Tsunade once again thought it was extremely out of place considering that Rias was supposed to be a young child that never met these kids. She continued to observe Rias throughout the small period of time that they spent with the lively children. At least 2 of them were lively and the redhead was quiet and stuck to himself. Rias took solace in the fact that the damage done to Gara was minimal compared to the state she met him in her previous life. She made multiple attempts to include the boy in the conversation, but she only got one-word answers in response. He wasn't necessarily rude, but he was definitely not used to talking to people. She may have had more success if she were in her Naruto form. Instead, she found that she bonded fastest with the animated, young Tamari, who was more than eager to pick the brains of Shizune and Rias as an up-and-coming kunoichi. Tamari gave Rias a huge hug when Rias offered her a personal scroll on chakra control exercises and wind manipulation. She simply ruffled the young girl's hair that was held up in 4 ponytails. After a couple hours, Rias was escorted to the sealing chamber where she met Chio. Good afternoon, Granny Chio, it is good to see you again. If I give you a portion of the seal to prepare, would you be able to assist? Rias asked the old woman. Chio shook her head with a sad look on her face. My apologies, Rias-chan. I am not comfortable enough with seals to do that. I will help you review your work though. Rias shrugged and ignored the shocked looks that the Suna shinobi were giving her for calling Chio Granny. No worries, I will just make my own help. Alright, you lot, leave this room and do not step foot in it again. Rias tossed a copy of the seal to Chio. You can stay behind me and check my work, just don't step on the ink. Do you have a ritual altar prepared or do I need to summon one? Once again, Chio's old and wrinkled face looked apologetic. I do apologize, Suna doesn't have much experience with the sealing of bijou. Rias shrugged, not a problem. I kinda figured that would be the case. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 10 copies of Rias filled the room and picked up ink and brushes to begin working. Rias herself weaved through the opening hand seals of the sealing jutsu before she paused on the 10th hand sign and placed her hands on the ground in the center of the room. A medium-sized altar rose from the floor and Rias flipped through another 20 hand signs before placing her hands on the altar. Kanji spread across the altar and down into the floor. The clones began writing the inner part of the seal and began spreading out from the altar. After an hour of 10 clones working on it, the seal was completed, and Rias was double-checking it with Chio. If you don't mind explaining this part to this old lady, could you tell me the function of this portion of the seal? Chio asked while eyeing the seal with interest. That portion is the chakra transfer seal. The 4 trigram seal allows a one-way seal for chakra flow. It is activated by the bearer's will or during times of extreme stress. Rias answered. And this part here? Chio said, pointing toward the inner portion of the circle. That part is the security. It forms the containment seal, affects the mindscape and ensures that the bijou cannot escape if Gara is ever incapacitated or in a state of chakra exhaustion. This portion of the seal will constantly draw on Gara's chakra to power itself and store a reserve power to cover for said times of vulnerability. The downside is that this will constantly require about 10% of Gara's chakra. The upside of that is that it will consistently increase Gara's chakra reserves. Rias explained. The Uzumaki were truly masters of the sealing arts. I am honored to witness such a brilliant display and I am shamed by the seal that I placed on that poor boy, Chio said in a sad tone. Hey, we were able to catch it early enough before too much damage was done to Suna and Gara. Now, I suggest we get our rest for tomorrow because it is going to be a long day. Rias replied in a chipper tone to life Chio's spirits. She got a simple nod in return for her efforts. That night, Naruto was sleeping peacefully in the Kazekage's mansion when his consciousness was awoken to a pure white plain. He saw Kami standing there in her beautiful glory and he bowed out of respect. He looked up when he heard Kami's melodious chuckle. No need for such formalities when it is just the 2 of us, Naruto-kun. My apologies, Kami-sama. I believe you deserve such respect. How may I be of service to you? He asked formally. Please, relax. You are my chosen child. First, I wish to apologize for bringing you back so early in your life and at such an inopportune time. That was not what I planned to do. Second, I heard your prayer and I have come to address your request. Thank you for your consideration. It means a lot. Naruto replied with an earnest smile on his face. Kami waved off the gratitude. Consider it an apology for my earlier mistake. When you wake, you will have 3 memory seals. I have selected memories that you may share with 3 people of your choosing. Your father recommended Tsunade, Shizune and your future wife, whoever the lucky girl may be. I will caution you that the memories are not pleasant as they show highlights and lowlights of your previous life. Naruto bowed at this, and his voice cracked as tears spilled freely from his eyes. Thank you so much. I don't know if you know how much it was torturing me to lie to my closest family. A sad look fixed itself upon the beautiful visage of Kami. It was never my intention to torture you, Naruto-kun. I am not against testing you, but I never wanted to force you to suffer like this. Now, enjoy your sleep. You are doing a good job thus far, my whole realm is tuning in nightly to watch the show. Naruto blanched at that, but before he could respond the white faded to black and he was back in the realm of dreams. Naruto awoke the following morning with a clear memory and found 3 seal tags on his bedside table. He stretched out his little legs and pocketed the tags. He wanted to tell his family, but he would need to get the sealing over with first. 4 hours later, Rias, Tsunade, Rossa, Chio and Gara were in the ritual chamber that Rias had prepared. Rias gave instructions to each person and confirmed that they understood their roles. Tsunade, you are on monitoring and damage control, do your best to keep Gara unconscious throughout the procedure. The process will not be fun for Gara. Chio, you will be assisting Lord Kazekage to suppress the Ichibi's chakra. He will try to make a break for it as I break the former seal to activate the new one. Gara, do your best buddy. After this, you will get a good night's sleep. I will be focusing on the seal. Now Gara, I will need you to strip down to your boxers so that I can apply the seals. Everyone confirmed their roles and Ria summoned a clone to help apply the seal to Gara's back as she worked on the front. When she finished and double-checked her work, she had Gara lay supine on the sealing altar and Tsunade took her place. Rias took Gara's left side while Rossa and Chio were on his left. With a look at Tsunade, Rias began a countdown. After Tsunade put Gara into a medically induced sleep, sand immediately began trickling around the chamber. Rossa and Chio's hands glowed blue as they began the fight against the Ichibi's chakra. Rias took a deep breath and broke the very shoddy seal that was currently on Gara. Shukaku's influence immediately strengthened and Rossa and Chio needed to fight harder to suppress the Biju's chakra. Rias immediately began the 112 hand seals to activate the new seal. It took almost 2 minutes for her to complete the sequence and there was a scary amount of sand in the chamber. The voice of Shukaku could be heard screeching as he fought against his containment. No. No. Not again. I will not stay locked in a seal. Damn you. I will break out of here and kill everyone you love. Curse you all. Shukaku's voice immediately began fading after Rias whispered and placed her hands over Gara's heart. Uzumaki sealing style, 4 trigrams divination seal, activate, Rias whispered as she placed her hands over Gara's heart and immediately felt the chakra drain required for the seal to activate. Kurama was fully awake and ready to support, and he provided as much chakra as he could while avoiding detection. Luckily, the insane aura of Shukaku's chakra provided ample cover for him to be generous with the chakra he provided. Sweat appeared on all brows of the sealing party. The aura was intense, and the chakra required to fight the Ichibi's influence was intense. The seals began collapsing from the edges of the sealing chamber and they started glowing a dark blue as they shrank in around Gara. Once the seal array reached the altar, the kanji migrated from the altar onto Gara's skin. It began swirling on Gara and collapsed into the final seal over Gara's heart. The seal formed into a whirlpool with 4 triangles at 10, 2, 4 and 8 around the whirlpool. With a final burst of chakra, the Ichibi's influence could no longer be felt. And that is how it's done. Rias panted as she collapsed to the floor of the sealing chamber. Kurama stayed alert and provided the chakra necessary to maintain the transformation. Rossa was wiping the sweat from his brow and was also panting. That young girl is something special. Tsunade nodded with a proud look on her face, she sure is. Naruto woke up 3 hours later and saw Tsunade was in bed with him while Shizune was seated in a chair reading a medical book. Shizune noticed him wake up and smiled as the boy blushed at being snugged in between Tsunade's massive bust. The awkward fidgeting woke Tsunade up and Naruto got a serious look on his face, which alerted the 2 ladies. Okay, I wanted to wait until after the sealing was done, but I wanted to ask you 2 a question. Both of them looked at him in confusion, but they were serious and alert in response to his tone. Naruto took a steadying breath before continuing. Do you want to know the whole truth? I warn you now that you will not like what you see. Tsunade looked at Shizune, who had a scared expression on her face. How bad is it? Like my whole previous life and all the shit that led to the end of the world, seriously bad. Naruto answered in a completely serious tone. Tsunade and Shizune were shocked. Tsunade may have been ready, but it was a lot to ask of a teenage girl. Ruto, are you serious? Yes, and it will be stressful, so if you want to do it another day, I completely understand. Kami finally answered my prayers last night and gave me permission to share my memories with both of you. Naruto answered. KK Kami? Shizune asked. Once again, Naruto nodded seriously. Yes, Kami. It got that fucked up that Kami got involved. Tsunade blanched and Shizune fainted in her chair. After 10 minutes, Shizune recovered and one look at Tsunade told her that this was real. Both girls decided that they wanted to get it over with and Naruto had them lie down on the bed. He unsealed 2 of the sealing tags and placed them on their foreheads. Remember, whatever you see are my old memories. They are not the current world and will not show you the future. I have already made changes that are sure to impact the timeline. I am doing this so you can understand me better. Seeing their smiles, Naruto closed his eyes and activated the tags. For a half hour, Shizune and Tsunade lived a nightmare that lasted for years. They saw Naruto's previous childhood and what he escaped from this time around. They saw Sarutobi's death at the hands of Orochimaru. They watched their initial battle against the Snake Team and Tsunade becoming the 5th Hokage. They watched Naruto struggle in highlight form against the Akatsuki and then again in the 4th Great Shinobi War. They saw him defeat Kaguya only to be betrayed by Sasuke. They saw bits and pieces of the desperate fight for survival and the unleashing of the Juubi. Then they passed out as their minds struggled to process it all. Naruto was sitting by their bedside when Tsunade woke up. She immediately lunged and latched onto Naruto. Everything made sense and she couldn't believe how much suffering her grandson had endured. Every motherly instinct was fully activated, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling onto Naruto as she smothered his tiny form into her chest. She didn't have time to process the implications of what she saw yet, but that would sink in due time. Tsunade resolved then and there to protect him better this time around. 20 minutes later, Naruto went through a repeat of the events as Shizune woke up and smothered him. Once she calmed down, which understandably took a lot longer than Tsunade since she was a young teen, Tsunade held Naruto in her lap as they talked it out. There were a lot of I'm sorries and other comforting platitudes that acted like drops of a healing potion in those video games Naruto remembered. Just knowing that they knew everything, or mostly everything, and that he wouldn't have to lie to them again was enough for him to surrender to the sweet embrace of sleep. 1 month later, Gates of Konoha. The month in Suna had passed in a flash. After 2 weeks with the Kazekage, Tsunade convinced Naruto to reveal his true identity to Rossa, which drew a supremely funny reaction out of the stoic cage and left Naruto rolling on the ground in laughter. The main reason Tsunade wanted Rias to reveal her true identity was to give Gara a chance to get to know Naruto. She admitted that it wouldn't be the same since Naruto wasn't truly a kid, but it would be better than nothing. Flashback, 2 weeks ago, Kazekage office. Rias and Tsunade had requested a private meeting with Rossa, and he quickly shifted his schedule around to accommodate them. His guests of honor waited less than 10 minutes to be seen and he quickly shooed his dust guards out of the room. Rias flipped through her privacy barrier and placed her hand on the Kazekage's door. Before she spoke, she placed a copy of the privacy tag on the Kazekage's desk. As an offering of friendship, I will install this seal on your desk free of charge with only one simple request, Rias said professionally. Rossa picked up the tag and inspected it, knowing that it was a privacy seal of some kind. Is this the same seal you just used? Rias nodded. Very well, what is your request? If it is within my power, I will grant it. It is simple, Lord Rossa, you will not reveal what you see and hear in this room to anybody. After you hear me out, you will have the choice of signing an Uzumaki blood contract or having the memories of this meeting sealed away. Mama convinced me to trust you, and I am putting myself at significant risk to do so. Rossa hesitated before he asked his question. What would the blood contract entail? If you betray the terms of the contract, specifically you tell anyone about this meeting without my consent, then your chakra will be sealed. I cannot activate it in any way, its only possible activation would be your violation of the terms of contract. You are free to use the knowledge in the best interests of Suna, but you must never tell anyone of what you learn without my prior consent. Rias explained calmly. A hesitant nod prompted Rias to say one more thing. No matter what, please do not freak out. With those last words, Naruto undid the Rias transformation and reverted to the tiny, blonde 5-year-old that he was. Rossa's face showed a massive amount of shock, And he was gaping like a fish and pointing before his eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he slumped down in his chair before rolling off it and collapsing on the floor. Tsunade walked over to him with an amused smile on her face before she used a medical jutsu to wake the Kazekage up. Once he returned to consciousness, he gaped and began pointing at Naruto again. Naruto was rolling on the ground laughing his tiny ass off, and Tsunade was chuckling. The Kazekage remained in a stunned pose with finger pointed and mouth gaping for nearly 5 minutes before his professionalism returned and he sat back down in his seat. He cleared his throat and fixed Tsunade with a glare. "Please explain," were the two simple words he used to convey his frustration. "Well, Lord Kazekage, it is a long story. Do you have an hour or so free?" Naruto asked. Rossa nodded, and the cover story Naruto initially used with Tsunade and the third Hokage was told to Rossa. Naruto explained away his maturity by saying that his father's seal imparted most of his knowledge and seals into the boy. He told Rossa about being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, which is why he was so set on helping Gara. Naruto did share the fact that Minato was Tsunade's lost son and his father with Rossa. Rossa went from scowling at the boy's early treatment and proceeded to gape and stare more and more at Naruto as he explained his life to him. When the story was finally over after 20 minutes, and another 5 minutes for Rossa to recompose his thoughts, Rossa finally spoke. "I understand the need for secrecy and discretion in this matter. No matter what, Naruto Senju Uzumaki, you have my word as the Kazekage of Tsunade that your secrets are safe with me. My village is indebted to you, and I am forever grateful to you as Gara's father. You don't know how close I was to killing my heart for the sake of my village." Rossa inclined his head to the tiny blonde. "You are most welcome, Rossa. I know it is odd coming from a small child, which is why I developed my transformations and their personalities. In return for your secrecy, I will add the condition that the Senju will never raise a hand against Tsunade unless we are provoked to do so." Naruto responded. Rossa shot a look at Tsunade, who simply nodded, before returning his gaze to Naruto. "That is a most welcome addition to our agreement. Would you care to be engaged to my daughter while you are at it?" Rossa wasn't stupid, he knew the power this boy would come to wield in time, especially when Konoha learned of his true lineage. "No offense, Papa Rossa, but I am 5. I will get to know Tamari in the future and be a friend to her, but I would request that both of our parents resist the urge to play matchmaker. If it is meant to be, it will be," Naruto replied formally. Rossa felt the switch from friendly to professional, and he knew he shouldn't push too hard on this front. "Very well, we will let fate play itself out. I will introduce you to the children as Tsunade's grandson and tell them that Rias needed to leave the village. Is that acceptable?" Tsunade frowned. "Rossa, please don't, not yet. In time, when they can be trusted to keep a secret, they can be told. For now, let's just say that his is my ward or something." Rossa nodded sadly. "Very well, it is a sad thing that such things must be hidden out of fear in the shinobi world," Rossa lamented. Naruto pointed a finger to his chest in a childish and boastful manner. "Don't you worry, Papa Rossa, I will change the world for the better. By the time I am done, nobody will have to hide who they are out of fear of others. Believe it." This comment achieved the desired result and Rossa laughed. "Also, I think I can help Suna. Would you be willing to pay fair prices for Uzumaki seals, installed by me, of course?" Rossa snapped back into professional mode. "What kind of seals are we talking about? I want to help make the desert more bearable. I will agree to instruct your shinobi on temperature control seals for your buildings. I can offer an intent-based screening seal and a truth seal for your front gate. I can offer scanning seals that can locate underground water reserves, and since you will not be able to reveal this information, I have the Makuten bloodline, and I will grow fruit trees and assorted plants for your village." Rossa's jaw continued to drop further and further, and it hit his desk when he processed the implications of Naruto's bloodline. "Why? Why would you do all of this for Suna?" Rossa was shocked by the faraway look in the boy's eyes. It definitely didn't belong in the eyes of such a young child. "Please understand that there are things I am not willing to share with you and that I will never be able to share with you. I am bound by a contract of my own and I cannot reveal such information. For now, please accept that I hold a deep love and gratitude in my heart for Tsunade and its people. I wish to help them prosper and make their lives better in any small way I can." Tsunade put a reassuring hand on her grandson's shoulder. "He isn't lying to you, Rossa. He is bound by a more powerful contract than the blood contract that you will need to sign. He is also being truthful when he speaks of his love for Suna." Rossa picked his jaw up off the desk and reattached it before speaking again. "Very well, I would like all of the above offered seals. I will pay a premium price to the Senju family for each one." Tsunade nodded. "As the Senju clan head, I will accept 3's ranked missions pay for the instruction on the temperature seals and the rights to use them freely. Each seal on your front gate will be the cost of 2's ranked missions. The water scanning seals will start at a B rank pay and bonuses will be added based on results. The orchards will each cost an A ranked missions pay per square acre. Do you find these terms acceptable? Rossa did some calculations in his head and knew that Tsunade didn't have the money ready up front for such costs. He sighed sadly before responding. Tsunade cannot afford the offered. Sorry for cutting you off, Lord Kazekage. What if we offered it on an interest-free, 5-year plan? Naruto offered. Rossa thought it over and nodded as a smile cracked open his face. That would work. Yay. Thanks, Papa Rossa, you won't regret it. I am going to change the shinobi world for the better. Naruto jumped and shot a fist in the air in a childish manner. Rossa's smile widened as he looked down on the boy that could possibly become the savior of Suna before he looked at Tsunade. So, you will not be returning directly to Konoha? Could I offer you a place to stay in Suna until the time come for you to leave? Tsunade shook her head in the negative. My apologies, Rossa. I do not wish to draw unnecessary attention to my family before we are ready to deal with the ramifications. How about we stop by for a couple weeks twice a year? You can save any sealing jobs you need us to do, and we will make a routine out of it? That will let the kids bond and avoid drawing so much attention to us. That sounds great. Rossa replied. The rest of the meeting was Naruto writing out the Uzumaki blood contract with all 3 parties present signing it. Rossa introduced Naruto to his children and Naruto had a shadow clone constantly hanging out with the kids as he completed sealing jobs around Suna. He gave Chio a detailed scroll on the temperature control seal along with daily instruction. By the end of the first week, she was able to make her own seal and control the temperature in her home. She would be responsible for training a new generation of sealing apprentices and Naruto gave her copies of Uzumaki Fuinjutsu levels 1 through 3. He thought it was fair since they paid a hefty sum for the rights to the seal. For his work around Suna, Naruto had a lot of fun running around in the teenage form of Hashirama Senju, which drew incredulous looks from those old enough to remember the legendary shinobi. Naruto started at the front gate and secured Suna. He laughed his ass off when Rossa conducted an emergency evacuation drill a week later as an excuse to get everyone out of the village and have them go through the seals. That day was referred to as the Great Sand Massacre by the spy networks of every nation. Naruto was also able to locate one massive reservoir of water buried nearly 1.5 miles underneath of Suna, and he said it would be an extensive endeavor last many years to get that water closer to the surface, but he would help Rossa do it. To put it in perspective, it was an underground lake twice the size of Suna. Rossa was overjoyed, and when he shared the news with the Suna Council, they immediately began a village-wide engineering effort to gain access to the water. Finally, whispers of the jubilant Senju teen that was running around the village and planting orchards of fruit trees throughout Suna spread like a wildfire. After cleaning out the foreign spies, Rossa spoke to his people and declared that anybody who speaks of the mystery Senju to an outsider will be considered a traitor of Tsunaga Corps. Most people willingly and readily agreed to those terms because they were so appreciative of the Senju family. In addition to working, Naruto used the 2 weeks to get to know his friends better. The kid Gara was still quiet and reserved, but he was so much better than the previous version that Naruto couldn't stop happy tears from falling. The tiny redhead would see the crying blonde boy and he offered him his prized teddy bear on many occasions to make him feel better. The two became fast friends, even if Naruto did most of the speaking in the relationship. Naruto found sweet relief in the oddities of Kankuro as a child. Makeup, dolls and even a dollhouse demonstrated to Naruto that the odd boy was always destined to be a puppeteer. He offered words of encouragement along with a healthy dosage of ribbing to his old friend to help him accept his chosen path as a puppeteer. Naruto really bonded with Kankuro while watching cartoons and reading manga though, since it was one childhood passion Naruto never had the chance to engage in, and Kankuro was a true weeb in that sense. Strangely enough, Naruto found it easiest to talk to Temari. The future blonde beauty was every bit as stubborn and driven as Naruto remembered. Naruto or a clone of his was dragged out daily to the training grounds to work on Temari's chakra and wind control. It was slow moving, but not every kid had the memories of a previous life to help them along. The distraction training offered was a blessing and sweet relief from hauntings of that past that seemed to plague Naruto less and less as his new life in this world truly began. End of flashback. Tsunade stomped up to the front gates of Konoha with a begrudging look on her face. The only solace she took in this was that their new compound in Wave Country was under construction and she would only need to spend a week in Konoha before heading out. Tsunade handed the ID cards over to Izumo and Kotetsu with a massive chip on her shoulder, which scared the crap out of the 2 gate guards. The two were so scared that they didn't even question seeing Ryusmaki walking alongside the legendary slug Sannin. Tsunade keyed Naruto and Shizune into the Senju compound and dropped them off before she stomped her way to the Hokage tower. She blew past the secretary and nearly threw Hiruzen's doors off of their hinges as she entered the room. The Anbu were smart enough not to react to the enraged Sannin, and they even listened to her order. Tsunade scowled at Hiruzen and the two elders before she growled, "Anbu, get the hell out, now." Hiruzen nodded and 4 blurs left the room before he activated the privacy barrier Naruto gave him. Cut the shit, Hiruzen. You 3 have a lot to answer for, and if you want to walk out of this office, you will answer my questions, Tsunade shouted. Homura began to stand, but Tsunade blurred to him with chakra scalpels activated and severed the axillary nerves to both of his legs. Koharu was about to speak but wisely shut her trap when Tsunade's fierce glare turned on her. Once she was properly cowed, she turned her head to Hiruzen. "For the sake of your health, you better tell me the truth and only the truth. Did you know Minato was my son?" She hissed in a low and menacing tone. All 3 geriatric old farts had their eyes widened to the size of sake saucers at the Sannin's words. Finally, Hiruzen was able to respond. No, it couldn't be." "What couldn't be, sensei?" The venom in the word sensei made Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, visibly flinch. "Minato couldn't be, he couldn't be your son," Hiruzen said, sounding mighty unsure of himself. "Why couldn't he be?" "Because that would mean that you 3 put the last male Senju heir in an orphanage where you allowed his abuse for 4 years before you allowed said orphanage to kick him out on his birthday and left him at the mercy of the mob? Screw you all," Tsunade roared, and she slapped Hiruzen with a fierce open hand on his left cheek and sent him flying into the wall. "You all stood by while that happened to my grandson," Tsunade roared, and the whole Hokage tower was flooded with ki. Pounding could be heard on the door, but the barrier held. We didn't know, Tsunade," Koharu stuttered out meekly, truly terrified of the enraged Sannin. The words of the poor elder had the effect of turning Tsunade's wrath on her, and a dangerous growl emitted from the back of Tsunade's throat. "You listen to me, and you listen to me well, you are old, has-been shit stains. I am leaving the village for the next 6 years and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. I have informed Kinji of your offenses via letter and I will be going to the capital personally to negotiate with him. I am taking my grandson, Jinchuriki or no, and you will leave me and my family the fuck alone until we see fit to grace Konoha with our presence again. If that old, evil cripple so much as sends a single one of his root fucks my way, I will return to this village and wreak havoc on it until I find him and pound him into dust." For the life of me, the boy wouldn't listen to me and still insists on becoming a Konoha shinobi to honor his parents. You will keep my sons' and grandsons' identities a secret until I see fit to grace the world with such knowledge. Finally, Hiruzen, do not send Jiraiya my way until I call for him. I will confirm with blood tests, but Jiraiya is Minato's true father. You are not to tell the perverted toad about my son's or my grandson's heritage, that honor is mine. Now, I will be in the village for 1 week. I will not be called to any council meetings, I will not be bothered by your Anbu or civilian police, and I will not tolerate any direct or indirect actions against my family. Now, open the Hokage vault and get my grandfather's scroll. I, as the Senju clan head, no longer see fit to trust Konoha with it." Tsunade was shouting and flaring her ki throughout the whole monologue. Hiruzen had never been this terrified of his student, who was clearly imbued with the divine wrath of a scorned mother. Homura and Koharu were barely holding on to the consciousness, and they were struggling to breathe under the true weight of a legendary Sannin's anger. If she wasn't so enraged, she would have savored the looks on the wrinkled geriatrics' faces. Tsunade, please be reasonable," Hiruzen begged. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. "Reasonable? Go fuck yourself, sensei. Was Naruto's treatment reasonable? I could give a fuck less about your excuses because the answer is no. You have my boy to thank for this enhanced treaty with Suna, by the way, so why don't you take turns shoving it up your wrinkled asses?" She threw the treaty scroll as Hiruzen, and the scroll slammed into Hiruzen's nose and broke it. Hiruzen wiped the blood from his nose and tried to fix a firm gaze on Tsunade. "Where will you go? None of your fucking business. Anyone that follows me or attempts to find me will be killed without mercy, and I will ship their bodies back to you. If you think I am mad, imagine what Kinji will do when he finds out that not only was Minato a Senju, but you lied to him about his son, who happens to be the sole heir and daimyo of Whirlpool Country. I will make you suffer, Hiruzen Sarutobi, until I see fit to end your suffering. You fucked up and I am the agent of the Reaper now. Now get me my grandfather's scroll and the forbidden scroll of seals that my son made. I almost forgot about that one. You can't. That holds village secrets and would endanger village security, Koharu shouted, fed up with the enraged Sannin. We could never prioritize the needs of one boy over the village, regardless of his lineage. That was the wrong thing to say, and the elder knew it as soon as the words exited his mouth. Tsunade turned to him slowly with the visage of the Shinigami hovering behind her. Before Hiruzen could react, Tsunade broke both of Koharu's legs and a green scalpel slid across his male genitalia. It would take Koharu months to realize that he was now completely impotent. Tsunade ignored the man's screams and turned to Hiruzen. I won't ask again, Hiruzen. Get me the scrolls or I return here with the fire daimyo and a samurai guard. The complete loathing in her tone cut off any retort the old monkey had. Very well. I will expect approval for this from the fire daimyo in the next month. Neither you nor I can authorize such actions alone. Kami, you are pathetic, sensei. You have lost your touch and your will of fire. At least my grandson has it. Try not to fuck this pathetic village up too badly and he may be able to fix it in time. Tsunade shot back. Hiruzen went into the Hokage vault and brought out 2 large scrolls for Tsunade, who sealed this into a seal on her wrist. One last thing, every dime you old fuckers stole from the Uzumaki and Namikaze accounts will be returned, with interest, before we return to this village. Now, don't ask or attempt to see me again until such a time that I deem it acceptable. With that, Tsunade Senju, the slug Sannin and Senju princess, kicked the Hokage's doors off their hinges. 3 unaware Onbu were caught in their path and would require a trip to the hospital, along with Counselor Koharu. Hiruzen waved the Onbu into his office and each agent was stunned to see the handprint on their Hokage's cheek. Should we pursue and arrest her, Lord Hokage? Lion asked. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes. No, Lion, no Onbu will approach Tsunade for the duration of her stay in the village. Make sure that order is disseminated. Also, get Counselor Koharu to the hospital as well as those Onbu caught in the collateral damage. Hi, Lord Hokage, it will be done. Tsunade scoffed as rumors spread about her throughout the village. Nobody knew why she was so mad at the Hokage or why she never spoke to anyone in the streets. The only public sighting of the Senju clan was them eating at Ichiraku ramen with a familiar red-headed teen. During her stay, Tsunade ran blood tests confirming the supposed lineage of Minato, Naruto and even Jiraiya. She would hold on to that piece of knowledge until the time was right to play it. Time skip, 4 years later, main island of the Land of Waves, 4 years passed in a serene peace as Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune enjoyed their villa on the island about a mile away from Tazuna's house. After seeing Naruto's memories, Tsunade readily agreed to set up in Wave Country and she opened a clinic there. The Senju family brought a prosperity to Wave Country that was unseen since the island country's formation. Tsunade alone was responsible for people coming from around the elemental nations to receive advanced medical treatments. Wave profited off hosting those families throughout their stay on the island and hotels were built to accommodate an increase in visitors and tourists. Shizune worked alongside Tsunade as her apprentice to study the healing arts and hone her skills as a combat medic and future doctor. She enjoyed the stability of their island villa and the high social status the family bore on the island. Their fame and influence easily eclipsed that of the Wave Daimyo, Kleem, who was nothing special whatsoever. Shizune rescued a tiny baby pig that was wandering through the village one day and named it Tuntun. Naruto couldn't stop himself from laughing at the iron wills of fate or destiny. He didn't know which one was responsible for the fated pair. A year ago, Shizune began dating one of Kaisa's friends, a studly fisherman named York, who used to work as security for merchant vessels. Naruto still remembers the day that York learned to fear tiny blonde children, and it is one of Naruto's favorite memories. Flashback, May 8th. Just over a year ago Shizune was running around the house and fretting about her clothes. Naruto heard the commotion and decided to investigate, which caused Naruto to walk in on a scene that made Naruto break out in fits of laughter. Shizune had her whole wardrobe out of the closet and clothes were hung up all over the walls, laid out on the bed, covering the floor and almost every other space Naruto could see in the room. As Naruto entered the room, Tuntun squealed in a request for aid from Naruto before the tiny pig jumped into his arms. What's wrong, Tuntun? Has Big Sis gone crazy? Naruto asked sarcastically. Oink, 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 oink. Tuntun was nodding her head and speaking faster than usual. Oh really? My sister has a date? Oh, how fun. Naruto exclaimed as his prankster look crept upon his face. No, Ruto, I forbid you from getting involved, Shizune shouted as she shimmied into another outfit. You can't stop me, sis. Not even if you tried. Go with the yellow sundress with white petals. It really suits your eyes. Naruto suggested. Shizune froze and looked frantically around the room for the clothing Naruto recommended. She found it laid out on the floor, shook it out, stripped off whatever she was wearing and tried it on before examining herself in the mirror. She twisted and turned to make sure it looked right before patting her shoulder-length hair down. She turned to Naruto before asking, "So, what do you think?" Naruto smiled in a brotherly way. "I think if he doesn't say you look beautiful in the first 10 seconds, then you eat as much as you can and leave him with the bill." Shizune shot a stern gaze at Naruto. "Look, lil brother, I like this guy, and this is my first ever date. Don't ruin it for me." Naruto held his hands up in a gesture of innocence. "What could lil ol me do? Plus, I am happy for you, sis. I just want to make sure he is worthy of such a fine young woman." Shizune cocked an eyebrow at him. "You do know how strange that sounds coming from a 9-year-old, right? Actually, I am a 23-year-old trapped in a child's body, which technically makes you my little sister. Which means I have every right to protect you." Naruto shot back. "Grrr. Don't ruin this for me, Ruto," Shizune said before she tossed a pair of jeans at him. Okay, geez. Add in a yellow hair clip and that necklace I gave you for your birthday last year and maybe the yellow, low-heel strap-on sandals. I love you. I just remembered I got to go into the village." Naruto set Tuntun down and dashed out of the house. Shizune sighed as Tuntun ran into her arms. I know, Tuntun. He is such a troublesome brother. But I think he was right about the additions to my outfit." Shizune began tossing all of her clothes into the closet before she found the recommended items. After putting them on, she inspected herself in the mirror and a pleased smile flashed onto her face. Then, in a panic, she ran into the bathroom to brush her teeth and apply some perfume. York was 21 years old, 6 feet tall, with tousled brown hair and a fairly handsome man. He had run into Shizune at the clinic where she had healed one of his fishing injuries. After talking about her to Kaisa, his best friend, he worked up the courage to ask the Senju girl out. He was terrified of Tsunade, having heard of her legendary strength, and he was also wary of her little brother. The kid ran around the village and worked like crazy. Everyone sang the kid's praises like he was Kami's gift to wave. Too bad he didn't realize how right they were. He had put on his best clothes, picked up a bouquet of flowers, and he was walking to the Senju villa to pick Shizune up for her date. He was whistling a tune to himself as he jaunted down the road and tried to work up his confidence as he approached the Senju estate. The road was lined with sakura trees that really made it beautiful this time and year, and they contributed to his high spirits. All of a sudden, York's ankle was surrounded by a thin tree branch, and he was hoisted into the air and came to rest with his head at a blonde boy's eye level. The boy wore a nonchalant look on his face while he locked eyes with York as he dangled from the tree branch. The experienced seaman paled at the strength and depth of the azure blue eyes and his breath hitched in his throat. "Nice ta meecha, I assume you are York?" the boy asked, and York nodded. "Cool, first guess and I was right. Well, Mr. York, I am Naruto Senju, brother of Shizune Senju. Do you understand why I have you in such a unique position?" No, not really," York answered. "Well, you see, Mr. York, I may be an overprotective brother, but that just depends on who you ask. This seal here," Naruto showed the tag to York, "is a truth seal. If you lie to me, this little guy will let me know. If you lie to me, do I need to finish that for you?" And no," York answered, his voice cracked with fright. Naruto put his gigawatt smile on as he patted York on the shoulder. Good. I am happy to hear that, Mr. York. Okay, first question, what are your intentions with my sister Shizune?"
I think that she is really pretty, and I want to get to know her,"
York answered in a rush, and the seal glowed blue. Naruto smiled. "We are off to a good start, Mr. York. Does the Senju name or fortune have anything to do with you asking my sister out?" Naruto added some ki and a stern gaze to this question. York nearly pissed himself at the intimidating blonde. And no. I just met her at the clinic when she healed me, and I asked her out." Another blue glow and a smile from Naruto. "No need to be so scared, Mr. York. Final question, do you agree to wait to sleep with my sister until marriage?" York was taken aback by this question. Why does a kid know about sex? Is that really any of your business? So threaten the man's sex life and he grows a backbone. To answer your question, since you have been so forthcoming answering mine, yes, it is my business. My sister is pure of heart and is genuinely excited for your date. If you use her and throw her away like some common whore, then you will figure out the ending of my earlier threat. And I assure you, Mr. York, it will not be pleasant. Having heard this, do you wish to continue courting my sister?" The boy's relaxed posture and completely nonchalant attitude was very unsettling to the young man, but he did genuinely want to date Shizune. York fixed his gaze on the young boy's eyes. Yes, I do. I will treat her right, you have my word. Very good, Naruto said as he clapped his hands and dropped York back onto the road. I trust we can keep this meeting between us men? Naruto said while extending a hand. Sure thing, kid. York returned the handshake to Naruto and found that it really hurt. Good, I will start by giving you a tip. Shizune's favorite flower is the yellow sun lily. Roses are a little too presumptuous for a first date. Naruto put his hands on the ground and closed his eyes in concentration. York was speechless and he watched a bundle of yellow sun lilies grow out of the ground. Naruto used a wind blade to make an even cut on the stems before he handed the new bouquet to York. I think I'm going to like you, Mr. York. Please treat my sister well and enjoy your date. York stood in a stunned silence, clutching the bouquet of lilies, as he watched the boy walk away whistling the same jaunty tune he was whistling earlier. Unfucking real. That kid is terrifying, he whispered under his breath. End of flashback. After that first date, Shizune and York became one of the island's most prominent couples, alongside Kaisa and Tsunade. The young couples took up prominent leadership roles in the town and helped to keep Wave moving in the right direction. Tsunade agreed to be the first teacher at the new school that Naruto built with Tasunade's guidance. The island had a healthy population of children that had no place to go to get an education, a problem that the Senju family was more than happy to fix. Tasunade's family were great friends of the Senjus and Naruto would often be contracted by Tezuno for his Makuten Jutsu. The kid could erect the complete frame of a house in under a minute, which was insane. Of course, Naruto made Tazuna, and his family, swear to never reveal this secret to anybody, which they readily agreed to. Naruto thanked the family by erecting apple, orange and pear orchards in their backyard for them. The 3-year-old Inari loved to run in the orchard and play with his big brother Naruto. It was new memories like this that gradually healed Naruto's soul and overwrote the nightmares of the past. Naruto was walking through the lively town of Ushio, the main village on the main island of Wave Country, when he spotted a man he hoped to never see again. A fat little midget of a man in a 3-piece suit was walking through the town like he owned the place with 10 men armed with katanas behind him. Kurama worked overtime to suppress the flow of his chakra due to the strong emotions and memories this little midget elicited. Naruto couldn't stop the growl that escaped his throat, and he didn't understand why his world suddenly went black. Naruto woke up inside a house inside of his mindscape. He didn't remember a house being in Kurama's mindscape, and he didn't understand why there were two voices just chatting away. Naruto sat up from a bed in his mindscape and the two no-so strangers turned their heads and looked at him with googly eyes. What's going on? Naruto asked, extremely weary of the intruders in his mindscape. All of a sudden, the little blonde girl jumped to her feet and yelled, Kurama. He is awake. After thunderous pounding of paws, a dog-sized, 9-tailed fox with a reddish-orange coat walked into the small house. The fox locked eyes with Naruto before he let out a sigh. Kit, sit down and listen, please, Kurama said in a commanding tone, which got an immediate response from Naruto as he sat in a chair across the living room from Kurama. Okay, Kit, this is going to be tough to hear, but I think you already have an idea. Naruto nodded in a way that said get to the point. Okay, well at this point, you have 3 distinct and separate personalities. This is the first time that Yosuke has ever taken direct control from you, and I have severed the connection to the outside. You have had enough death in your first lifetime. I guess I will start with hello Rias and Hikari, it is nice to formally meet you. Naruto opened with an awkward grace. Now, if they are here, this Yosuke personality has taken control? I don't remember ever using that identity, Kurama sighed before he crossed the living room and jumped into Naruto's lap. To be honest, Kit, you haven't really needed it up till this point. This is the first time he has left the seal. He is your war veteran personality. The part of you that will do the right thing and do what needs to be done no matter what. So, he is slaughtering Gado and his men before they can ruin this country? Naruto asked, his mind focused on the problem. You are taking this rather well, little brother, Rias said while eyeing him with an analytical gaze. Unexplained incidents at night over the past 4 years isn't exactly low-key. I felt your personality first, Rias. After my medical training with Mama, I kinda figured it out. That being said, why did you hide this from me during my previous visits to the mindscape, Kurama? Kurama fidgeted nervously on Naruto's lap, and he was sad that the petting stopped. I was waiting for your mind to heal, Kit. Kami really fucked up when she put your fractured soul in the body of a child and the first thing you got when coming back to this world was, yeah, you get it, Naruto resumed his petting and spoke impassively. I thank you for looking out for me, Q, but if you ever hide something like this from me again, I'm going to lock you in a tiny room with my best imitations of Might Guy and Rock Lee for a whole month. Everyone in the room froze in horror at the thought of such a punishment. That was beyond cruel and sadistic, to the point the Ibiki Moreno would never do something so devoid of humanity. Kurama was really fidgeting in Naruto's lap and the petting continued. Why you wouldn't do that to me. You wouldn't do that to your soulbound partner, would you? For one of the first times in his life, Kurama was actually scared. Naruto shrugged, who knows? Test me and find out. He replied nonchalantly in a manner that terrified the occupants of the room. Hikari-chan, please age yourself to match me. Having a feminine perspective would be a good thing, but I won't always need a kid. Feel free to take what information you need from myself or Rias, just don't take anything from Yosuke. I would like to preserve your innocence for a while. Rias, please share your memories with me, I wish to know what I have missed from your perspective. Rias shuffled nervously and rubbed her fingers together while avoiding eye contact. Are you sure? I don't think you really want my memories. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yes, I am sure. If we are going to make this work, we need to trust each other. I will let each of you out more often to stretch your legs, Q, if you behave, I will include you in that offer as well. Kurama perked up and strained his neck to look up at Naruto. Are you serious, Kit? I can get out of the seal? Naruto shrugged, I don't see why not. If they can leave the seal, I am sure we can find a way for you to do it. I will have to learn to use your yokai exclusively and allow you to force your consciousness into a shadow clone. With the seal open, it should be entirely possible. Kurama licked Naruto's face in excitement for the first time. He was so excited that he shelved his pride and showed his partner how much he appreciated the thought. After Kurama's excitement faded and was replaced by a stunned shame, the conversation continued. Big brother, I know I am like you, but what do you need me for? Hikari asked with puppy dog eyes. Naruto smiled at the little girl. Well, I believe you represent my pure, untainted childlike innocence. You are probably a bit of a knucklehead, am I right? Hikari looked sheepish while Rias laughed. Kami, Naruto, you are taking this a lot better than I expected you to. And you, Rias-chan, are probably my wild side. I am guessing that you love to gamble, and you love the nightlife. Do you pay for hookers, or do you hook up with women at the bars? It was Rias' turn to look sheepish. Rather than answer, Rias walked over to Naruto and put a hand on his head. A flood of memories from the last 5 years hit Naruto, and they were almost exclusively at nighttime. His guess was right on the money as 90% of the memories were of casinos, bars and bedrooms. Naruto was impressed at the caliber of women that Rias bedded, and he realized he was slightly jealous as he wiped a trickle of blood from his nose. Rias-chan, I have a weird request. Next time you go out for a nightly jaunt, could you wake me up when it gets to the fun part? At Rias' cocked eyebrow, he explained further. I didn't exactly have a lot of experience in my previous life. I want to know how to please my future partner and I was hoping you could teach me. It was Naruto's turn to look sheepish and break eye contact while Kurama snickered on his lap. Rias was taken aback, she had never considered it from Naruto's perspective. She put a loving smile on her face and wrapped Naruto in a warm hug. Sure thing, Ruto. By the time I am done with you, you will be a pro. Naruto returned the hug and leaned into the embrace. He didn't care that he may or may not be hugging himself, all he knew is at this time it felt like his family grew. At least, that was how Naruto chose to see it. Naruto spent the next few hours chatting with his new family and getting to know the other aspects of himself better. It was a merry occasion and eventually Hikari came over and joined the cuddle session on Naruto's lap while Rias watched on with a truly loving gaze. Suddenly, Naruto sensed another presence in the house and turned to see a dark-haired teen in red battle armor. When the teen turned to address him, Naruto gasped. Why do you look like my teenage great-grandpa? He asked. Because our great-grandpa was a true warrior that fought courageously. He may have been a bit naive, but I have purged that aspect and I have no qualms about doing what needs to be done. The boy answered in a flat and respectful tone. Naruto placed a sleeping Hikari on the chair with Kurama and the small girl wrapped herself up in his tails. Naruto walked calmly over to boy and extended his hand. I know this may be awkward, but moving forward we need to work with each other. I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki, and I appreciate you looking out for me. Yosuke cast a skeptical glance at Naruto before a small smile graced his face. Nice to meet you. I am Yosuke, and I am your warrior aspect. Don't be scared to call on me for advice. I am everything ninja related that you have ever learned without all of the knucklehead that used to round you out. The two boys shook hands and smiled at one another. So, I can use you as a sparring partner? If you want to get your ass kicked, sure. Yosuke shot back. Naruto laughed heartily. A good ass kicking never killed nobody. That is how I learn. Naruto's face and tone changed to a serious one. I need to see the memories of what you did out there, and I need to know if there was anything we need to cover up. Very well. Flashback, immediately after Naruto blacked out, Yosuke came to and scowled as he watched Gado enter a local restaurant. He followed him and his men into the restaurant and watched them torment the waitress. Luckily, there were good men in Wave that stood up to the midget tyrant. A group of men gathered and forced the midget and his posse out of the restaurant. Yosuke nodded to them before he exited the restaurant to continue tailing Gado. The little midget was ranting about how he would make the disrespectful scum pay for their offense. Yosuke followed Gado out to a massive cargo liner that was anchored away out to sea. He used water walking to follow the boat and remain unseen. He climbed aboard the ship and began scouting it out, and he was enraged to see the room as the bottom of the ship with the sign "Cum Dumpster" written over the head of the door. It took all of his warrior training not to go completely berserk then and there. In the room were 22 women of ages ranging from 12 to 30 that were chained to the wall and looked like their spirits were broken. Along with the women, there were 12 men that were using and abusing the women. Yosuke retained his composure long enough to erect a privacy barrier before he snapped. He could no longer restrain his rage and he slaughtered the men like the pigs they were. The unfortunately gruesome sight caused the women to scream in terror, especially the ones that got an impromptu blood shower, but he was able to calm them down after a couple minutes. Look, ladies, I apologize for what has happened to you. I am going to end Gado and every man on this boat tonight, but I need you to stay calm and follow my orders. Can you do that for me? Yosuke asked in a quiet and gentle tone. The girls nodded before one of the older women stepped forward. Thank you for helping us, but we have nowhere to go and if we leave Gado will kill us. Yosuke just returned the doubt with a smile. Ma'am, I promise you. If you trust me, I will make a home for you all in Wave Country. As far as Gado goes, as I said before, he will die tonight, you have my word. The pretty, black-haired woman nodded sadly at that. Okay, I will trust you. Ladies, once you are out of your restraints, we need to listen to this man. We are in your hands, good sir. The woman shot a genuine smile at Yosuke, which filled his warrior's heart with a warm and fuzzy feeling. Yosuke created 20 clones that began freeing the women from their restraints, and Yosuke spoke up above the noise. First things first, are there any more girls on the ship? Second, what is your name, ma'am? The lady smiled broadly before responding. I am Himawari Yuki, and I was taken from Kiri by Gado. There are 2 more girls, a blonde and a brunette, that will be in Gado's private chambers. It is nice to know the Yuki are still alive. I am putting you in charge of this group. I need them to remain silent and follow my clone's lead. I will leave 5 clones with you. I want you to give me a 10-minute head start before you go to the ship's deck and get to the evacuation boats. I am going to kill every man on this ship and then blow it sky high, so be sure to stick to the plan. Am I understood? Yosuke spoke in a stern tone, which earned him nods from the scantily clad women dressed in rags. All right, just be strong for a little longer and everything will work out. Yosuke disappeared after flashing the girls a smile. He left 5 clones that knew what needed to be done and began clearing out the ship floor by floor. He unsealed his mother's sword, Benihim, he didn't feel like changing the name to honor his mother's memory, and created 100 shadow clones. They wordlessly set to work clearing out the ship. Yosuke was able to make it to the ship deck before the alarms began sounding. Men flooded out onto the deck of the ship with weapons drawn and ready. A feral grin spread over Yosuke's face and his features darkened. He was drawing out the Kyubi cloak, but he was keeping it controlled enough to where it just hovered over his skin. In a blur of motion, Yosuke and his clones continued the bloody massacre. 20 minutes after leaving the captured girls on the bottom level, Yosuke made it to Gado's floor. It was at the top of the control tower and there wasn't exactly a lot of room. 10 men stood outside a double door made of oak and each man looked more nervous than the next. When they saw the blood-covered form of Yosuke in his battle armor, 3 of them pissed themselves and 1 fainted at the killing intent flooding the area. All 10 men died to Benihim in less than 5 seconds. Unsurprisingly, the door to Gado's chambers was locked and reinforced. Yosuke took his time taking out his sealing kit and he created 4 directional explosive seals that he attached near the hinges of each door. With a gleeful look on his face, he stepped around a corner before forming a ram hand sign. The explosion shook the control tower and sent the doors flying to Gado's private room. Oh, lucky me. I got one of the wannabe samurai with my little trick. So, Gado, tell me what brings you to Wave? Yosuke strode through the doorway slowly with Benihim held in his right hand, still trickling blood onto the floor. The little midget was in full panic mode as he hid behind one of his naked sex slaves.
I was looking to expand my business to Wave Country, he stuttered out in a truly pathetic manner.
Waragi, the last remaining guard of the midget wannabe tyrant, stepped forward. You will go no further. You are not worthy to enter Gado-sama's quarters. Without moving his head, Yosuke shifted his gaze to Waragi and remembered him from his previous life. Oh really, you samurai wannabe? What you gonna do about it? Waragi's confidence took a hit from the cold tone and the density of the killing aura coming from the unknown intruder. Gado decided to play his cards. What is it you want? I have money, women, power, influence. Name your price and I will hire you to be one of my men. Silence, pig. I live a warrior's life. I care not for such petty things. What I want is your head and the end of every vile wretch on this planet that thinks like you. You lie, cheat and steal from others and call their hard work your wealth. You use that wealth to hire petty thugs and call that power. You have nothing that interests me, except your head. Yosuke disappeared in a blur and beheaded Waragi before he could even move. Gado squealed like the pig he was as a bloody Benihim rested on his neck. Yosuke bent down and whispered in his ear. Open that safe, sign over everything you own and turn yourself into the police. If you do that, I may let you live. Gado was a civilian-born man with a lack of empathy and a decent mind for business. He was used to playing dirty and he got so good at it that he became one of the richest men in the world. All of that now meant nothing, and he knew it. Everything is in the safe. I cannot sign the companies to you because I do not carry the deeds on me. If you let me live, I can arrange for their transfer. Gado squealed out. Yosuke sighed, very well, for now, open the safe and tell me where any other valuables are located on the ship. I am going to give them to the women you uprooted and nearly destroyed. After Gado unlocked the safe and told Naruto where the other valuables were stashed, he created a small army of shadow clones that each took a sealing scroll. He then turned to the two ladies that were in a state of shock on the bed and flashed them a kind smile. Ladies, the nightmare is over. If you wish to be free and get off this ship, I recommend you follow my clone here. Last call is coming soon, and you don't want to stick around for the fireworks. The girls nodded their heads, still in a state of shock. The clone helped them get dressed and escorted them through the mess of bodies outside. Yosuke turned to Gado, who was quivering in fear. He gave a piece of paper to Gado, who took it and looked at it curiously. With a pulse of chakra, Gado fell to the floor completely paralyzed. All right, Gado, as I told you. I won't kill you, but if I were you, I would start praying to Kami that the response team is fast enough to save this ship from drowning. Say hello to Yami for me, Yosuke said in a bitterly cold tone. After confirming the safe was completely cleaned out, Yosuke walked down the tower stairs to the deck. He hopped on one of the two boats that the group was using to make an escape and the boat's motors pierced the night air with their rhythmic hum. 2 minutes later, two Naruto clones were having a gasoline fight. They had set up a series of explosive tags throughout the ship, including the tower, and now the two knuckleheads destined for a fiery death were making the most of it. Once the two gas cans were empty, the clones locked eyes with one another, performed a super manly high five and then formed the ram hand signs. Yosuke watched from the boat as a fiery series of explosions started from the bottom of the large vessel and worked their way up. The ocean liner lit up like a fireball in less than a minute. Later began its descent into Davy Yone's locker. Yosuke reveled in the fact that he managed to protect Wave this time around. He saved Kaisa. That would hopefully bring happiness to the people of Wave, whether they knew it or not. Yosuke escorted the girls to the medical clinic for checkups and told them that Tsunade Senju would be here within the hour. Yosuke walked up to Himawari and flashed her a smile. I told you it would be okay. I need to go ask my friend to build you guys a house. Think you could give this note to Tsunade when she arrives here? He asked in a suave manner, like rescuing beautiful ladies was an everyday occurrence. Himawari winked at Yosuke. Sure thing, Hiro-kun. She then stepped up onto her toes and planted a kiss on Yosuke's lips. This caught the alter ego of our blonde hero off guard. He wasn't made of the positive emotions of his base personality, but this felt good. Elsewhere on the island, Tsunade was resting in her Senju compound, completely content with the life she had with her grandson and adopted daughter. She was more than happy to adopt Dan's little sister and Shizune became one of the two blessings of her life. Then, Kami literally blessed her with Naruto and gave the two of them a second chance to be a family. Of course, the blonde was an anomaly, and it was anything other than the typical family experience, but it was a blessing, nonetheless. After seeing the past, Tsunade had been able to join Naruto's efforts to change the future, and she had to admit the Neighborhood Watch was an amusing public name to his efforts to change the world for the better. She initially had her reservations, but after thinking about the images she saw in Naruto's memories, it was clearly necessary. Naruto had included her on all of the planning, and they were a two-man team that was out to save the world. She was enjoying a nice quiet night on the porch sipping some sake when a massive explosion was heard around the island. She jumped up onto the roof of her house and looked toward the source of a noise to see a massive fireball and mushroom cloud illuminating the night sky. She sighed knowing that her blonde baka, Japanese for idiot, lovingly so in this case, was involved. She decided to enjoy the rest of her sake before she was eventually dragged in to clean up her grandson's mess. Sure enough, an hour later, a person showed up and entered the compound, but it was not what she was expecting to see. She froze, because standing in front of her was a nearly identical teenage version of her grandfather. The red-plated armor was slightly different, and the teenager lacked her grandfather's warm, intoxicating personality, but the resemblances were uncanny. As her rational mind rebooted, she knew this had to be Naruto, since he was able to bypass the compound's security seals. "Good evening, Mama. I know there is a lot to explain, but before we get to that, could you please collect Shizune and go to the clinic? I was able to save over 20 women that were being used as Gado's sex slaves and they could use your gentle touch." Tsunade stuttered when she heard this seeming stranger call her Mama, which only Naruto was allowed to do. However, once she heard the name Gado, things started to make a bit more sense. "And Naruto? Is that you?" The whispered words finally escaped her throat. She watched a sad look cross the teenage boy's face before he smiled slightly and nodded. "Take care of the women there first and we will talk later. I will need Naruto to construct a shelter for the women that wish to stay here. If nothing else, know that my love for you is real, Mama, it is what I fight for after all." Too many thoughts were going through Tsunade's mind simultaneously. She had worked with Shizune to observe Naruto and help him heal, but if she was right then this was one of his alternate personalities. She couldn't blame his mind for fracturing after all he had been through, but to see an alternate personality in its own unique form was interesting. "Okay, we will talk when I get home. I expect answers, brat." Yosuke smiled and nodded at his grandmother before he watched her take off into the house to grab Shizune and some supplies. Yosuke walked into Naruto's bedroom after stripping his transformed clothes, which turned into Naruto's white t-shirt with the Senju crest on his chest and beige cargo shorts. Being able to use actual transformations was an amazing ability. Yosuke rinsed off in the shower before putting on a basic white tee and some athletic shorts before he laid down in the bed and closed his eyes. End of flashback. Back inside the mindscape, Naruto reopened his eyes after reviewing the memories. He shook his head to clear his thoughts before he locked eyes with Yosuke. "It is not that I don't appreciate you eliminating a threat, but due to your hasty actions you have put our plans at risk and worse, you risked exposing our family. This goes for all of my personalities, which is a weird thing to say." Naruto shook his head again before a fire lit behind his azure eyes as he glanced at Kurama, Rias and Yosuke before he continued. "While I accept your existence and the reasons you were formed, if you forcibly take control of my body again and endanger my family, I will find a way to end you." Naruto ended with his gaze firmly fixed on Yosuke, who was the only one so far to endanger his loved ones. Yosuke bowed his head respectfully. "My apologies, I believed what I did was right and necessary. Did it ever occur to any of you to talk to me? Treat me with the same level of trust and respect I am showing you now? Family doesn't lie to each other, and we are a very unique family, if nothing else." Naruto asked, sounding disappointed. "Naruto, it was never our intention to deceive you." Ria started. "Oh really? How long have you guys been here? According to Mama's psychology books, if you were taking control over the core personality then you should be developed enough to have your own thoughts and core characteristics. So why not come clean?" Naruto asked. "We were scared that our core, you and your soul, were in too fragile of a state to accept us. This was the first time I exerted my own will over your own, and for that I apologize." Yosuke answered and bowed to Naruto. "I have been around since you were 4. I worked to provide your drive for training and bettering your warrior self, because we all know how necessary that will be in the future." Naruto sighed. "Since the beginning, and your warrior's honor never made you feel like you were deceiving me or yourself? If this seems so wrong to me, then you must feel it as well. I did, but I also recognize that your soul needed the love you have received from your family to heal before you could reconcile my existence." Yosuke answered in a direct tone. Naruto threw his hands in the air. Fine, whatever, it feels extremely stupid to argue with myself. We will work this out at a later date, for now it seems like I have a house to build. Yosuke, from your perspective, what else needs to be done for the women to get settled in? For now, they will need the basics, which I am sure you have considered. Moving forward, We will need to find them a role in the community and a way to provide for themselves. Rely on Himawari, she seems to be the natural leader of the group and her spirits are still high. Naruto grew a foxy grin. Hee, I think the warrior hath found his maiden. Once we establish some ground rules, I will let you out to say hello and check in on her. That is not a good idea, Naruto. Yosuke there will be charged with mass murder, even if he did the right thing. He should lay low for a while or go by another name and transformation. Rias offered her opinion. Yeah, I kinda forgot about that. Well, it's a tomorrow problem. See y'all later, Naruto said and shot them a cheeky grin before disappearing from the mindscape. Kurama smirked at the two awake personalities. I told you the kit could handle it. Something as weird as having 3 alternate personalities is what my partner calls a typical Tuesday. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. Show some love to Mr. BJ Dakush for writing this amazing story. I will try to pin a comment from him in the comment section. Again, if you're a Patreon, the full story is already out over there. Anyways, until next time, peace.